Good morning, everybody. So, we are on right now, finally, day 12 of the FBI's Governor Whitmer um, kidnapping plot case final trial. As you guys know, I like to call it the Fednapping hoax. Good morning, Daisy girl. Good to see you here. Yeah, so it has just started, and from what I presume and what I understand, today is probably going to be the final day. It seemed like the judge is trying to wrap this stuff up. Where we left off yesterday, Mr. Molitor was on direct with his lawyer, Mr. Barnett. And so I can assume that from what we heard, I think Jason Chambers is still supposed to testify. So I don't really know how this is supposed to wrap up that like that, I'm not sure how this is supposed to end in one day, but I guess it's possible. So you never know. All right, we're going to go ahead and start talking about the proceedings. There is something I wanted to do, and I'm not sure if I'm able to do it on right now while I'm live streaming through StreamYard. But I have this. So I had certain things I wanted to share with you guys from the prior state case, because that was also televised. And I have little clips of that from Special Agent Oompa Loompa. And I really wanted to play that to you guys and narrate some of it for you, because I want to show you, like, when I say his testimony constantly changes, I want you guys to be able to understand like what I'm talking about. So, best backdrop. I don't even think I have a good backdrop. I just have the pinball machine, and everybody always says I look like I'm in like a bat cave or something. I'm in the bat cave. I also want to say hi and good morning to people over on Rumble. We've got some folks over on Rumble now. That's exciting. Good to see everybody there. I am not live on Odyssey right now, though, because I still haven't figured out how to like be able to stream to multiple I'm still like such a boomer with technology. I'm sorry guys, but I am. I truly am. So I want to very quickly, I should be live on the Twitters, or I guess we're calling it X now. Yeah, I should be live. So I want to get the link for that so I can share that out. Okay, I got that, because I don't know how it works. Like, does it automatically put it out there for you? Or do you have to put it out? I do not know. But in any case, we're putting it out ourselves and just letting everybody know we're here. The judge needs to wrap this up before sundown. Yes, I agree. I think that that's correct. I don't see any comments yet over on Rumble or any questions. Does anybody have any questions about yesterday? I think everything went well yesterday. I have to say, I believe Eric's mother, Sue, did very good when she testified about Eric's character. I thought the prosecutor, I was surprised he had any questions for her. I didn't think he would, because, she is a wonderful mother and just a very nice, kind woman. And it's like, are you really going to try to play tough cop with her? You think that'll go well in front of a jury? And I think he would have done that if he thought that would have played well. But I guess he knew better. So he really only asked her one question. And that was, oh, well, you don't know everything about your son's relationships with other people. When you testify to his character, you're just talking about what you know. And it's like, he lives with her. She raised him. Who would know him better than his mother? That's so silly. Good morning, Jeremy. Good to see you. Athanasius, good morning. Good to see you. I'm so glad you guys are here. Ronan, I see you over on Rumble. Silent Vortex, good to see you. I really appreciate you guys tuning in and listening to me narrate the proceedings. I know it's hard when you're not watching it and listening to somebody else comment on it. I hope you guys, if you want to, you can watch it over there, and then you can just listen to me and you can come and use my chat, because they don't have a chat over there. and I wonder why. So let me first see, though, if I am able to share a video file. I think I actually, I can. Okay, before we get into today's proceedings, because really they've just started, and once I start narrating, you guys know, we'll catch up because they take breaks throughout the day. They do these morning breaks. They do it in some cases a 2-hour lunch break. So what I want to do real quick is I want to play this clip, and I'm going to do some comments on it, and then I promise
collecting evidence, right, is an
I promise that we will get to today's proceedings, but I want to share this with you because I want to show you Special Agent Impalumpa's prior testimony. So he's being asked now about certain things, and as you can see, this was the first state case. They've already had 3 sidebars. You know they will. So we'll get caught up relatively quickly. But I wanted to just briefly, I wanted to comment on this because I want people to see how his demeanor changes. You know, this obviously isn't the best video you can't see him well because of the way the outlay of this is, but you can hear him and you can observe him a little bit. So he's being asked now.
Collecting evidence, right,
about why is there no evidence for these things? Like, you know, you don't have evidence. We're supposed to take your word about these, quote, vague threats. Like, why don't you have evidence for this?
An important part of this?
I mean, yeah, it can be important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm curious. I saw memes. I'm wondering where the evidence is of these numerous threats to law enforcement that you saw. Do we have those?
So this is interesting. We talked about this here. He claimed, and so did CHS Dan, that Dan became an informant because he saw these quote, threats of violence against law enforcement in this in the chat once he joins the Facebook page. And he's like, how long have you worked with the FBI? Like, you're an 8-year veteran, maybe even more. And you don't know how to like bag and tag evidence. Like, you don't know how to properly preserve evidence. And this is how he explains himself.
There's a lot of evidence of the QR apps.
That's not the question, Agent. I don't know.
So you see, this is the thing he was doing. Law Nerd Clips, let's go. Good to see you. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, they are always trying to shut me down. What we're actually doing, though, is before we get started with my commentary for the day on today, I'm showing people Special Agent Impala's prior testimony, because if you understand how what it looks like when someone's a pathological liar, you will see that with Mr. Impala. He even sounds different than he sounded at this most recent trial. And again, you listen to how he's asked a direct question, and rather than answer the question directly, like a normal person that is telling the truth would do, he starts talking about this other stuff completely unrelated.
I'm not talking about the QRS. I'm talking about numerous threats to law enforcement. Do we?
Yes, this was supposedly the pretext for you opening this TEI investigation, massive investigation, using basically all of the resources available with the FBI. He's coordinating with Michigan State Police, and it's like, and you didn't think to preserve that evidence. It's very strange.
We have numerous threats to law enforcement.
I'm sorry, what do you consider to be a threat?
Well, what do you consider a threat to law enforcement?
It's a good question, right? What do you consider? Is it just like somebody expressing concern about like police brutality, for example?
Consider QRFs to be a threat to law enforcement.
Based on what?
So he says he considers QRFs to be a threat against law enforcement. Where is that coming from? And is that an official FBI policy? Does the FBI say that any group that has a, quote, QRF, a quick reaction force, automatically is planning something with ill intent against law enforcement? Where does that come from? Because I can see how, in the context of these prepping groups and militia groups, why you would have maybe a quick reaction force if there's like a time of a national emergency or there's some kind of natural disaster. You might want to have a group of people that are prepared to, in a moment's notice, come and help or something. It doesn't automatically infer ill intent against a specific group. I think that's very broad, very vague. And I think it's also indicative of what Mr. Impala believes personally, what his personal, essentially political beliefs are.
Based on the description that they're going to attack law enforcement when called upon.
But where's the evidence for that, sir? You made that assertion, you've asserted it, and so has CHS Dan, but where's the evidence? That's what you are being asked about, sir. You're being asked why you didn't preserve it. You've been asked that you're supposed to be an 8-year veteran of what the FBI self-describes themselves as the world's premier law enforcement agency. Imagine self-describing yourself as the world's premier anything. There's a little bit of narcissism involved in that, is there not? But anyways.
When called upon, when they're policing the police, as we heard, correct?
Yeah.
And you.
So once again, is this not a different story than what he just testified to last week? Last week, he said that there were threats of violence against law enforcement and that these threats involved an onyx hunting app that, it turns out, none of the defendants in this case had on their phones. None of them downloaded it. He said they were looking up addresses to carry out, quote, reverse red flags. So it's like, why is this? This is what you'll notice, I think, with pathological liars, is their disconnection from reality. Rather than discussing the actual facts of this case, the documented evidence or lack thereof in this instance, he has a grandiose narrative. And I see this with a lot of these agents, this the grandiose narcissism that they have, not just individually, but as a collective, as an agency. It is a form, perhaps, of communal narcissism, but it's very, very grandiose. And he has this narrative. And this is also why, as the story is constantly changing, so are the goalposts. They're always shifting. And the reason for that is because the goals are not connected to the reality of what actually happened in this case at all. They're attached to a grandiose narrative that the FBI has and that they want to preserve and maintain. And this is why, when drilled down on specifics, it's always moving, constantly changing. The story flips. And this is also what I meant when I said that he always embellishes, because it is, I think, his ego requires that he do that.
You saw all of this in these few things that you looked at? Right there on that day that you met Dan.
Yeah, how did he know all that? On the first day that he supposedly meets Big Dan, codename Thor, he looks at what we're told. The story is that Dan has an encrypted app on his phone that self-deletes messages, and the FBI, with all of the resources at their disposal, in conjunction with apparently a gang task force and this Detective Ramirez fellow who connected Dan to the FBI, that between all of that, no one was able to document and preserve these so-called alleged threats. And he had already had figured out, apparently, he understood their ideology, their intent, and he inferred all of this within what, 10 minutes of your first meeting with somebody to assess their claims. I mean, that's strange. It's almost as if, I don't know, this story is a lie. I think that's Crystal out there. She says, you have to show signs of a strong narcissistic personality as the first prerequisite to be an FBI agent. That is spot on, 100%. You guys are right. Yeah, this dude has a career behind the news desk. You know, when Impola finally retires from the FBI, he's going to be hired on as he's going to be a consultant or a national security advisor on CNN or something. But just listen to, again, this is not what he said last week. This is not the same story.
Right on what day was it? The 17th, is that correct? Right, that was the day you met Dan? On March 17th, you saw all of these things that you're describing?
So the first day I met Dan, I saw references to the QRF and the location drop and the pings. I didn't see all of these exhibits that are in the binder describing the QRFs at that time.
So if you had testified previously.
So here's the other thing. This, not only is this a different story from what he told last week, but it's a different story than what he said initially. So you see this is something that happens to pathological liars. The problem with when people lie to the point of it being pathological, meaning it's like persistent daily, is that they cannot keep track of the lies. It's too difficult for them because they tell them so often that they can't keep track of it. And so he may not even have the self-awareness, and he should, because the lawyers literally prep them. They do trial prep. They go over everything with them. They have them listen to all of the audio and video again. They go over all of the exhibits, and then they also review, they're supposed to review their prior testimony to make sure that their story stays consistent. But Oompa Loompa here, it doesn't even appear that he's done that, or his arrogance and entitlement is so great that he believes because he's a figure of authority and an FBI agent, it doesn't matter if his story is consistent. People will believe him anyways because he's the good guy.
And said that on the 17th, you saw numerous communications on an encrypted application involving violence against police officers. Is that actually what you saw on the 17th? Because it doesn't sound like it to me.
Yeah, see? This is how you can pull apart their lies. If you have a good lawyer and you can get, someone who is like this lawyer, a little bit more aggressive with them, you could see he's getting a little flustered.
I think it's a fair summary of my interpretation of what I saw, but
a fair summary of his interpretation of what he saw. Sir, could you just tell the truth, maybe? Sir, tell the truth, sir. So, it just, this is, I wanted to share that because I wanted people to see, because I know a lot of you guys maybe haven't been following this for 3 years. It's very difficult. But I wanted people to see and hear what he testified to just last year. Did he say anything at this trial about a QRF being how, or did Dan being how, they got involved in this and part of the pretext for opening this investigation? No, he did not. So he has zero credibility whatsoever. Okay. And Crystal says, for sure, you could tell our whole trial that the FBI led the whole thing? Oh yeah, absolutely. It looked like he was running the direct in the last trial. Oh, it did. It almost was like he was just sitting there telling a story, and Mr. Ralston would kind of just supplement his narrative, like pretend to ask him some questions and just let him kind of pontificate. It is true. And we all saw that goofy look on his face too, because at least at this trial, the cameras are more zoomed in on him, and you could see that goofy duper's delight grin that he would have at certain times. That was just creepy. And I'm glad people saw it. I'm glad people got to see it. All right, let's go into today. We're pretty much here gonna get caught up since they've started. The judge basically has decided that he wants to move it along, wrapping it up. So apparently there was some filing that they didn't get a chance to review, and Mr. Barnett is going to do that at lunch. Okay, so there was also, I believe, some meeting that was held, some private meeting, and then they've already done the 3 sidebars this morning. Pretty ridiculous, but yeah. Okay, let's get into it. This is day 2. Day 2 of Eric being on the stand. Let's see. Is he up there yet? Okay. All right, so, oh God, another fucking sidebar. All right, here we go. They're finishing up their sidebar. Never seen a witness with a notebook ever. Hey, Christina, good to see you out there. Tactical pontification. Oh my gosh, guys. What I am going to do also, so they're putting an exhibit up, and he's going to be asked about it. What it is the exhibit that we saw already of his gear that the FBI got at his home, and not all of it was his, as he said yesterday. Some of that belonged to a friend of his. I want everybody to stay tuned in, though, because I am at times going to play other clips from that first state trial, because I have some really good ones and I want to comment on them. Okay. All right. So they brought up the image of his gear, and he's asking him basically, one of it is a book that says defend yourself. There's some magazines. It looks like there is a pair of handcuffs. There's like a bag. It's just like normal stuff that you would expect to see for somebody who works security jobs. Oh, you're on your first coffee? I've got mine too. I have my white mocha. Okay, so Eric is describing that this is a lot of, what are these items? His lawyer asks, he says, this is a lot of the gear that I have. Very self-explanatory. So his lawyer is asking him, could you just, just explain why you would have that, if it's legal or not, blah, blah, blah. He says yes. So he has some kind of armor thing. I don't know what he just said, for an AR-15. There's a little thing that's part of a holster system. And he has a magazine holster. He has a baton, shackles, IFAK, medical kit, defensive book. His gear belt, knee pads, and flex cuffs. So basically things that you would have No, I'm not allowed. I'm being threatened by Sinclair Broadcasting with a legal action if I share the proceedings that are, in a open government proceedings. So I'm just narrating it for everybody. His lawyer's asking him basically, why would you have this stuff, right? Because the FBI lays it all out, makes it look super scary. Like, oh, why would he have this stuff? He's like, yeah, I work private security. So I also have, been in militia groups. I've done training, blah, blah, blah. It's like the kind of stuff yeah, you would expect to see that. He says, for private security reasons, for self-defense reasons. That's competitions. He's done the shooting competitions. He says that's why I would have this stuff. And then he's being asked about the flex cuffs specifically. He says those are restraints, just like the shackles would be restraints to restrain people, so you don't have to physically hold them. And what do you use those for? He says that is for bad actors, would be a good way to put it. Anyone that needs to be restrained until the police gets to them, that's what he was doing for his job. It makes sense. So he says, his lawyer asks him, are any of the items in this picture illegal? And he says no. As he said, none of it is. So he says none of it is illegal. Yeah, and Athanasius makes a good comment here. He says, I would love the defense to show the gear the average security company owner would have. I think that is a very good point, just to show that, like, this is not uncommon. This is what they all have. Tactical knee pads. Oh my gosh. Did he deploy to get them? He deployed to the store to get his tactical knee pads. People just tuning in are going to go, what the heck? Now they're having a sidebar discussion. Oh my gosh. You know why? Because the prosecutor is mad, I believe, that, oh yeah, all of this stuff turned out to be perfectly legal. So they're mad about that because they want these people to look big, scary. Yeah. Okay. So now they're going to go back to the picture, I think, looking at that picture. He says, Eric, is there anything inappropriate in there that you're not supposed to have? He says, no, there is not. So they're moving on now. It's Eric Molitor is on the stand. Eric is taking the stand in his own defense. Eric is one of the three defendants. It is Eric Molitor and then William and Michael Null. I do not believe that the Nulls are going to testify, but Eric chose to testify on his own behalf. So that direct started yesterday, and we're finishing up with that today. And I think Special Agent Chambers might testify today. If he does, I am so excited to laugh at him. Just saying. All right, so we're going back to that same picture. And he says there's nothing wrong with any of that stuff. None of it is inappropriate. And it's basically all stuff that you would expect him to have, with the job he was doing. I just want to say hi to everyone on Rumble. Should be a couple people over there. Okay, so there's another picture. This has the evidence number 37 label on it. And there's some what look like radios, a pair of gloves, it looks like. Another book. This one is titled Close Combat. couple other things as well. He's asked if there's anything inappropriate in that picture. He says no, all of this is legal. Now, all of these items were taken out of his home pursuant to a search warrant. And he says correct. Now, he's going to use a pointer and basically explain what these items are. Now, he's not sure what these black items are at the top, but they look like knee pads to me, and he said he thinks that's what they look like. Can we get Agent Trash on the stand? I mean, Trask. That was awesome. And that's a good question. Craig says this trial has been absolutely insane and shows how in your face they are about wielding their power. Absolutely. 100%. So he has gloves. He has he can't tell what some of these items are. He said that's a radio and an earpiece. Then he has a book called Close Combat Training Manual. Then he says all this other stuff here, minus that book, is my buddy Ethan's. Ethan has had it at my place. So his friend left his things there. Now, his full name is Ethan, I think he said Grosser. He lives in Cadillac as well. And these are his items, some of his and then some of his friends' items. And the FBI took all of them when they came. They seized his friends' things as well, which, by the way, they've never returned. Now they're submitting another exhibit. Does honey really have magical properties? Honey is very good for you. I do know that. Now, this has evidence number 33 on it, and I can definitely see what look like parts of what you would see like on an AR, like the back of it, whatever you call that. I don't know. I'm not like a firearms expert. And then it looks like a couple magazines, and then there's something with like how would you describe that? Like a spring, something with a spring, probably a firearms component. So he's going to go around. He's going to explain what all of these items are. And first of all, he's going to explain that none of them are illegal. So there's nothing in there that is inappropriate. There's nothing there that he's not supposed to have. Yeah, he said the same thing. Weapons components here. He said a lot of his weapons were modular, which means you can trade pieces in and out. And he said that's what a lot of these cases are. A stock grip for a shotgun, a holding stock, a grip for an AR, a grip for his revolver, the stack of an AR-15, a buffer tube with a spring. And then he says these little things that look like circles, these are little odds and ends for firearms. Then he thinks he sees a 9mm barrel from his pistol. And then he said that there's grip enhancer for a pistol. And then another grip for an AR-15. Then these are sights to assist with visibility. And then he He said, "These are rails." I don't know what that's for. And then he said that looks like the trigger from one of his pistols, which he had replaced with something else. Yeah, and she's Crystal's right. She says at least they have exhibits, actual items to exhibit. Most of the evidence on our guys was internet memes. Oh, they did the memes earlier in this trial too. We went through what Special Agent Oompa Loompa spent 10 minutes describing a series of memes in a group chat where the FBI claims was a quote militia leadership chat that had about 20 people in it, some of whom they just couldn't identify because they're probably informants or feds. Welcome, Mutilating Blast. You're here for the party. Good to see you. Yeah, this is just ridiculous. And as I said, I want to play some of the clips from that first trial just to explain to people how ridiculous some of this stuff is. It truly is like these guys are being punished for their political beliefs basically, and because they had the audacity to do some perfectly legal defensive training that people pay in some cases thousands of dollars to get that kind of training. They just didn't know that it was the FBI providing it to them. They didn't know. So that's not their fault. And again, nothing about that training was even illegal in any way. Okay, so that they finished that up. Now they're gonna bring up another exhibit here. This is one of their exhibits, the defense exhibits. Gonna look back at these as the great meme wars, exactly. When 75% of your friends are the FBI or their agents provocateur. Okay, so now they've brought up this again is another exhibit where they've laid out, it's literally just one magazine, looks like to a AR or an AK. Then there's two patches. There's something else that just looks like, again, like another similar component. And he's asked if there's anything illegal or inappropriate that you're not supposed to have. In this picture, he says, no, sir. Perfectly consistent with somebody that is working private security. Okay, so he's just explaining what all of this stuff is. He says that these are just patches, they don't really mean anything. There's nothing like nefarious about the patches. And then this is just like a magazine. So he said that the one patch is for the Michigan Civil Defense Force. It says MCDF on the patch. So he already talked about his friend Ken's group yesterday, that the prepping group that he did the online medical training for. So that's just for that. And then he says this is an AR-15 magazine. So those were retrieved by police. And then he says, were any of these items possessed for attack purposes? He said, were they for anything nefarious? And Eric says, no, I had no offensive purpose to his gear. And his lawyer says, well, all these items are for what then? He says, for the militias, for the competitions, for self-defense purposes, for my job. Perfectly explainable. Makes sense. Now they got one more they're going to bring up. And this is another thing, too, where it's perfectly innocent things that you have could be portrayed as something different. That's scary, I think, and I hope that the jurors, are thinking about that as well, that you could have items that you literally need to have for work, and they could be used against you in some kind of conspiracy trial. It's crazy. So now they're bringing up another exhibit, I believe, or they're supposed to be. So I don't see it up yet. Um, they did, for whatever reason, they're not actually displaying this picture up on the projector screen. He literally was holding it on a piece of paper. So Eric is describing it as some kind of bolt action, something or other. Ruger precision rifle, chambered 22 caliber. So it's very small rifle round. He said, I originally purchased this because I wanted to get my children into firearms as well. I tried to get something that was very easy to handle and it's very cheap, you know. So, yeah, that's why he has that. And his lawyer says, is that inappropriate to have in your possession? And Eric says, no. He says it does have a threaded barrel, so that also is legal, though. And his lawyer said, is that something you shouldn't have? And he says, no, it is not. Perfectly legal to have. And so he's describing some other things on the photo. There's some rifle cases and rifle bags. And it's sitting on Ruger soft bags. I don't know what this means. He said he thinks they call it sock. Okay. So this old big scary item is like pretty easily explained. None of that was obtained illegally. All perfectly normal. So now they're bringing in another exhibit. I don't know if they're going to put it up on the screen this time. So, oh, okay. So this is a box for the radio frequency. This is for the RF device. This is literally the box of the RF device that he ordered on Amazon for like $50. It's actually, it looks like it's Korean. It's a Korean brand. That's Korean writing. And then it says GPS/spy/monitor detector. He says, are you allowed to have that box? And he says, yes. Now, he is asked if he has it with him today. He says, yes, sir. And his lawyer asks, is that inappropriate or something you shouldn't have? He says, no, it's not. It's not inappropriate. Anyone can order it on Amazon. And indeed, you would do that if you were working private security and you're trying to impress your clients. This is not hard. So he does have the manual for it as well. And he says it doesn't do IR. I know that it was said that it does infrared, but it does not. He says it doesn't. Oh, so the prosecutors lied, you mean, when they said that? Gee, who could have guessed? Who would have guessed that they have been lying the entire time? Weird, huh? All right, so now they are bringing up another exhibit. So basically what he's doing here, what Mr. Barnett is doing is essentially he's going over the stuff that was already basically presented as all evidence of big, scary, bad stuff by the prosecutors. He's re-going over that and basically just having him explain what the actual truth is about it. And I think that's a good thing. So Eric is looking at a picture that's just been handed to him right now. And these are, he says, it looks like text activity between himself and Adam Fox. He says timestamp is 8/28 of 2020. So this would have been August 28th, 2020. We have, and we've gone over, as you guys know, that August 29th was the FBI's pre-planned daytime recon or daytime surveillance. And we have we've gone over the text messages where the FBI was literally not only planning it, but telling their informants that they want to maximize attendance. They told, Jason Chambers told Big Dan to invite Brandon Caserta on the daytime recon. And then we have Dan saying, oh, you know, do we want to break this up into 2 trips or just have one? And the FBI is literally planning the whole damn thing. So, yeah, and they'll just lie about the evidence that they have. We saw, for example, Special Agent Oompa Loompa quite literally at this trial had altered the timestamp on an audio clip that the government introduced as evidence in this case. He changed the timestamp to make it appear that that audio clip was Eric talking on the drive up on the daytime recon rather than on the way back. And that's very, very important because Eric's story is that I didn't know what was going on when I first got in the car. It's not until we're already on the way that I find out like where we're actually going. I think we're going to Bel Air. And so, yeah, they just lie. And so he altered that timestamp to try to fabricate evidence. That is tampering. That's tampering with evidence. That had to have been manually changed. And the judge let him get away with trying to tamper with evidence and lie and fabricate evidence and call it a typo. It wasn't a typo. That wasn't an accident. He had to do that on purpose. That's my belief. And I'm surprised that this trial wasn't ended when that was discovered. And had the defense lawyer not have figured that out, the jury wouldn't have known. They would have been misled by the FBI like everyone else was. So this is a message from Adam Fox. It says, you able to go tomorrow? To which Eric says, I'm in. You said it was going to be you and some other dudes all in the same vehicle. To which at 8:28 that same day, the day before the FBI's planned daytime recon, Adam responds, yes. So we're going to start in Lansing and go to DC area or BC area. Then also on August 28th, the day before the FBI's daytime recon, Adam says, if you want to go to Lansing, you can meet me here at my vac store at 08:45 tomorrow. To which Eric responds, starting in Lansing, what is the plan? Are we going to do area sweeps and assess locations as well as local patrols? Is there something specific you're looking for? Let me know. To which Adam states, also on the 28th, we do in recon for possible future activity. So then Adam also says on 8/28, hit wire. So his lawyer says, well, what does wire mean? And he says, wire the chat app. So there's nothing there about, hey, we're going to go surveil the governor's house. Hey, nothing about Whitmer. Whitmer's name is not mentioned. It says nothing like that. And, this is, again, it supports the idea that none of them knew about this in advance. I've showed that. We went through the messages where Barry was told they were going to do land navigation training. And we went through the messages where they're literally at the nighttime recon saying this. And this is the informants who Dan Chappell testified to under oath, that they didn't know about each other, and that the informants didn't find out about each other until after the quote unquote takedown. That is a lie. Here is CHS Dan, CHS Jenny, CHS Steve, all talking the night of at Luther of the nighttime surveillance, the government's planned second recon trip. CHS Steve says, does he know about it yet? CHS Dan says, no, that's for you. CHS Jenny says, what did you just say? CHS Dan says, can he come and her not tonight? Jenny says, no. CHS Steve says, can he come what? CHS Jenny says, because she won't let him go. CHS Steve says, well, he can come tonight. CHS Jenny says, but what he's saying is, will she stay and let him go? CHS Steve says, he ain't got no choice. She ain't got no choice. Yeah, if either way, he's going to go with us and she can't. That's what's up, period. So they had planned all of this in advance. And it's very sad and tragic. And then we also had Dan, giving orders to people, saying, we're leaving, and telling Adam what to do. I told Adam, to do this. So this is not Adam leading anything. It isn't Barry leading anything. It is the same thing as we see with Eric, that the FBI duped these people and lured them out there under false pretenses with both of the surveillance trips. Barry's told we're doing land navigation training. They even admit he doesn't know where he's going prior to getting in the vehicle. Okay, that is entrapment. That is the definition of it. Continuing. So his lawyer asks, how would you describe this discussion? He says, well, that's us talking about the ride. I guess not even the ride. I guess I don't even really know what's going on. He says, I'm asking, what are we looking out for? So I can have my Cadillac people, his Cadillac crew, get eyes on as well. Because during that time, he's trying to coordinate. I'm seeing stuff. He's seeing stuff in relation to the unrest that was occurring during the Summer of Love. So they're talking. And his lawyer says, we have another exhibit as well. And he's getting that out. So I don't know. They're trying to figure out how to get this next exhibit up. He's talking about how he's done a lot of reading. This is so strange, guys, I swear. Come on. All right, I think they're getting it up. These trials are so grueling at times. Put the exhibit up on the screen. It is not hard. It shouldn't be hard. Lord have mercy. Okay, at this time, he says, at this time, Your Honor. Oh, I think they're doing another sidebar. All right. He says, take a look at 822T. And he's passing something out, some papers out. Plaintiff's Exhibit 22T. That would be government exhibit. Deploy the exhibit. Deploy the exhibit, sir. Okay. He's moving for the admission of the exhibit. It is a 1-paragraph sentence, 2 sentences or so, 3, by stipulation of the parties. Oh, what is this? Come on, let us know. Lawful law. Is it lawful law? Oh my God, now they go, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a short break. Seriously? What is happening? So now they're arguing about stuff. The defense lawyer and the judge. They're arguing about whether or not this has been admitted yet or not. And I think the reason is because they don't want whatever this is. I don't think they want it to come out. So, still arguing. Come on. They're arguing about what exhibits are already introduced. Now they're counting exhibits. Good God. What is going on here? I mean, this is strange. I know, right? Oh my goodness. I've actually at times wondered if the prosecutors were doing that, because it was almost like they were trying to debunk the things that I had been reading to people and talking about. They're like, oh yeah, it was we did try to make it a multi-state plot, but it actually was, because look, this person went from Michigan to Wisconsin. Why would they do that? And it's like, why did you pick them up and take them there? Why did you host the FTX in Wisconsin? Like, you were trying to make it a multi-state plot. That was you doing it. Why did you, the FBI, try to induce Frank Butler into K&K'ing Ralph Northam? All right. Why were you trying to get a disabled elderly Vietnam veteran to kidnap his governor? It is bizarre. Okay, so now they're bringing up, this was already introduced by, I believe, the government as an exhibit. And what it is a transcript. This is from 2 days before the FBI's so-called national meetup of militia groups at the Dublin meeting, they call it. This was a meeting that the FBI called and chaired at the Drury Inn and Suites in Columbus, Ohio. They call it the Dublin meeting, though, wherein the FBI essentially commandeered the hotel, and they had their agents stationed all around like this was some big meetup of like mafia bosses or like heads of cartels or something. You know, there was most likely a drone flying overhead because they make everything incredibly dramatic and theatrical and grandiose. So this is 2 days before the FBI's planned, called, chaired Dublin meeting, where the pedo informant Steve Robeson called the meeting to order, purchased the hotel room, and invited people. And the government lied and tried to say it was Barry's meeting, but they refused to produce the receipt showing who purchased the hotel room, who booked it. We know, and they did sort of admit at the federal trial, that this was Steve's meeting in Dublin, and it was quite literally all FBI informants wearing recording devices, and then targets that most likely came from the database of targets that was given to Steve Robeson. So this is a transcript from 2 days before that. This is Adam talking, and Adam is invited to that meeting. We don't know by who. I'm assuming probably Big Dan or something. But anyways, he's talking, and they're discussing this something that's going to be statewide, and it's most likely this meeting that the FBI has planned for them. So This is an audio recording. Adam talking. He was telling him about the Second Continental Army, which again, this is completely fabricated by the FBI. That the Second Continental Army doesn't exist. It is the FBI had Steve like tell Adam about it. That's all it is. Okay, so he's asking him, what is the context of this coming in, like with your relationship to Mr. Fox? Your entry onto the Facebook page. And now the prosecutor's complaining that he's having a hard time hearing the defense lawyer. So his lawyer is saying, tell me if you would, what context this is in relative to your relationship with Mr. Fox and your entry onto the Facebook page. Again, is the Facebook page set up by the FBI? This is ridiculous. So he said, Adam and I didn't have a lot of interaction at this point, but we both ran with militia groups. At this point, it sounded like he was trying to get his own group together at the, of course, behest of the FBI, who told him he needed to do so and recruit people. So that's the context of it right there. And they're going to move on. 2014, please. I guess that's another exhibit. So, and again, this is, it's audio, but it's like they're just presenting the transcript. So this is, this one is, again, also on the 4th. It's an 11-second audio clip. And he says, bro, this is Eric saying, I just got goosebumps listening to that shit. This is everything I want to effing do, exactly the way I want to effing do it. I am 110% on board with this idea, man. This was, again, 2 days before the FBI's planned nationwide meetup of militia groups. And he's saying that everything Adam was saying at that point, you know, he agreed with. And he said what they were talking about is people need to, you know, actually do stuff rather than just sitting there complaining. They need to be more like activists. You know, sitting complaining doesn't get anything done. He says, when he said that, I agreed with that. You know, actually have boots on the ground sort of thing. And his lawyer says, what do you mean boots on the ground? And he says, just actually getting out, being active, being an active participant. And he said, I was wanting to do something like that here. So I said, I'm 110%. And he said, is this for good purposes or bad purposes? And Eric says, good stuff like militia activity. And he says, like what good militia stuff? He says, protecting communities, getting involved so you can be a part of it. If you don't like laws that are being proposed, you can actually get out. You can actually get out there and research and actually be active. That's what he means by that. So they've had some back and forth on Facebook, some communications. So they would do audio messages or voice messages. They would send voice messages over Facebook or something. Now they're bringing up another exhibit, 25T. We're waiting for it to be brought up. Deploy the exhibit. Okay, so this is also, again, from June 4, 2020, 2 days before the FBI's planned nationwide meetup in Dublin. And Adam says, "Oh, I'm effing doing it, man. So consider yourself a part of it now." And now we just grow our SHIT. I got a meeting on Saturday out of state with some guys. So once after that meeting, I'll come back. But dude, we might be doing some real effing cowboy SHIT here in the near future. Oh, yeah, that sounds like it came right out of the lips of Steve Robeson, who did call and share that meeting that Adam is talking about getting invited to. And this cowboy talk, yeah, that's Steve. That's exactly how he sounds. This is Adam just repeating what informant and pedo Steve has told him. So he's not reading it in because he doesn't need to. Let's see. Oh, we got 17 people watching on Rumble now. Whee! That's so awesome. All right, so he's asking, his lawyer's asking basically, well, what's, you don't really know each other that well, but what's the purpose, sort of, or context of this conversation? And he's like, people you just talk. And I think that makes sense. We all do that. It says, consider yourself a part of it now. What does that mean? And Eric says, it means what it says, consider yourself part of it now. So the movement, I would imagine. His lawyer says, what is the movement? He says, get active, being a part of the system. They're bringing up the next exhibit, 26T. This is, I believe, another government exhibit. So what he's basically doing, his lawyer, and I think it's a very good and very smart strategy, is just going over and kind of dismantling all of these exhibits that the government put in there and added their own fake context to. He's going back over all of these exhibits that were hyped up as scary and bad and nefarious, and he's just having Eric explain the truth of what's the real context of this. And everything so far that Eric has said makes sense. He's not being evasive in his answers. He's not sitting there formulating, crafting what he's going to say. He's responding right away. That is all indicators that someone is being truthful. So this is another message, still one of the audio messages from Facebook Messenger. This is still June 4, 2020, so 2 days before the Dublin meeting. Adam says, calling ourselves Second Continental for a reason. George Washington's army was the First Continental. We are now the Second Continental. We're going to take back what's ours, bro. Now that comes directly from Steve. It literally comes from Steve. And I don't know where it is here. I'll have to go through the dates. But Steve made this Facebook post where he was talking. And I believe he mentions the Second Continental Army. And you can tell he's gassing Adam up and telling him, oh, yeah, we're going to be the Second Continental Army. Let me see if I can find it. I really want to find it because I want people to see it. Oh, come on. Where is it? Okay, wait. I think we might be getting close. Oh, and here, this is just again, this was the text message 2 days before that daytime recon between Special Agent Chambers and Big Dan, where Jason Chambers instructs Dan to get as many people as possible into the ride along on the 29th. This is a text message from the 29th between Special Agent Chambers and Informant Dan, where Special Agent Chambers pushes CHS Dan to get Brandon Caserta to go on the daytime recon. So everything, that they've brought in really makes me angry. Now, this is also interesting because this is a day before the Dublin meeting. CHS Dan is picked up on audio saying, no, I will be your ops guy. I don't have the network platform like you guys. This was Dan agreeing to be the leader, the trainer. And this was an interior Wolverine Watchman meeting. Now, they had already basically decided, I would say back in March of 2020, when Dan first joined the group, that basically everybody right away saw him as the leader. This is just the official, them making that official June 3rd. And it does actually contradict what Dan Chappell testified to last week. When he testified, he said it wasn't until after that Dublin meeting that he was made the XO, or executive officer of the group. So these are just riddled with lies, as usual. Let's see. Naval strikes. Oh my God. That was Dan talking about, bragging about his, all of his training and all this and that, because he was trying to impress these guys. Here, wait, I think we're getting to it. Wow. This is Steve at the Dublin meeting, Informant Steve. You can't just grab brick and mortar without a effing human to go with it. You've done nothing but grab brick and mortar. The other informant, CHS Knight III, says, you take brick and mortar and you've locked yourself down in one effing spot and you've made yourself an effing target. That entire team has just lost their lives. Then CHS Steve complaining at Dublin, this is audio, quote, we did not leave that meeting with a plan. No, we didn't. And I'm a little frustrated about that. But what we do know, that we have to communicate this group right here. And here we go. CHS Steve on audio at the Dublin meeting. At this point, we have no plan. Go to the indictment. Go to paragraph 1 of the government's indictment. The indictment of paragraph 1 says that the plan started in Dublin, that is when they solidified a plan. Now, they changed this story, and you heard Mr. Ralston say that the plan actually, and you heard some of these agents testify that the plan didn't actually solidify until after Luther FTX, which would have been in September of 2020. So they even contradict their own indictment. And this is what I mean, how the story is changing, ever shifting goalposts, because the goals are detached from reality and they're connected to a narrative that is attempting to be portrayed. So that shows the indictment, the first paragraph of the indictment of these men to be false, dishonest, and the prosecutor proceeding in bad faith. And I would say knowingly proceeding in bad faith. Like, he knew, because he's had access to all of this stuff. He knew he was lying when he said it, but he didn't care. Oh, here we go. CHS Steve. This is on Facebook, June 22nd of 2020. So this would have been a couple days, after these messages that they're going over. But so he says, welcome, Michigan chapter of the Patriot 3%ers, United States. You men and women are the epitome of patriots and lead by example. Adam Dean Fox has been voted by National. Again, National doesn't exist. This is the FBI's fake national militia group. It's not real. He's been voted by National to get the ball rolling as CO, commanding officer, and will appoint XO, executive officer, and so forth. You guys rock. Can't wait. Train with y'all. We will regain our republic by whatever means necessary. Guns up. Long live the republic. This is, my God, that's Steve. And that talk about Second Continental Army, all this other crap, comes from him, as you can see. So let's continue on. So he's being asked about this message on 6/4/2020, right before Dublin, where Adam is talking about Second Continental Army. So this is from Adam to Eric. He says Second Continental. And his lawyer asked, did you ever go to training for this group, Second Continental? He says no. He says, is there any formality to that group other than the Facebook page? Again, most likely set up by the FBI. We know the Michigan Patriot 3%ers was set up for Adam by the FBI. And so presuming the same thing. Now they're bringing up the next exhibit. This is also from the same day. So 2 days before the FBI's planned national militia meetup. This is a transcript. This is Eric responding. And he says, by the way, I don't know what all you know about Sam, dude. Tell me what you know about him, because that MFer came over and talked to me for an hour and a half or 2 hours on the clock the other night and effing proved himself to me like a MFer, dude. Pictures, messages. This guy is the most legit badass I have ever run across. And I know some hard mofos. They're talking about Sam Riley, the U.S. Marshal. Yes, it's Bobo, is my cat. It's my cat. That's Bobo. So this is him talking to Adam about Sam Riley, who is the U.S. Marshal that Adam got Eric jobs working private security for. Bobo, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. We don't know if she's a cat or a Fed. She could be both. Okay, so he's saying that Sam was very impressive, this marshal that he was doing private security for. He says, I would say the guy's very, very tough. He's being asked about his language. Does he often use curse words? And he says yes. What is she doing? She's going back and forth. You guys see this? What is this creature doing? You see its tail just going back and forth. Can you sit still? Just sit. If you're going to sit, sit. It's doing this again. All right, so they're making a joke about, this is a message where they're making a joke. This is also on the 4th. Adam says, yeah, I don't know much about Sam, but SHIT, let's get Sam on board with the, and then it says unintelligible, haha. So their own transcripts, they're leaving out parts of what's being said, and they just claim that it was unintelligible. Rabbit is asking to get a shout out. I don't know who you are, but hello. Good to see you here. I don't, you have a little wrench. That's funny in your handle there. But yeah, so there, Adam is even saying he doesn't know Sam that well. And I'm interested to figure out how Adam got into contact with Sam Riley. Because I don't know, how did Adam meet this marshal, and how did he start working security for him? I find that strange. You know, while he's under FBI investigation, it is just truly bizarre to me. Okay, Bobo. All right, let's continue. So he's asked, did Sam ever join any of these groups? Facebook pages. He said, no. He said, no. That's an obvious joke. Adam is joking. He said he wouldn't actually approach Sam to join a militia. Okay, he says 619. This is okay. So Here we go. This is an audio message from June 19th, 2020 from Adam Fox. Quote, "Hey, I'm networking with Wolverine Watchman right now, trying to get you guys another agent for that Wyoming detail." This is again security detail when they were working security. "So hang tight and I'll see. Hopefully something by tonight, okay? Let Sam know I'm doing my best." That's Adam saying this on the 19th, June 19th. So he's saying, "What's a detail?" And he said they're doing Menards. This is when they were working security at Menards and they were trying to get more people for the detail. Uh, he says they needed more workers. Sam was a contractor. And he would need to, he said he would request from them, "Do you know anybody?" So he's getting people to try to work the security detail at Menards. He says this is from Adam to me, 6/19/2020. Adam says also download the app, the Wire app. It's like a Wire secured chat or whatever. We can talk a little more freely on there. So that's Adam saying that. And he's being asked about it. He says it's a chat app. He doesn't really know how else to describe it. And so he says that the word encrypted has been floating around. What does that mean? And Eric says, I don't really know how to describe it. He said, it makes it harder for people to read it. So you have to be part of the conversation to see. And so he says, what does it mean when somebody says we could talk a little bit more freely on there? And he's saying, well, what it means is this is something that, is common in their circles. There's a lot of paranoia in militia groups. And he said this is very common for militias. Now, this is on 6/19. And then he says they're going to bring up the next exhibit here. This is exhibit 32. It is a video. They're going to bring up the video and play it. It's Adam talking. It's a Facebook video. And by the way, this was not introduced in the federal trial. He says, I think it's sad that everybody sits on Facebook and BITCHESs when we have the numbers, we have the ammunition, we have all the tools that we need to just go take our country back. 35 members of Congress that don't give an F about us. And he says, there is a slew of videos like this that were played that are like a slideshow of Adam Fox's Facebook videos. And he says, I'm sure that's a portion of what he's brought out. Yes. And he says, have you seen this video? He said, I can't tell you if I saw that specifically. He doesn't know if he ever saw it. He said it doesn't stand out. And now his lawyer says, do you remember any of these Facebook videos? And he says, not particularly, no. And he said, do you know when these were posted? He says, no. He said, I heard these were posted on his Facebook page, but I don't know. He doesn't know when. Like his first personal Facebook page. He says there's a bunch of these videos that were brought in and played. You don't recall seeing them? He says no. And he asked, "Do you know what he's talking about here?" He says, "Well, yeah." He says, "Based on what he said." Which is what? And he says, "It sounds like he's talking about Boogaloo stuff." And his lawyer says, "You were or were not aware of that?" And he says, "No." Now they're playing another exhibit or bringing up another exhibit. This is another Facebook video. He says people need to stop with the misplaced anger and place the anger where it should go. And that's against our tyrannical effing governor who militarized all these police and put this thing in place. Now let's just go to the top, start at the top, and weed our way down. How about that? And he says, "What's that? Have you seen that before?" He said, "Another clip that was played doesn't stand out to him." He said, "Did any of these videos, did they get sent to you privately? Or did they just show up on the page?" And he says, they were just posted to his page. And so now they're bringing up another exhibit. So I think this is this is going to be another video. We're waiting for it to play. Okay, so all right, so this is pictures actually. These were pictures that were taken in Grand Rapids at the American Patriot Rally. And Adam was there, Eric is there, and the Null brothers are there, but they're not there together. They happen to show up because they're all in they're of a similar milieu. So they're basically, what their government is trying to claim is that somehow they're all associated, even though they attended this group separately. So that's weird. So he's being asked to explain this. This is the Rosa Parks Circle rally, the American Patriot Rally. That was on May 18th of 2020. So he said this was the first time he actually saw Adam in person. Never met him before. He said Sam Riley was there. He injected himself into a security position. So that's what you see, him standing there. Oh, and the brothers were there working security, helping to protect people as well. Now, he says, where did you see them that day? As far as location, where were the Nulls that day? He says they were on the stage with Darleaf. Darleaf was a sheriff of Genesee County. And he says, he was asked, do you know if Adam attended this rally with anybody, or was he there by himself? He says, I don't know. He said, this is the first time I've seen him. He was with Amanda Keller. That's his ex-girlfriend. He said she was there when I saw him. So he was with her. So he's asking, can you tell us what's going on in this picture equipment-wise? And he's explaining basically why he's got on, his equipment. And he says he's basically pointing out the plate carrier that he's wearing and explaining why he has it, his holster, which is on his hip, He has a Velcro clip. These are his patches are up here. And then he has his AR-15 on him. Okay. He's asking, so now he's being asked about what was going on in the rally. Like he said, there's a couple people that were off stage over to the side. And he's asked, his lawyer asked, were you up by the stage? And he said he was, that if this is the stage, he's over on the side. So up in front, looking at the crowd off to the side. And he says, what his lawyer is asking, what's the purpose of your presence at this rally? He says, my presence there, I would go to the rally anyways. I figured while I was there, I would stand up and do a watch over. So he's like scanning the crowd. Bobo, stop with the papers. And his lawyer asks him, did anything happen at that rally? He says, no, not that I recall. And he says, it was a pretty good rally. Nothing happened that he could recall. And now they're bringing up another video. Bobo! So this is another video of Adam that was introduced by the government. And they didn't show these videos at the federal case. So it's weird that they're playing him here. Bobo, stop. So Adam says, at this point, I feel like such a cosplay man. And it's hard to understand what he's saying. That's horrible audio on this video. He said, we have a tyrannical governor who violates our constitutional rights and basically rules our state. And then the clip ends. And he's being asked, have you ever seen that video before? Eric says, I did not. He said, I'm confused what these have to do with me. I don't know how to respond to these. Now he's saying, how about videos of Barry? He said, again, I don't know what this has to do with me. Those have nothing to do with me. He said, I'm not in control of what other people say or do. So he said, I don't know why this is being presented. I have no idea how to respond to it. Now he says that's the last video. He's moving on to another exhibit. And I think this one might be more audio or video. They're bringing it up. So he's asked, where is this from? So this is some kind of, it looks like a screenshot of a Word document. This is supposed to be a chat. Okay, so okay. All right, so this is dated 6/20/20. This would have been June 20th of 2020 transcript. This is an audio conversation on the 20th. This, I believe, would have been from the Vac Shack. And I was just looking at some of the things I had here from right around that time. I have two audio from Dan from the Vac Shack meeting where Dan is saying, he says, what is our goal? Are we just training for everything? What's we're trying to focus in on, because you can train for everything, for effing everything. But if you want to have an end game, that's what we need to deport our resources to. Also, 2 days before that, on the 17th of June 2020, Dan is overheard on audio saying, "That's the wire. That's where we do all of our talking at. It's a secure line. We don't do anything on Facebook. I'll reach out to Joe and have him add you on there." So this is Dan pushing Adam to use encrypted chats and the Wire app that Adam, you then hear Adam telling Eric to get on Wire. Remember they played that earlier and we talked about it. Yeah, Adam didn't even get onto Wire on his own. It was the FBI that suggested it to him. Okay, so this is a transcript from the 20th, and Eric was not at this meeting. It is CHS Dan talking, Adam Fox, Dan, and Paul Bellar is there. You can see the part of Bobo's head. Look at this creature. It is just not leaving me alone. That's so weird. The Whitmer case still baffles me. Anyone who even looks into it superficially sees it's Fed-led nonsense, and yet these men are still in prison and they're still going with it. It's ridiculous. Jonathan, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Could you stop cheek rubbing the microphone, ma'am? You're gonna knock it over. She just can't help herself. She's got to do goofy stuff here. Could you stop? Oh my goodness. All right, so this is, again, I don't know why they're doing this, but for whatever reason, and it's obvious because there isn't really a case here. Eric didn't provide material support for the FBI's fake kidnapping plan. Okay, it didn't happen. That's what he's being charged with, in addition to a felony firearms charge, because he attended one of these FTXs put on by the government, and he brought his own firearm. Like, he didn't provide arms for any T group. What is going on, Bobo? Are you compromised? Exactly. What is going on with this creature? We don't even know. It just is going to cheek rub, and she's going to dig her claws into my legs again. It's so mean and so cruel. But she means well. She just really likes to snuggle me and to sit on me and stuff. And she just likes to be with me to the point where she won't leave me alone. And then she tries to do these so right now she's sitting here on the desk and she's got herself laying on her side, and then she's going like this. And she just keeps kind of rolling around and then looking at me like, aren't you going to pet me? It's ridiculous and so silly. But she knows what she's doing. She's trying to be so cute. You are distracting. That's what you are. What a ridiculous creature. Jonathan says, I salute you for the real journalism and helping me understand this weird thing. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying, in between Bobo being silly. So this is the conversation between Dan, Adam, and Paul Bellar from June 20. No. So the prosecutor's complaining and saying that the defense lawyer should be directing the jury's attention to what this is in terms of context. So, and direction. And he says that would be helpful. And the lawyer goes, thank you, Mr. Ralston. So this is on 6/20, Vac Shack meeting in the basement of the Vac Shack, where I guess that's the context, but Eric wasn't at that meeting. He says he was not present for it, and he didn't know it was going on. No one told him. He says, you see your name mentioned, but he's not in this, and he wasn't aware of it. So He says, Adam brings up his name. The context is so Dan says, CHS Dan says, how many guys, solid guys you got like that? How many solid guys do you got like that? Like we've got like 25 now. Adam says, for us, a lot. I know Eric Molitor is good to go. Mikey's good to go. I know Danny and all his guys are good to go. CHS Dan says, how many out of the group do you think would be on board? Adam says, I mean, I could probably put, all of MLM is good to go. So Michigan Liberty Militia is good to go. Bellar says, we're talking our groups all constitutional something or other. This is, I can't see what it says. It's cut off. So Eric says, I see my name there. Yes. He says, do you know what's being referred to here? He says, I have no idea. He says, do you see Mikey? He says, I have no idea who Mikey is. And he's saying, do you know who Mikey is? He says, no. Do you know who Danny is? He says, no. And he says, I can't speak to what he's talking about. He said Dan's with him, so I never heard Dan referred to as Danny. So he's assuming this is not the same informant Dan, like a different Dan. He says, are you good to go for a nefarious purpose? He says, I don't know what this is talking about. He said, has Mr. Fox, Mr. Barnett asks, has Mr. Fox ever asked you if you're good to go for anything other than on the ride? He says, no, he hasn't. He has not. He says, again, when you were on the ride and you were asked if you were in or not on the way back, Eric says I was very non-committal when he asked me. And he's bringing up another exhibit number 80. I don't know about that. I believe that they should not be, they know what they're doing is wrong, but they're doing it because they are forced to manufacture these numbers and quotas and cases, and they get promoted for it. But what the agents did in this case is absolutely malicious, and I do not have any sympathy for them. And the only way that would change is if some of these agents come forward and tell the truth. Now, this is a transcript. This is a transcript from the 21st, June 21st, 2020. That's Adam saying, quote, yeah, I'm fully intending on bringing a ton of people with me too. I'm getting a lot of these Wolverine Watchman people to come with, and then probably get some from Michigan Home Guard, like probably have a couple from Michigan Liberty Militia, might get a couple of stragglers from other militias. But yeah, we're going to bring as many people out to Steve's for that weekend as we can, and we're definitely going to be there. That's talking about, by the way, no, Bobo, the Cambria FTX that you heard UCE Mark testify last week. He didn't know who put on the Cambria FTX. It was Steve, CHS Steve, your informant. And we know that that's the case. I mean, I even read his Facebook post that Steve made where he was calling it a family-friendly event and, all this other crap. Yeah, these guys swear an oath and they violate it to hurt people, and it's wrong. So he says, what's this about? It sounds like they're bringing a bunch of people to Cambria, which is, Ralston tried to make it sound like, why did these guys from Michigan go to Wisconsin for this event? These these groups were just organically kind of coming together to do something threatening. And it's like you put on an FTX in Cambria and then you invited as many people as possible. You're the ones that wanted to maximize attendance. So Eric says this looks like Adam is talking to somebody, but Eric doesn't know, he wasn't part of this conversation. And he said, "Who is Steve?" And Eric doesn't even know who this is. He doesn't even know that this is an informant. So this is a message from Adam to Barry. And so the judge is saying that he's not responsible for any evidence. What the hell is he talking about? He said something about a conversation they had yesterday about how this would be done. He said your name is mentioned from, basically they're asking, he's bringing this stuff up, and Eric is just trying to explain that like he doesn't know why this stuff has been introduced as evidence in his case, like when it has nothing to do with him. Like these are Adam having a conversation with somebody else, and it has nothing to do with him. Now he says his lawyer's asking him, would you recall, like how would he even know that this was a message sent from Adam to Barry? And he says, did you, he says, I don't know. I'm he said, I can only tell you what I'm seeing, which is this, what everyone else is seeing. He has zero context for this message. He doesn't know what Barry and Adam are talking about prior to this or after this. It's literally just a 19-second clip, completely out of context, that no one really knows about. And he's not sure why the government introduced it to him or introduced it as evidence in his case. And so now they're bringing up another clip. Now, this is, again, this is, so if you look at how the government presents this clip or this exhibit, what it is it's a screenshot basically of the Facebook page that the FBI created for Adam and the Michigan Patriot 3%ers group. And what you'll actually see, and I can share the screen just for a moment just to show this, what you'll actually see is, look who made the first post on this group. Roby Steve. That's Steve Robeson. Now down here, and they have Impala put this little black box, Eric makes a post. But the first person to post on this Facebook page, which was created by the FBI, and this logo here, this logo they put on their business cards for the fake militia group that the FBI created. You'll see that in the documentary, you're going to see some stuff that shows the FBI made this stuff. So it's really ridiculous that they're introducing it as evidence in the case. Okay, Bobo, I can't see through your head. So he's being asked about it. He said it says 6/23, the day, June 23rd, 2020. Looks like a Facebook post by you. And so I'm going to read my thing for this. So this is this is from June 23rd. This screenshot that I shared of that Facebook page, the page itself created by the FBI. Well, here is, again, leading up to this. This is Steve on Facebook welcoming everybody. This is that post. So it said that Steve was you could see here, Steve was the first person to, I can't see through you, Bobo. Hang on, guys. Bobo, what are you doing? You're just like sitting there like a statue. I don't know what you're doing. This post here, welcome Michigan chapter. So I'm going to read what it says because I have here on my papers what you're seeing on that screen. I have here, and this is what it says. The Facebook page. First person to post on that Facebook page created by the FBI is CHS Steve, the pedo. And it says, and I quote, could you get your head out of the shot here, ma'am? I'm trying to do something serious. It says, welcome, Michigan chapter of the Patriot 3%ers, United States. You men and women are the epitome of patriots and lead by example. Adam Dean Fox has been voted by national. Fake group doesn't exist. There is no national militia group. It's the FBI just made it up and they're pretending. There is no Patriot 3%ers national militia group. It doesn't exist. But apparently he's been voted by them. And by national, that's Steve posing as the head of the national 3%ers group. It wasn't Barry. They said that Barry was a national leader in the 3%ers. That was not true. He says, Adam has been voted by national to get the ball rolling as CO and will appoint XO and so forth. You guys rock. Can't wait to train with y'all. We will regain our republic by whatever means necessary. Guns up and long live the republic. Now, also on Facebook, that same day, June 22nd, Steve posts the following, quote, an event scheduled for the group is FTX Cross Train Multi-State, July 11 through 12, Ford Road, Cambria, Wisconsin, hosted by Steve the Pedo Robson. Weekend event to include medical, live fire range, KILL house / with breach and entry stack, close quarters, weapons protection, if time, knife in hand to hand, lunch and dinner Saturday, and breakfast, lunch Sunday will be provided. We are a family, community-oriented organization. And this is a pedo who is writing this. And the FBI knows he's a pedo, and they're keeping that off of his criminal record. So when people run background checks, they don't know. We're going to put a little hat on you, Bobo, if you just keep staring like a statue. But this pedo says, and I quote, kids are welcome, and we have a huge pool and activities for them and on-site daycare. Other predators? Just wondering. Guns up and long live the republic, or you can come for the night before and set up camp or drive down Saturday early, your choice. Bring what you want to run with if you don't have weapons or want to train or run something else. We do have plenty, but you have to pay for whatever ammo you run through. Also, on the 22nd of, again, one day before the FBI gives Adam this Facebook page that they created, it says, hey, brother, this is Mark using my girlfriend's account. Elise was talking to your fiance, Amanda, about getting more involved, and Amanda suggested I contact you here. Unreal. Okay, continuing on. All right, let's see. So he's being asked about his comment. So right underneath Steve's post, Adam says, yes, sir, let's roll, my brother. He says to CHS Steve, obviously not knowing that the FBI, is created this page for him and that Steve is an informant. And then Eric says, guns up, and Adam Fox, I'm proud to be part of this, brother. Thank you. So he's being asked, what's the context of this? He says, this is me landing on the page. It says guns up. Yeah, that's Steve the informant. And Eric says, I'm proud to be a part of it. So he's joining the Facebook page. His lawyer asks, what does it mean to join a Facebook group or get on a Facebook page? And Eric says it doesn't mean anything. He said, I join many pages on Facebook. And this is when he first was telling me about Second Continental Militia. And I was very excited about that. And so he says, he's asked, are you responding to Adam or Steve Roby? He said, I was talking to Adam specifically. He says, is that, he says he's not responding to Steve or to Adam. He's just kind of posting on the page. Like, hello, I guess. That's his way of saying hello. He's asked, he says, yeah. Now he's asked about another exhibit they're bringing up. All right, now this is, oh my gosh, this is impossible to read. Stop. Oh, don't you dare knock that microphone down. Go lay down. Ma'am, stop cheek rubbing, please. So this is July 3rd. He's being asked about, did you know that Adam was having these conversations basically with the FBI on July 3rd? I believe that's the date, but it's hard to tell. He said, did you ever have a conversation about this? Were you invited? He says, no. And we can see in this conversation, this is Adam talking to a literal federal agent. This is not an informant he's talking to. This is not an undercover. This is, or I'm sorry, it's not a CHS. This is an undercover FBI agent that is named Special Agent Mark Schwiers, but he goes by, when he was undercover, he was posing as Mark Woods using that alias. He's referred to as UCE, which stands for Undercover Covert Employee, UCE Mark, in this thread. And so he's being asked, like, did you know about this conversation between Adam and this FBI agent? And he says no. I don't know if they're going to bring up another exhibit here or what the purpose of this is. I don't really know why these exhibits were introduced anyways, because they don't have anything to do with any of the three defendants that are in court today. It's like they're just trying to retry the federal case, which is bizarre. Oh, are you not entertained, Bobo? I know, that's Bobo. Okay, so this is the date is cut off. I think this is July 3rd audio transcript. This is from apparently a 32-second clip. This is Adam, again, talking to undercover Mark, and we just went over how they got introduced. That was through Adam's girlfriend at the time, Amanda Keller, who I believe was at this point already in June. I think she was already working with the FBI at that point. So this is it's the 22nd of June when UCE Mark, undercover agent Mark Schwiers, first makes contact with Adam on Facebook saying that the other undercover agent, the OCE, online covert employee Lauren Hastings, was posing as a girl named Elise Marie on Facebook who befriended Adam's girlfriend, Amanda Keller. And I think that Amanda had started working with them at this point. So Amanda Keller introduces UCE Mark to Adam on June 22nd. They make contact on Facebook the same day that Steve Robeson is announcing the FBI's planned Cambria FTX. Now, I don't know if there's anything from right before. So I think the only other audio I have beginning in July is Cambria, which was July 11. I don't know if I have anything from the 3rd with Adam talking to just UCE Mark. I don't think I do, but I'm double checking just to make sure, because all of this stuff is really out of order. I don't think I have any of that, though. I believe that it was kept limited. Okay, I do have some of it. I do. So I have Adam talking July 3rd. This would be with UCE Mark. And he says, I want her charged for the crimes she's committed against the citizens of Michigan. So he's saying he wants Whitmer charged for her crimes. He says, here's another route I'm trying to go that's more legal. It's just a matter of getting people on board. But if we could find a constitutional judge or sheriff, my main goal right now is to train. Adam says 8 months in response to what is your timeline when he's asked by UCE Mark that. Then he also says, I keep telling him we got months of planning before we can even move. He's being asked about, I believe, Dan Chappell, the other undercover, like pressuring him. And he's trying to explain to UCE Mark, the other undercover, I keep trying to, because Dan was pushing him for a plan and he doesn't have one and he doesn't want one. And he's trying to explain to this other undercover agent, like, yeah, I keep telling him, we got to we would need a lot of planning and stuff for what the FBI is wanting to do. So Adam was just trying to appease that. All right, let's continue. So this is 7/3/2020. Adam says, we're operating with a group called Wolverine Watchmen. Undercover Mark says, okay. Adam says they're not very well liked by a lot of people in this state, mainly because they're not bootlickers, and they let that be known. Undercover Mark says, yep. Adam says these guys are very effing like covert. Like you'll see some of them in full kits at rallies, but then they got other guys walking around gray man, like you wouldn't even know. Undercover Mark says, right. Adam says, they're like just walking around. They got backpacks on. They got foldable subcompacts in there with like 500 rounds. They're more strapped than we are. And Mark says, right. It's like when you look, even when you read the conversation, you could just tell that the FBI agent here is rolling his eyes, like as Adam is talking about, he's all excited that Dan has introduced him to the Watchmen, who he thinks are pretty cool. But again, this is also showing that the FBI has lied repeatedly about when they claim the plan. There was never a plan. There's just this vague talk and trash talking. And that is even evidenced in this conversation that has been introduced by the government as an exhibit, Yeah, between Undercover Mark and Al. And Eric was not aware of this conversation, by the way, and he wasn't a part of it. Now he's being asked about another exhibit, or they're bringing up another exhibit. Same conversation on 7/3. Now the judge is asking, this is just a 35-second clip. So again, you had at this meeting between Adam and Undercover Mark, that meeting probably lasted, or that conversation probably lasted an entire hour. and they're just introducing 35-second clip. There's zero context to this. But it starts out with Adam saying any electronic device at this point is not secure. Undercover Mark says, I agree. Adam says, anything, that's why we're talking here. I've actually had many meetings here. This is the basement of the vac shack. Undercover Mark says, yeah. It's so condescending too when you read this stuff. It's like, oh my gosh. Adam says, the reason we talk here is because every electronic device is compromised, okay? He's trying to sound cool, like he knows about OPSEC. And Mark says, right. And Adam says, we can't say SHIT about, because we could just, if I say I want to KILL the effing governor and they heard that, they could come in and get me. And Mark says, right, of course. Like he's talking to the FBI right there. He has no idea. He says, I ain't committing a crime. And then Mark says, right. And Adam says, but they could say that because potentially I talked about it, that's effing insane, dude. And Mark says, it is. And then Adam says, I don't know the where we're at. It is the, Mark says, and Adam says, I don't know the where we're at in society is messed up, dude. Our sole purpose with my militia and the other people I'm dealing with is just to restore the republic, the constitutional republic. Okay, so he says, Eric, if there's any discussion about you at the vac shack and you're not present and you don't know these people are talking about you, are you aware of it? And he's like, no. He says, if there was somebody talking about you and you're not there, would that person be having your input? Or he said, no, it would not be for my input. No. Now, the judge is saying he wants to move this along. And if there's a specific purpose for this line of questioning, basically to get to it. So, because he's trying to, that judge wants today to be the last trial. He doesn't want to have any more. So now they're bringing up another one. They're going to go over the exhibit again. So I'm just waiting for them to bring it up. Good to see you, Bianca. C. Clay over on Rumble. So now he's being asked about this. This is a July 3rd, 2020 Facebook post from Eric, and it's from mobile user Eric Molitor. Text, Adam, I stand with you, man. I don't think you would commit suicide, but I do believe you would do what was needed when it was actually needed. And that's so sad because Adam was, I believe, very depressed at that time. And I think he was considering, I think he struggles with anxiety and depression. And so I think that must have been in relation to some kind of conversation they had where Adam was expressing like suicidal thoughts, which is tragic. Because that's exactly where the people are at that the FBI likes to target. He says, this looks like a comment from me to Adam. He said, I can't see the text before or after it. So I don't really know what I'm responding to with this text. Yeah. He's being asked about what's this about the yeeting. He said, I can't tell you what this is about unless I could see the before and after of like this, what was said before and what's said after. You can't just take a text from 3 years ago and expect somebody to remember this random conversation. Like show the whole thread of conversation, at least a couple messages before and a couple after to provide that context. He would need it fleshed out more, he says. He doesn't know. Now they're bringing up another exhibit. And I think what they're doing here, and I guess what the strategy of Mr. Barnett is to just show all of this stuff introduced as evidence at this case, but all of the stuff used as evidence by the government and put in here literally either has nothing to do with Eric or the nulls, or was created by the FBI. Like, they manipulated the situation to make it happen, which is what they've been doing. Now they're playing a video, and this video is from actually, this looks like it is from the, I believe, Luther FTX. This doesn't look like the Cambria one. I believe this is Luther. No, actually, this is Cambria. I'm sorry. There's a video from Cambria. So this is they're going through and doing the drill. This is the room clearing drill, I believe, where they have they have friendly targets and non-friendly targets. So they have green targets with a smiling face. They have red targets with a frowny face. So they're going through, and it's sort of like I don't know, clearing a room. It's just a little 9-second clip. He said, "What'd you see there?" And Eric says, "I see people who need training," and laughs. He said, "That's people trying to run through a shoot house." And he goes, "What do you mean they need training?" And Eric says that, yeah, they're not doing well. And his lawyer says, "Tell me why." He says, "Okay." He said, "They obviously don't have the training, so they probably don't have any past experience in the military, law enforcement, anything like that. I mean, they're going live fire." Yeah. He said, I don't think they'd be ready for that, just seeing that. He said, it has nothing to do with me anyways. I wasn't there. I didn't know anything about it." Now they're bringing up another exhibit. I believe this will be from Luther. Stop it, Bobo. Oh my God. Bobo. This is from the Cambria. This is transcripts from Cambria, which we have some other transcripts from Cambria as well. But this is Adam talking to the FBI at Cambria, talking about a baker. He said, what's a baker? He says, "At that time, I wouldn't have known." And again, this is from a 28-second clip. Now, he said this is from July 11, 2020. "Conversation between Adam and Dan has nothing to do with me." So they're bringing up something else. Another exhibit. Okay, your paws are stuck, ma'am. Honey, your paws. Now, this is another video. Another video looks like from Cambria, but just from a different angle. So it actually appears that they had two videographers filming, or two agents filming from different angles of the same thing, same group going through the shoot house that the FBI set up. I mean, UCE Mark did admit under oath at the federal trial, when he was questioned by Dan Harris's lawyer, Julia Kelly, about this, he did admit that he helped construct the shoot house. So the FBI helped put all this together, of course, and they're hosting this. This is their informant hosting this FTX. Just a video clip being played, more of the same of what we saw earlier. Stop it, Bobo. Enough. Bobo, please. Go lay down. Same thing. They're just showing the video of them going through. And really, from this location and from this angle, you can't actually tell what's going on. This is all you can see is this. It's from a very bad angle here. We can't see anybody who's actually in here. So the agent who was filming this was standing, I would say, probably 40 feet back from where They, from where everybody else was going through that. So they're still playing that clip, still at that different angle. Okay, he says, what do you see in there? He says, it looks like more training again. Has nothing to do with me, wasn't there, didn't know what was going on. He didn't know anything about it. Now he's bringing in another clip. So all of this stuff, it was like introduced as evidence that their trial doesn't even have anything to do with them. Exactly, Athanasius. That's right. You don't have it on this platform. So this is an exhibit. Again, has nothing to do with them. So we don't know why it's being brought up. Yeah, you don't, though, have free speech on YouTube. That is correct. We know that's true. And moreover, you don't get to spam the chat with keywords that you know get channels flagged. And you don't get to put things in there that are very clearly trolling. You know, it's not hard to figure out what you're doing. And it's not hard to put together who's doing it. So this is the conversation from 7/12. This is also at the Cambria FTX. So it has really nothing to do with these people. He doesn't know anything about this conversation, and he wasn't there. Okay, so it's talking about, it's hard to, I don't know why we can't read this. Barry's comment about chopping the trees down where he was. So, all right, so this is actually kind of, it's funny in a way, but what this is referring to, Barry's comment about the trees. Barry was intoxicated, and he does this tough talk when he's around other guys trying to impress them. And Barry was telling people that he had, at one point, because Barry's a truck driver from Delaware, he was talking at one point about, this is like the kind of stuff that guys say when they're trying to like impress each other. Barry was bragging about how he had driven Secret Service details off the road in his truck. Now, that has never happened. He's never done that. He just said it because he's, he is intoxicated and he's been riled up by the FBI. So he is responding to that. And he makes a comment too about how they would, how they could something like have a citizen's arrest, and then they could like knock down every tree from, I guess, Wisconsin to Delaware. It's like the stupidest thing you've ever heard, and it doesn't even make sense. I love Barry, bless his heart, but he said some really stupid things when he was intoxicated. That's just a fact. But that doesn't make him a bad person, and it doesn't make him a criminal. It just makes him a bit of a boomer. So in this conversation, which is very hard to read, they didn't turn the lights off here, but it says something about having this is Steve Robeson. He says, sorry, F something people, and Brandon is talking. Steve responds and says, I think something about taking the airspace. And this is when they were talking about commandeering the airspace. And no, that was never going to happen. No one's going to commandeer the airspace. They're not going to take her. They were talking about, oh yeah, we could like fly her over the lake on a kite. It's silly talk. Now he's bringing up another exhibit. This one is, so this is the picture, and we saw this picture before. So Dan testified under oath last week that Cambria was not a family-friendly event. He said it was aggressive, hostile, and Violent. Although it was not. And either way, the government called and shared it. This is a photo of, oh my God, look at Pedo Steve. Look at this creep. He's disgusting. You know, what a freak. But you can see here, there's a group of families. I mean, it's not just like militia guys, but you've got families here too. You've got some women here, older woman. There's somebody's son is here, teenage son. So you have, this was a family-friendly event, and you saw Barry in the front with his tricorn hat on. So eccentric, exactly. Barry's eccentric. Yes, that's right. And they knew that, and that's why they targeted him. Yeah, the FBI let him near kids. It's so awful. So he was not in Wisconsin, not in that group photo. Now they're bringing up another exhibit. This is exhibit 107. Now, this is a conversation that is partially cut off, but it appears to be a screenshot of his Adam talking in July. So Deansy is Adam. Adam is saying something to somebody else. True that, brother. Everything has to be perfect and precise. Then we see July 9. Deansy, so that would be Adam, saying there's a Founding Fathers meeting the 18th in Ohio. I'd like you to be up there with me. It's for leadership. Final plans for mission will be determined there with input from all states. And then somebody else is saying I should be able to make it, and that person's name is not available, coincidentally. How convenient. Deansy is Adam. Oh, okay. And it looks like he's talking to Sean Fix, the guy who was pretending to be a Navy SEAL. Conversation between Adam and Sean. Founding Fathers meeting in Ohio. No, that's not the Dublin. The defense attorneys made a mistake here asking if this is the Dublin meeting. Dublin was June 6th. This is talking about the July 18 meeting in Ohio. It's called the Peebles meeting. That's at least what the government has called it. And I will bring up some of the stuff from Peebles because Peebles is insane and no one talks about this as far as I know of what happened at Peebles. But I want to read some of the conversation from Peebles. First of all, let's talk about Cambria. July 11 and 12 that you just saw pictures from that was billed as the family-friendly event. You saw everybody in that picture. Let's talk about some of the audio that was said at Cambria from the recording device of Steve Robeson. 2 hours, 15 minutes, 39 seconds into the recording on the July 11. Barry is smoking pot with a group of people during the FTX, including Mike McDonald, presumably Adam and Amanda, and several others. CHS Steve is near enough to record the conversation. CHS Steve says, quote, "We're going to smoke one. Can somebody grab Mike and tell him to come down quick?" So they're all getting, this is, again, who was providing that marijuana to Barry? Steve. He was giving it to him by the ounce. Steve, of course, is an informant. Now there's more audio, 19 minutes and 17 seconds in. Now it's interesting about who this audio they're saying is coming from because it's mentioning CHS Steve and Barry Croft, but on the audio device. So Robeson is listed. I don't know if you guys can see this. I think it blurs. But they list, it says audio and it lists a device and it lists a name, like Robeson Recordings. This says Newcastle. I wonder, who's that referring to? Is there another informant? Is there one name? What is Newcastle? Anyways, CHS Steve, Barry Croft, and Frank Butler are talking about thermite and getting the VA governor. CHS Steve then tells Barry they, the Wolverine Watchmen, are going to do Michigan. Barry then says they are going to do some SHIT and there's nothing he could do to stop it. Steve tells him there's nothing he should do to stop it. Unreal. Now, getting to Peebles. Oh, yeah, that's so sad. I hate this stuff. Reading some of it is awful. I want to talk about the Peebles conversation, though, because that's this meeting that they're talking about in Ohio on the 18th. That's Peebles, not Dublin. Here we go. No, I'm sorry. Peebles was it the 12th or what? No. Yeah, I think it was the 18th. Okay, here we go. Audio from that. Steve says, just so everyone knows where I stand on this, I am pissed, and I have to let somebody know. I am pissed beyond reproach about this, that we have accomplished effing nothing here today. So he's mad. He's mad that there's no plan. We haven't gotten anybody to agree to a plan. And he's literally saying that that's what he's mad about. That's so ridiculous. Let's see. Is there anything else from... Oh, yeah. Here's another one. So he says, this is Dan Harris talking. I've got an idea. It's a little bit different than what we were tossing out earlier. We hit the news station, right? The CNN building, we use those stations to our advantage to get the word out. From there, all they got is Facebook, like CNN. And then he says, Dan Harris says that, well, that was a waste of gas for us. So Dan thought Peebles was a waste of time. Anyways, a stupid meeting and nothing was accomplished. Nobody, like nothing. All it was a bunch of like federal agents trying to get people to do stupid things and them saying, no, we don't want to do these stupid things that you're trying to get us to do. Here's more audio from Peebles. This is CHS Steve talking. Steve, the pedo informant. He says, quote, okay, we're going to do a roundtable now. We're going to start with him with him. So this is how Steve was running these meetings. He's the ones, the FBI will tell them to make a group, have a meeting, and then invite as many people as you can into the meeting. And then Steve would call and share the meeting, and he would like tell people that it was their turn to talk or something. He put people on the spot and make them talk. He was running these meetings. There's also a Facebook post from Steve on July 14th. This is right after the Cambria FTX, where he says, Founding Fathers Call to Action. Meeting Saturday, the 18th in Peebles, Ohio, at 1 p.m. Need a head count for security reason. Thank you. That's Steve inviting people 4 days before the Peebles meeting to Peebles. Now he says, quote, okay, we're going to do a round table now. We're going to start here with him. Everybody has the floor for a few. So we'll take 3 minutes. You can get a lot of information out in 3 minutes if you stay on point. And then, Frank, that's Frank Butler, the Virginia target, you can let everyone know what you want. If that's what you need to come up with a plan if that's what you need to come up with a plan to make it happen, I'll support you. MFer, I don't give a SHIT as long as it's a very viable plan. That was Steve talking about this, the informant Steve. Now it continues. This is also Steve at Peebles. Quote, anyone ever heard of Telegram? Okay, I just found out they have, since their inception, had a $350,000 bounty out for anybody who can break their encryption. It's never been collected. Oh, that goes up there. I got to keep everything in order. So then he can, this is another informant, CHS Knight the Third. This is from his recording device. He says, quote, I have an announcement for a moment. The Ohio State House, BLM, Black Panthers, and Antifa are all now being surrounded by the state police as well as the local Capitol Police in full riot gear. They have come armed and are threatening the Patriot rally. They have surrounded them because that's what the permit allows. So they are at gunpoint being held. So this is the FBI provoking and inciting targets to make incriminating or compromising statements regarding the national civil unrest. Here's CHS Steve at People's 2 hours, 17 minutes into a recording device. Quote, and this right here is why the F I'm telling you, it's being allowed by DeWine here. That's the governor of Ohio. That was DeWine. This is, they wanted, you remember, Jeremy Dieter was the Ohio target. They were probably going to try to get Jeremy to target DeWine, but obviously Jeremy wasn't interested in any of that, so nothing ever came about. He says, this right here is why the F I'm telling you is being allowed by DeWine here, effing SHIT face, wit face, or whatever her name is there, blackface effing there. He's talking about Ralph Northam, who was the Virginia governor at the time, that the blackface is referring to an image that came out of Ralph Northam wearing blackface back in the day. So this is Steve Robeson mentioning 3 governors. And remember, this is a, quote, national militia meeting. Also, there is no national militia group, though. It's just a group that was created by the FBI to lure different targets from different states, get them in a room, say a bunch of stupid things to them, try to rile them up, and then just record them responding and then play that out of context. He continues, why are we not returning the same measure that we are being given? Why are we giving quarter when no quarter is being given? MFers are going to throw SHIT at us. Why aren't we throwing SHIT back? Why are we not effing? This is why I am saying I agree with you 100%. This has to happen. I agree 100% with you guys that SHIT has to effing happen, because if not, this SHIT right here is going to kill us in our back effing yard. They're in your backyard. Give them no quarter. They're going to kill us. Like, he's literally trying to convince these people that they're going to be killed by BLM, the Black Panthers, which I don't even think exists anymore, and Antifa. That's the FBI, ladies and gentlemen, at Peebles. This is Steve again, CHS Steve at the Informant Steve, the pedo, at Peebles. On audio, 3 hours into the recording device and 41 minutes. He says, so at 6 o'clock today, if you're outside after 6 p.m. without a mask, you could be fined or arrested. Again, this shows that Steve, the FBI's informant, provocateur, and pedo, is provoking. He's inciting the targets to make compromising or incriminating statements about how they feel about these things. Now here's CHS Dan at Peebles. We need to start working on something now. Hey, this is the direction. The FBI again, pushing for a goal, a plan, or an objective. Here's CHS Dan again at Peebles. 2 hours, 25 minutes into the meeting there, or at least that recording device. CHS Dan says, we have to leave here with a game plan, a direction. We have to leave here with a plan, a direction. Now, continuing at Peebles, CHS Steve. This is 3 hours and 40 minutes into it, so this would have been right before Dan said that we have to have a plan. Steve says, everybody thinks we got time to do this, that, and hang out and effing sing Kumbaya and all this other SHIT. Mother effers, in 2 months, your states are going to be locked back down again. You mark my effing words. So what is Steve doing here at Peebles? What he's doing is trying to incite and induce. And well, later on, and I've read it before yesterday, we found a statement from Steve where he quite literally says, I don't want to induce any more criminal activity than we have to, but I'm also not opposed to doing it. Whatever needs to get done, I am with it 100% until the wheels come off. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so this, again, like the reason that they were doing this is because they wanted all these, they brought all these targets from different states together in one place. And then there's multiple government agents trying to incite them, rile them up. They've already given them alcohol, smoked marijuana with them. And then they're telling them that basically that we're going to be locked down again. They're in your backyard. They're going to kill us in our backyards. Why are you giving no quarter when no quarter's given? We have to leave here with a plan. We have to start working on something now. Imagine you're in a group of people and you've got 5 different people talking like this, pushing, riling you up. Yes, there might be some people who get emotional about that, especially when they think about something bad happening to their children, and they may say something untoward on a recording. And this is just despicable, in my opinion. All right, getting back to this, in this conversation, that's what this is referring to about the Founding Fathers meeting, the 18th in Ohio. That was a meeting put on by the FBI, by their informants, and it's a People's meeting, not the Dublin meeting, but that was also put on by the FBI. So Eric says he didn't know about it. He did not know about the People's meeting. And that other person is Sean Fix. Yeah. It sounds, Athanasia says, sounds like Coach Pep Talk. Yeah, it does. Like they're like trying to rile them up for stuff and like, yeah, now get out there and come up with a plan. Get some objectives for us. Give us something that we can use, anything. It's just amazing to me how awful this is. How evil. Like, this is the banality of evil. That is absolutely wicked and evil, but it's banal. And it's like they're doing it every single day to these people, calling them every day, texting them every day, pushing, coaxing, prodding, nudging into the direction they want these people to go. It's manipulative. And it's abusive. So now this is another exhibit. This is from July 19th, 2020, level 3 body armor order by Eric. So this is after so now Mr. Barnett, bless his heart, got it wrong again. He said after the Dublin meeting. No, July 19 would have been the day after the Peebles meeting. And this, so, my gosh. Could we get lawyers that are like at least as knowledgeable as me on this? Because this is not, you can't go like make mistakes like that. I'm sorry, but someone's facing 20 years. You should know that the 18th is Peebles, not Dublin. And regardless, Eric is at neither of these meetings. So him purchasing level 3 body armor on the 19th is unrelated and unconnected to the FBI's meetings that they put on. So he says this is an order for a bullet-resistant vest. He got it because if he gets shot while he's doing his job as a security person, even indoor, he would prefer to have something that could stop that. So again, Mr. Burnett just asked if this was ordered after the Dublin meeting. Dublin was June 6th of 2020. Peebles is July 18th. These are way different in time, number one, but could we just be accurate, please? And prosecutor said nothing, judge says nothing. Let's just let them call this say this was after the Dublin meeting. It's not. It's Peebles, and the timeline actually matters. It is important that people understand what dates things happened on because you see it progressing. He didn't know about the meeting anyway, so it was unrelated, you know? He just got that for his job. That's what he's saying. Now he said, "When did it get there?" So from the date he ordered it, it took 2 months to arrive, is what he's saying. And he's asked if he knows why that is. Now the ship date on that is 9/28. He says Eric says there's a lead time on this stuff, so even though he ordered it in July, doesn't have a ship date until September, late September. So he said that it had to be created. Some of the stuff is custom made, and he used something called quad pay. So it takes 4 payments and you don't get it shipped until you make the final one. And he said it's an easier way to get a $600 item is to break it up into payments. So his lawyer said it was implied it was for a bad purpose, and he's saying no. It was implied that you ordered it for a bad purpose and that the timing was looking bad. He said it was implied, but that's not true. I didn't He said I didn't order it because of a meeting I didn't know about and wasn't at. He said that doesn't make sense. And he said that's something that you can wear under your shirt. So he said if I wore a plate carrier, that would be very obvious and inappropriate, to wear standing at the door. You want to conceal that you're wearing a bulletproof vest, right? That makes sense. You wouldn't want it to be known because then it defeats the purpose of wearing it. Because then you'll just get shot in the head if someone knows you're wearing a bulletproof vest. So that's what that's about. Now he's being asked what this picture shows. This is more stuff that the government lays out, trying to make things look scary. This, I believe, was his bulletproof vest. And then there's some kind of papers laid out over top of it. Okay. He says that on the left is a plate carrier. Then there's a part for his pistol holster. He said, this looks like that level 3 A+ right there on the right. Now, these are papers that certify that as being what it is. And then he has goggles at the top there. So he says, is there anything in this picture that is like illegal, inappropriate, or you're not supposed to have? And he says, nope, everything is okay to have. All legally purchased, all things that also are easily explainable by his job working security. Thank you so much, Truth and Talking Trash and Truth, for gifting channel memberships. That is so nice of you. You guys are so kind. This stuff makes me so mad, though, because I feel like it's such a waste of time to the jury that they even have to be subjected to this. And if as a member of the jury, I have to assume that they don't know any of the things I know, they're probably super confused about all of this stuff that has been presented. And they're like, how does this connect to these people? Like, why are they playing clips and bringing things in from like meetings these people weren't at that they didn't know about? That's crazy. But they're doing it because they don't have anything else. Oh, and that's actually a very good point, Simdal. This investigation and trial must cost millions. This is the third trial. No, the fourth, because you have to count the retrial. So there was the federal trial, the retrial of Adam and Barry, the first state trial, and then this one. This is the technically fourth trial associated with this case, which was a TEI investigation that we know spent probably millions. Because don't forget, they had drones, they had planes flying overhead, following people as they were surveilling them. Just insane stuff that they were doing. Now, this is an 11-second audio clip. This is what I mean by they just take these little snippets out of context and then present it with zero context to a jury with other snippets that they've taken out of context. Adam says, "Where am I at? Sean, Mikey, I got a couple. Eric Molitor. I got my Eric Molitor, James Bowen, and Cadillac." And then apparently some of this is unintelligible. He says, "This is Adam talking to somebody." Saying, "I have Eric Molitor, James Bowen, and Cadillac." So his lawyer says, "So he's counting you as one of his people." And Eric says, "That's what it looks like on 727, correct." And Eric says, "Any inclination he had I was one of his people was probably based on me wanting to join his first militia, which I was really excited about joining it, but it never became a group." His Facebook page. He said, "So he said, if Adam, wants to include me in any of his other dealings, that has nothing to do with me." He said, "I'm not in charge of how other people talk." And he said, "Well, he said at one point that you were the medic." And he says, "I was a medic, but not for his group." And so he promoted Eric as like, "Oh, he's a medic." Because then the reason Adam was doing that, by the way, is because Dan kept pushing him to recruit people for this fake militia group that the FBI created. Got to get their dollars worth out of the kidnapping hoax. Exactly. It's just ridiculous. Okay, so, and again, like he was being told by the FBI that he needed to recruit people into this group that the FBI created for him. He says, "I believe he promoted me as his medic for, yes, to appear cool." Like he was trying to make it puff himself up, basically. So his lawyer says, "What was your feeling about being in the group, out of the group, being a medic?" And Eric says, "I was never in a group. He said, "I was never in his group, so I could not have been a medic for his group." How can you be a medic for a group that you're not in? He said, "I told him I would join his group, but it never actually formed." So, and that's true. Nobody joined his group. Now they're bringing up another exhibit here. You guys are great, by the way, for sticking through with this with me. I know it's hard having it narrated to you. Now, what they're going over here is a 33-second clip, once again, taken out of context. Adam is talking to Sean Fix and his ex-girlfriend, Amanda Keller, who, in my personal opinion, is already working for the FBI at this point. Adam says, "Me and Dan kind of figured this out, like what we're at right now, legitimately, with what we had at that founding meetup." Okay, he's talking about the Peebles meeting where they didn't have a plan. And Dan Harris called it a waste of gas. And Steve was mad and screeching about, "Give him no quarter. Why are you giving quarter when none is being given? They're going to lock us back down again." And then Sean Fix says, "Okay." Adam says, "So Michigan-wise, we're sitting says Watchmen probably got about 20 dedicated. Figure our group, when it's said and done, we got maybe 10 right now. We're going to say 10 solid, okay? And Amanda says, huh? And Sean Fix says, so far. And Amanda says, who? And Adam says, huh, 10. And Amanda says, here. And Adam says, well, not right here. No, I know Sean's rolling with me. I know Yvonne is rolling. I know something or other. The rest is cut off. I apologize. On 8/1/2020, so August 1st, 2020. Transcript. Between Adam, Sean Fix, and Amanda. And it has nothing to do with Eric or the Nulls. They're not in there. So again, Adam is mentioning Eric, but he's not aware of it. Now they're bringing up another exhibit. Same thing. This is just all everything that was brought in that had nothing to do with this case. They're just going over it, and they're showing to the jury here that like none of this has anything to do with us. And again, this is what frustrated me about all of these trials is when you are hearing these clips, there's no context being provided. They don't play like what was said before. These are 30-second clips, and they're just snippets. We don't know what's actually being talked about. And I know that it's hard to explain for people who've never been in this situation before, but try to imagine this. Think about conversations you've had with your friends, shit posting you've done, things like that. How would you feel if some agency that has unlimited resources was combing through everything you've said and done, has all these recordings, hours and hours and hours of recordings, 5-hour recording, 4-hour recording, 6-hour recording. And out of all of that, they're just taking out 30 seconds here, 17 seconds there, 11 seconds here. What is this? And then stitching together all of this various random things. This is wrong. This is not how you present a case. This is not how you present evidence. There should be a proper chronology of things, and context should be added and gone over. It should be very clear and explained very clear of what this clip is, when it's from, what's the full context of the full conversation for the full 5 hours. What they're doing is, like I said, they have a grandiose narrative that is detached from reality that they have to keep trying to maintain. And they have to take little things to try to make this bizarre mosaic that is a complete distortion of reality. That's why it doesn't hold up. Now, this clip is from August 4, 2020. Adam says, that's I don't know, man. That's the way I feel like I can lead best is by example. I don't feel like I can be a good leader telling people what to do things. I think I can be a good leader by showing them what to do. CHS Dan says, right. Adam says, I think it's the number one problem we have. People trying to lead these days. Everyone wants to just bark orders and tell people what to do, but nobody wants to actually effing go out there and put the work in themselves and show them. That's the best kind of leader. The guy that's down there with you doing the effing work. He ain't up there whipping a back with a chain. He's down there all the way, and the rest is cut off. But basically, Adam is even describing here how he is not a leader of anything, and how he doesn't even think that there should be leaders. Leftists don't do context. That's true. So yeah, it just is like, again, stark contradiction between the government's claims and just the simple reality of things. So Eric is asked if he knows anything about what they're talking about here in this 37-second clip. And Eric is saying just by reading it, he said his words, yeah. Adam is telling Dan he can lead best by actually doing stuff rather than telling people what to do and giving orders, right? Which is what the government says Adam was doing at these recons. Oh, he's giving people orders and directives. We just don't have any audio of that. Oh, our device just happened to malfunction at that one time, but then it was working the rest of the day just fine. No, it didn't happen. That wasn't a thing. So Eric says this again has nothing to do with me. Now, he's going to jump to another exhibit. This is obviously not from the same conversation. And I guess, are they going to bring it up? Okay, so this is from August 27, 2020, wire chat from Adam's iPhone. And so 2 days before the ride along up north. This is Adam getting a hold of him, asking if he wants to go for a ride Saturday to do some recon, to which Eric responds, you got a place in mind. I am dropping the kids off tomorrow to the X in Big Rapids. Already planned on scooping out hotels and motels for some stuff I heard about. Our Cadillac crew has us and surrounding areas under watch, so that's badass. We got a lot of good people in Michigan, dude. But anyways, where's this ride you want to take? Adam says, we doing recon on a high-profile vacation house. It says nothing about Whitmer or any type of plot. So he's explaining, he's reading his message, the one I just read to you, how he was scoping out hotels and motels. That was the BLM Antifa stuff he'd heard about, where they were parking these vans and stuff at hotels and motels. And that's how they were able to find them, kind of track and see where these people were staying. And then they would come into these areas like they were coming from out of town. And that's what he's talking about with these hotels and motels and his Cadillac crew. Our crew has us and surrounding people under watch, so that's badass. So instead of telling him where, Adam says, we doing recon on a high-profile vacation house. You in? And Eric says, load out. I need to know where to meet, bro. And the time. And he's saying load out would mean what kind of gear does he need to bring? He didn't say to bring anything. He then says, copy that. We'll let you know. Probably scoop you up on the way. Send me your address. So, now he said, I've got another guy. Who are you referring to by bringing another guy? Eric says, I was talking about my buddy Ethan, because he also, so when I went to stand with my buddy Lane, I took my other friend Ethan, because I know this guy is reliable. He's willing to stand by me in dangerous situations. I said, well, you know, he might want to bring him. Now, he says, keep going. Read the rest. It says, we may get pulled to Detroit, but Saturday, it'd be just us with the boys, OPSEC reasons. Cash for food. Low profile. And his lawyer says, what did you take that as? And Eric says, again, another militia guy talking about OPSEC. It's just, it is all the time you hear this stuff. It doesn't stand out. It's not uncommon. That's just how these people talk, he's saying. And that makes sense. Now they're bringing up the next exhibit here. Now, this is the on August 28th, the day before the FBI's planned recon. It says no trail of existence. And they got the date wrong. Or maybe no, the day was correct. Top left box says the 28th. It says, "What's up, bro? I have 3 locations. 3 already knocking out." Wait, what does he say? "We have 3 locations, have intel on 3 already. We knocking out 1 and 2 tomorrow. 5-man team, all surveillance." And then Eric says, "Understood, pretty easy." Again, thinking this is referring to the scouting out like Antifa stuff. So Eric says, understood, this is easy. Now, if we go over, they sent this map. Or there's this map. The map shows, he said, "I think the light blue would be my closest route. For some reason, he says, this is where they would be coming up from Lansing." So this map has like different routes, and then there's an intersection there. One route would be theirs, one would be the route he would take, and this is saying where they can meet. And then the red pin up there is Elk Rapids. He didn't know before, but he said he knows it now. That's Elk Rapids. He said that he thought it was Bel Air. Now, the next page is being brought up. He says, "Do you know any high-level vacation homes in Bel Air or Elk Rapids?" He said, "No, I've never heard of one before this." So he doesn't. On the 28th, same day, this is their route starting in Lansing. They're talking about where they're supposed to meet. He said this is him and Adam trying to figure out where they're going to meet. So Adam wants him to find something, and he's like looking for it, for the location that they can meet at. The Bobo stickers, I had to. They're so funny. Now he's being asked about what on the right page of the exhibit, if you could explain. He's looking at it. He said it's just a continuation of trying to figure out where to meet. And so, yeah, that's what they're doing. That's all that's being discussed there. And there's nothing in those messages that says anything about we're going to Whitmer's house or a governor's house or surveillance. Nothing. Yes, Danielle, you can cat post now. You can Buddy and Bobo post. And they both look so silly in those pictures. The stickers are funny. Okay, so now he's saying something about organizing civilians in a paid gig. What time should I be ready? Is that something to be determined tomorrow? Like, Eric is still asking what's going on. He doesn't know. Day before. And he says he's going to be here at 10-ish, probably noonish for you. That's talking about the FBI informant. He said, We're coming up by Cadillac, so we'll probably just snag you on the way. Does that sound He says, "That sounds good." And then on the 29th, that's the day of the FBI's planned surveillance, he says, "We're an hour out from you." So now on the right side, he says this would have been after the ride. What's it say up on the top there about barricade? It says, "Do you want to patch in with us or what?" This is after the ride. That was Adam. So at the very top, it says the shitty holster I have works. Now he's asked if you see that in context with the portion of the chat on the left, because the FBI has two chats like this, and they're pictures of a phone. They're like a phone screenshot or whatever, and one of them is cut off on the top. He's saying no. He said there's stuff missing here. So once again, we come to another time and just this trial where blatantly the FBI is fabricating evidence and tampering with evidence. They're trying to take two different chats, display them next to each other, and make it appear that it's one continuous conversation when it clearly is not. Sorry, that's misrepresenting things. That is fabricating and tampering with evidence. And the judge just lets this happen. Doesn't say anything about it. It's dishonest. Now he's asking if he has a SHITTY holster. He said his are pretty decent. So he doesn't know what this is about. And he says, "Do you want to patch in with us or what, brother? What does that mean?" He said, Adam was asking me if I wanted to patch in with his group. This was after the FBI's planned daytime surveillance. And he's asked about what being patched in means, and he says it just means being made a full member. Dr. Crispy says, "I thought she got a strike. I do have one. I still have one. I'm able to stream, but I still have a 90-day copyright strike on my channel. So I do have one. And for whatever reason, I'm allowed to stream." So I'm just narrating the proceedings to everybody and adding my commentary. So being patched into the militia or whatever means going through and actually becoming a full member of the militia. That's what getting patched in means. He says, "What was your response to that?" Eric said, "Let me work with you for a little bit before I commit. I've had bad luck with groups, but I'm always willing to work with people. But I would like the ability to, think about the decision." And that was in response to patching in. So Eric says that's my way of saying no without actually saying no. He's like, "Oh yeah, I don't really have a good, I never do well with groups, but I'll think about it." Said very non-committal. He said if he says no, if I say no, I don't know if I'm going to lose my contact and how his connection for the job doing private security. So, yeah. So he didn't want to tell him no directly, but he said it was important to him for a couple reasons to maintain the connection. He said at this time, his main one was he wanted to get steroids from Adam. So it was selfish. He said the second one was if he kept promoting plans or anything about, the governor, I planned on going to the police with that information, that I would feel like I had something worthy to go to law enforcement with. So he's asked what is said after that. He says, copy that. Let me know after the FTX. This is referring to the Luther FTX that Robeson told Ty Garbin to put on. So Adam said, keep everything between us, to which Eric responded, copy. I don't even know what you're talking about, brother. All good. And that was after the ride. And he's saying, keep quiet. And he did. His lawyer says, tell me why. He says, because by the end of the ride, it was two people. In my head, it was two people talking stupid. One of them was incredibly, incredibly dumb, I would say. The credibility of them being actually dangerous wasn't near as severe at the end of the ride as it was when we first got up there. When I first found out, and I was in fear for my life. As the ride went on, the fear had greatly diminished just based on what I had seen. And he said it was still there a little bit, but greatly diminished. Now, the judge is asked to take a break. They're going to take a morning recess and give people a chance to use the restroom. So then they come back and continues. At this point, let's see. Who is up? Is he still going? All right, so now they're going through this again. Now this is another exhibit. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. This is so so difficult to listen to and to be subjected to. So this is an exhibit here that is a alleged Word document reconstruction of a so-called wire chat. This is my problem with the FBI, with how they do things. I'm sorry, but what is a Word document reconstruction? How is that admitted as evidence? Like, where's the actual metadata for this chat that we know you've had access to? Because he admitted, Special Agent Oompa Loompa admitted under oath that Dan had given him his login information for the Wire chat app. So I don't even understand why we need to do a Word document reconstruction here. But it is what it is. So Eric is saying he knows of this exhibit. Yes. And he said he did not read these messages. He said, did you read our exhibit where there's extra back and forth? So this is once again another exhibit that the FBI altered, tampered with, and fabricated by removing snippets from the conversation. So they've presented it, and then the defense had to present another exhibit that had the snippets that had been taken out on them. I am stunned that this is even real. Now, he's asked, have you seen this exhibit prior to this? And he said, I think I know that this is another time my name was mentioned as being part of a group in this chat. He said, as far as that goes, my name is mentioned. And his lawyer said, were you in this chat? Were you part of it? He says, I was not. So he's being asked where he was on the date that this is allegedly from, the Word document reconstruction, and he said he would have been working that time at Menards doing security. And he says, with these chats, I haven't gone through all of them. He said, you turn notifications off, you keep your phone in your pocket, you turn it back on, and sometimes over 200 and something messages have been, gone through and you just don't scroll up and look at all the old ones. You don't read it all. So he said, I didn't see this. He didn't see a comment about this. So now they're bringing up another exhibit, same chart, or this is a chart. So he said that this is a chart that the government created called 8/29/20 daytime surveillance. This is the surveillance that they planned, and they have broken it up into little timestamps that show, oh, this happened on this timestamp. This happened at this timestamp. You can see how they do this. Whatever program they use, it was probably created by like Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, Christine. I mean, I kid you not, Chiliad was a program that is used by all 17 U.S. intelligence agencies that was created by Ghislaine Maxwell's sister. So, I'm just saying, I even think that the Sentinel, the FBI Sentinel program, was that also not coming from essentially Israeli intelligence? It's just bizarre. And another thing to note as we go through this, remember also, they planned this thing. They planned both of the recons. They talked about who they wanted to invite. They wanted to maximize attendance and all of this. And then they try to make this look nefarious. Oh, arrival, departure. Fox calls fix. Fox searches address online. Like, yeah, you are telling him to do this stuff and you're driving the vehicle and you planned this and you decided who to invite, what time to do it. Like, come on, stop playing. How ridiculous. Now he's being asked about number 9 on this. Molitor searches Governor Whitmer address on Google on his phone. He says, that's correct because it looks like in the timeline, this was at the Red Bull Tavern, or they're at the Red Bull Tavern right now. I did that in the vehicle, not in the tavern. And his reason for doing that was to play along. And did you play along? He says, yep. So he said he felt like he had to because he's never really met Dan. And what if they think that you're not with them? He says, anything else on Exhibit 130, this dorky thing. Now they're bringing up another exhibit. This is a sorry, I have to laugh at this, and we're gonna share it and make fun of it. Thank you. We have to laugh at Dan. Here's Big Dan, codename Thor. Their informant. Here's Eric, and here's Adam. This is at the Red Bull Tavern where, once again, the FBI has essentially created, and this is so stupid. They have, it's like they are acting as if this is some super crazy, nefarious thing. They have agents obviously stationed around the area. Who do you think was standing there taking these pictures? They even had them in the bushes outside the restaurant. In the bushes. It's so stupid for something that they planned and made happen. What kind of militia is this? The FBI kind. Bring a pink tutu. Guys, I mean, it's like you set this up, you decide who you want to invite. Oh, we want to maximize attendance, blah, 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 blah. And then you sit out there taking pictures, hiding in the bushes like a gaggle of weirdos. Not that it would be surprising that the FBI is doing that, but, it's kind of funny. It's just bizarre behaviors, which is par for the course for them. Predatory behaviors, stalking behaviors, and it's just there's nothing. This was just because by this point in late August, the FBI is wanting to they're wanting to wrap this thing up before the election because they want that October surprise to influence the 2020 election, which of course we do not question the integrity of here. This was the most perfect and free and fair election, in fact, in the history of the entire world. And we certainly here do not question its integrity. But anyways, they had this timeline that they wanted to meet. And what they needed to do at this point was there was no plan. Everybody's fracturing. And the FBI tasked certain informants with keeping the group together, right? Convince Barry that he has good ideas and convince other people that Barry's the one who brought them together and blah, 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 blah. Things like this. And so I just think it's humorous, and I want to laugh at the FBI for this, for having their agents sitting out there in the bushes taking pictures of Adam, who lives in the basement of the vac shack, Eric, a random father, and Big Dan, the informant, who, by the way, looks just like Richard Trask, looks just like Agent Oompa Loompa, looks just like Judge Hamlin. Why do they all look like this? Is it a phenotype? Is there a phenotype that is just for weirdos, wherein they have bald heads, baby faces, weird shiny skin, and pink cheeks, rosy cheeks? What is this? There's something very strange, very unsettling about it. And I don't like it. Why they all look like that? I could not say. I don't know. All I can think of really is that God wants us to be able to identify these people just by on sight, you know? There's something weird about you, mister. All right, so Eric is just pointing with the pointer and naming who these people are. This is Big Dan. This is me. This is Adam. This is at the restaurant where the FBI, led everybody and had. And isn't it interesting too? So they say that Adam planned all this. Adam did this. He was the ringleader. Blah 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 blah. Isn't it interesting then that the FBI seemingly just knows about all of it in advance, and it's not because of CHS Dan acting as a listening post. No, he's the one planning it. He's the one inviting people, and then the FBI just gets there in advance. They have all their agents around. Everybody's monitoring in real time. Special Agent Oompa Loompa and Chambers are probably sitting in their little mobile command center listening in, going, oh, yeah, get that. Get a picture of that. We can make that look really incriminating. Yeah. They're telling Dan over his listening device, get Adam to say, something like this. Oh, get him to draw the map, blah, 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 blah. Like they're stage managing this. Okay. This is stage managed. That's what that picture betrays. And that's what it shows. This is stage managed and it's orchestrated. And they're literally running it like a movie. This is a movie that they're planning and filming. They're, that guy makes a good villain. This one makes a good character. Let's get those guys because those two, the twin brothers, they look really big and they've got ponytails. And Brandon, he wears, gauged ears. He wears the big earrings and he has tattoos. We want him in our movie. Try to get him there. They literally said, invite Brandon to the daytime trip. That was the FBI saying that to their informant. Invite Brandon. Try to get him to go. Maximize attendance. Blah, blah, blah. Very strange. Okay, so he's just explaining that they're getting into the vehicle. What's going on right here, he says. And he said, at this point, we're getting out of the vehicle. Or they're either getting out of the vehicle to go into the tavern, or this is when they left and they're going back in. Now, they're looking at another exhibit here, bringing up another exhibit. Hang on. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Okay, so this is a transcript of an audio recording from the 28th. This is again, so this would have been the day before when that picture was taken. And Gregor has a very good comment here. He says, straight out of Stalin's playbook. Yes, exactly. That's absolutely right. So this is a conversation between Adam and Dan from, it looks like the 29th. So that actually would have been the day of the daytime recon. Now this audio timestamp is from 7 minutes and 33 seconds till 8 minutes and 13 seconds. So you're looking at less than a minute long clip. Oh my gosh, you little goofball. Are you coming up or what? You were supposed to go upstairs. Are you going to jump back up or just sit down there and cheek rub? Thank you. So in this conversation, Adam says, is that a 9-2 Glock 9? CHS Dan says, yeah. Adam says, smash it. And then there's something unintelligible. Eric says, park it back here. CHS Dan says, you got one too. Eric says, yes. CHS Dan says, yeah, how much you got? Eric says, just the one. Dan says, just the one. And Adam says, I'm the only one not packing today. Did you get your CPL? Eric says, yes. Adam says, nice. Eric says, that's when I still believed in doing things the right way. CHS Dan says, right. And Adam says, I don't believe in that. That's so funny. So that's them talking about stowing their guns in the car. Come on, Bobo. Enough. So he and Dan took their weapons off. Dan wasn't sure if they were allowed to have them in the restaurant. So any confusion that he was saying, let's just take it off. Now, his lawyer says, that comment, that's when I still believed in doing things the right way. What's that about? He said, I'm talking about taking my gun off because I'm not sure what the laws are about taking it into the restaurant. He's just talking with the guys. And look, macaroons. These are my favorite, and this is cookies and cream. Bobo, you're a macaroon. Macaroon cat is actually a thing. All right, so now this is an important thing I want to bring up to show everybody, because I want to show you once again the bizarre, creepy, stalking behavior of the FBI and their perverts in action. Here's the perverts. You know, this was actually probably Dan that took this photo. And this is Adam looking at his phone. Oh, is he looking at the pictures that UCE Mark sent him? He's got a pen in his hand that Dan Chappell gave him. And then he has a notebook in his hand that also the FBI gave him. And so but I just want people to see this image. He's being photographed by people that are very, very close to him. They didn't just have agents outside, they had them inside as well. And I don't think this is just Dan taking this. I'm wondering if this was taken from across the room there and then just zoomed in, because I think that is possible. The macaroons are so good. They're so good. But so that's that picture. And then he's being asked about it. What he said, what are you doing at this point? That's Adam drawing the map. We went through and I showed you guys how Dan was literally telling him how to label the map. He was saying, like, basically Dan had told him to draw a map of the area that Dan had just taken him to, which was supposed to be up by her cottage. And so we have the audio we read the other day from this time where Dan's telling him, label that Timberland Drive. So Dan was telling him how to draw the map even. And Adam's just sitting there listening to Dan, looking at the thing on his phone, which I also think was sent to him by the FBI. So Eric said he would have been sitting directly across from Adam at that time. He would have been across. So that's sort of like a booth. You could see that's a booth table in the restaurant. Adam's sitting on one side. Eric would have been on the other side. His lawyer asked, "Did you see the map?" And he said no. And asked him if he has any problems with the pictures that were taken in the facility. He said no. The pictures seem pretty accurate. Oh my God, she's tickling my foot with her nose and her whiskers. What are you doing? She's got her little wet snoot tickling my foot. That is so funny. And her little whiskies. What a goofy creature. And she likes to cheek rub on my foot. She's literally rubbing her cheeks on my feet. Bobo, you got problems. I'll tell you what. A little cheek rubber. Don't do it. Don't come back up. Here she is again. Now, he's being asked, oh, no, you're stuck in the earphones again. Oh my God, it's wrapped around your foot. No, Bobo, it's stuck. Honey, it's stuck on your foot. Let go. Just sit still. Let's just sit like this. Unhook. Now, he's asked if they went to a boat launch that day, and he said that they did. Also, the FBI had the pictures or the pool cams installed there in advance. Sit still. Now, this image here, I want to bring this up because this is super, super important for everybody to see. This picture here, just to show y'all, they were led there. Like the FBI brought them there. They already had their pool cams installed. And here's, I think that's Adam, and I believe he's wearing the hat now, but then he takes the hat off. He folds it like this, you know, and he's kind of like using the hat, like while stoned, to pretend he's looking through binoculars or something. And I believe the FBI initially said he was looking through binoculars, trying to find Whitmer's cottage, like across the lake. I think he was just stoned and he's just looking through the hat. The hat is, he has the hat folded, and they did admit at this trial that it was his hat that he was looking through. But they first tried to say he had binoculars. Like, how stupid. So during this picture, which you just saw, which is from the boat launch, you kind of see Adam in the bottom just sitting there. So obviously the picture is literally taken by Dan. Imagine this. Imagine this. What are you doing? We need to get a Bobo cam. Someone strap a GoPro to that creature's head. I want to see a Bobo cam and whatever this thing does all day, because she is now getting into more trouble. She's always getting into trouble and being goofy, and she's distracting. She always distracts me. We need a Bobo cam, though, because I just feel like that would be so funny. Let's see what she does all day. Yeah, she cheek rubs on my feet. We need the cat cam. That creature is literally the cat version of me, though. I would probably be goofy if I was a cat also. You know, what can I say? But anyways, that picture. So imagine this. You get led by the FBI, picks you up. They drive you up by a governor's house. They instruct you to take pictures and videos. They drive you to a tavern, hand you a notepad and pen, tell you to draw a map of the area they just drove you to, and then they take you to a boat launch. They tell you to sit there and, oh yeah, look and see if you can see her cottage or from across the lake. Meanwhile, they're standing behind you like this, photographing everything you're doing. Imagine that. How bizarre. And we're told, though, that Adam is dangerous, and Adam was a ringleader. He was so dangerous that he's getting driven around by the FBI, and they're sitting there taking pictures of him, and he doesn't even notice. My God. And so Eric is explaining that when those pictures were taken, Dan was standing kind of behind Adam. Adam is looking there. They had also smoked pot. So Adam is stoned and they're just kind of hanging out. And Eric was over by the car. He said that there's trees and he's parked, where they had parked was sort of about 70 feet away. So he said he was about 70 feet away from Adam and Dan when that picture was taken. He said he was not looking over. He wasn't trying to stare at them. And so now they're bringing up, this is the picture. This is the picture I wanted to tell y'all about. Gregor has a good point. I wish we could record the minds of cats and dogs, like a movie of exactly what's going on in there. I agree. I too would love to see that. Willow Lady over on Rumble, good to see you. We got a good amount of folks watching over on Rumble. That's awesome. You love to see it. I want y'all to see this picture though, because this is the one I was talking about where they initially said he was looking with binoculars over at trying to identify like her cottage or something. That was his hat. You saw him wearing the hat in the prior picture when he was sitting down there. Now he's standing up. He has his hat folded and he's kind of looking through the hole on his hat, kind of like binoculars to seeing if he can see her cottage. And, Adam is very childlike. And so to him, he thinks he's just having fun, I bet. He doesn't understand he's being led around by federal agents that have nefarious intent. He does not understand that. So when that picture was taken, Eric is asked, what are you doing at this time? He says, that's Adam, same spot, standing there, holding his hat. Now they're bringing up another exhibit. Oh, and by the way, that picture is also taken by Dan so that Dan can incriminate Adam. You cannot describe a more perfect example of a frame job and entrapment. When you pick someone up, drive them around, lead them everywhere, tell them what to do, give them the directions while calling them the ringleader as you're leading them around, telling them what to do, and then having them just stand there, and they're literally standing right behind him, photographing everything he's doing. That's how you frame somebody for something that they don't know they're doing. They don't know they're participating in this. They're being led around, they're being lied to, and this is the result. People could just have their whole lives ruined. All right, now we got another picture here. I want to bring this up, show that to everyone so you can see more of the boat launch area. This is supposedly where I guess they're going to steal boats and then somehow get the boats, drive the boats across the lake to launch an amphibious assault on the back of, I guess, her cottage or something, which is silly and stupid. Now, you have to ask yourself once again, who's taking these pictures from different angles? Dan's probably taking the ones directly behind Adam as he's standing there, and who's taking these other pictures? It makes you wonder how many agents were stationed around the area just watching all of this in real time. Or did that come from a pull cam? What is this? So he says, I don't know much about this picture. He said, I didn't take the picture, so he doesn't really know what it is or what he's looking at. Now they're bringing up another picture. This is a route here this is a map of Birch Lake area. Omaha Beach 2.0. All right, so here you can see Birch Lake. There's a pin here, and I don't know who made this map or put the pin in it, but one can only guess. right? If we're judging by everything else in this case, it was most likely the FBI. So he's asked what this is. He says it looks accurate, like an accurate picture of a map. They're bringing up another exhibit, 157. It's okay. Oh yeah, this was when the FBI drove everybody by the police station, and the FBI said that they were gonna plan how to slow police response or something like that. Here they are, and look at how perfectly the FBI took this photograph. And so they had agents following them, they had drones flying overhead. Nobody was scared at all, except maybe Eric, who's in the car and has no idea what's going on. Adam's probably jovial and thinks that he's just having fun with his friends and does not think this is serious whatsoever. And yeah, here's the FBI taking the pictures. They're right there the whole time because they planned it. He says this is a picture from the surveillance team. This is Dan's truck, so Dan's driving. I'm sitting in the back. Surveillance team is surveilling us. Adam's in the passenger seat. They took the picture as they drove past the police department, the surveillance team. Again, scripting it like a movie. Oh yeah, get it driving by the police station. Let's get a picture of that. You know, we need this so we can roll these guys up and get our October surprise. Oh boy. So they're still they're going to bring up, I believe, another exhibit. His lawyer asked, "Did you give any ideas about surveillance on this trip?" He said, "I had given out some ideas, like check out police department, stuff like that. I was hoping we'd be close enough to deter them, if nothing else. Also why I brought it up as well." And he said, "Was that around this time you were going here on the way there?" And he says, I want to say this was at the end of the ride on the way out of town. Gregor says, "This stuff breaks my heart that our once great country has been corrupted from the inside." I know. So now they're bringing up more exhibits. These are the Google searches. So this is part of the next exhibit was part of Eric's phone dump. So they were just searches that were brought up. And I think it was actually the same search and they just showed it 6 times or something. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, 6 different searches from his phone. This the searches he put in the back of Dan's truck. So he said, prior to Luther, were you on the Wire app, Wire chat? Prior to Luther, he says yes. He says, are you following it? Ty Garbin, Dan Harris, Caleb Franks, any of those? Training schedule? And he said there was a training schedule. He asked if there's anything unusual about that. He said there was nothing unusual about it. Now, his lawyer asked if he was involved with Ty Garbin, Caleb Franks, and any of the chats there. He said no, he was not. Now they're bringing up another exhibit. This is okay. So this stuff bothers me because it's unnecessary when they bring things in like this. Okay, this is it's a picture of a phone, and this is just shown on the phone. This is not forensic evidence. There's no metadata being presented. There's nothing to authenticate this. They're just taking a picture of a phone, and this is allegedly Adam's phone, and like we're supposed to trust that none of this has been altered. It is bizarre. So they're asking him about this chat. It's not evidence, exactly. It's not. So he's saying, what is this text message? He said this is a thread between him and Adam, and he's asked, what is Adam asking you to do? This is September 7th of 2020. So this is right before the Luther FTX at Ty Garbin's property. He's asking to bring the toy, the security toy. He literally says toy to FTX. We need to use it. Bring your toy to FTX. Oh my gosh. The toy is referring to the RF detector. And he said 2 days later, he's asking again. This was on the 9th. He says, make sure you bring that. Now, moving to the next page. He is talking again on September 11th. That's the third time he's asked. And this is probably, again, Adam is most likely asking at the behest of Big Dan. And so they're talking about here going to the Walmart parking lot or meeting at a Walmart parking lot. And he said, if you're talking about the 12th, I do not remember that at all. No, I think I'll bring up another exhibit. Oh, the exhibit from the Luther FTX. He's asked if he saw these guys at Luther. And he says, there are some people I recognize from Luther. Yeah. Just bring this up again so everyone can see it. This is their September 11th through 13th Luther FTX. That was at Ty Garbin's property. This was presented or proposed to him by pedo informant Steve Robeson during the Cambria FTX in Wisconsin on July 11 and 12. Robeson says to Ty, why don't you host an FTX out at your property in Luther? So it wasn't even Ty's idea, although Ty is a clown and we laugh at him. We have an informant here. We've got an undercover federal agent here. We have an informant here. We have another undercover federal agent here. We have, where is Amanda Keller on here? I don't see her on here on this one, but I would say that she would be another potential federal, informant or whatever. So I also think that there was one other individual who was present there that is not on this list that was also working for the FBI. So that's at least 4 people working for the FBI. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I believe there was more than that. This is just what we know of. And I think it's important to point that out. K Hopper says, thank you for covering this. MSM is silent on this, and I don't understand why any of the top quote-unquote law tubers won't cover this trial. Well, I think the reason for that is because if you don't have the background, if you haven't been following it forever, it's very hard to follow. You don't have the context to tell people what's going on. I think it's hard for them to cover it because they would have to literally have 3 years of education on it because it's a massive case. And I think that that's probably something like that in that situation. Because it is difficult. I mean, it's hard to follow if you don't understand everything and you haven't been following it from the beginning. So he says you're on this this list at the top. Eric is up there. So he's saying that he didn't really know these people that well. He said, you know, he knew Adam. He said Barry was there. And I know some of these individuals were there, but he didn't really know them. Now, he's asked, you know, did you have any contact with the others or any knowledge of them? The Nulls, he says no. And he says, the Nulls and I have run into each other just because of our involvement in the militia groups. He's asked if he knows who these other people are. Without getting into great detail, he says, no, I do not. These people that presumably signed on they literally had a sign-in sheet, but we've heard all of this about MAOPSEC. He said that, yeah, there was quite a few names on the sign-in list for Luther. And he said, I assume that's these folks. Now they're bringing up another exhibit. This is going to be UCE Mark's timeline, which I guarantee, and I want to get access to all of these exhibits because I guarantee it's BS. This is Mark's timeline. Now, yeah, it is BS. They don't have here, okay, we've caught them in another lie. Damn it, let's start. It begins here. Meet Fox at Vac Shack, Grand Rapids, July 3rd, 2020. Excuse me, why do you not have on there your Facebook message conversation to Adam when Amanda first introduces them to one another? Let me find that. That was June 22nd of 2020, not even on that list. So they're trying to deceive people about when UCE Mark was first introduced in his first contact. Why would they be doing that? Yeah, we all know why. Here it is. 6/22/20. I don't know if people can see this. Probably can't, but this is a direct message on June 22nd. Amanda introduces Adam to Mark. Hey, brother, this is Mark using my girlfriend's account. Elise, that was Special Agent Lauren Hastings, an online covert employee working for the FBI. Elise was talking to your fiance, Amanda, about getting more involved, and Amanda suggested I contact you. There's a reason they left this off that list. It's because they don't want people to know exactly how Mark got introduced to Adam and on what date. They just pretend that contact begins July 3rd at the Vac Shack meeting. It's absurd. So he's looking at this. And these charts, by the way, don't they look like they were made by like what is this, a college freshman, you know, made this is the FBI that is all these resources, all this money, and this is their charts to show apparently months of work by this undercover. How ridiculous. Jeremy says, in case people are unaware, you are watching your very own future. This is to be the kindest treatment Americans will receive in the future when these trials are over. That's right. So he's asking if he's mentioned on this. He says, number 5, this is on September 12, 2020. It says Fox and Molitor use RF detector at Luther. He says, he said, I have an issue with that because I did not use the RF detector at any point during that event. So that's false. He said, you didn't wave it around. He said, I did not wave it around aimlessly in the air. No, I did not. He said, did you wave it at anybody? He said, I did not wave it at anybody. He said mentioned something about a pocket. He said, when Adam gave it to me. What? He didn't know how to use it. So Eric put it in his pocket and just went about his business. Went over to the medical tent, just stood around there. So he asked if it was on when it was given back to him. He said, I think it was on when he handed it to me. He said, what about when you put it in your pocket? He said, no. He said it would have been off in his pocket. He says, it's not going to do anything down here in a cargo. This thing has to be pretty much right over where something would be emitting frequencies. So he says, you didn't use it, but did it go off at any time in your possession? Did it buzz or whatever? He said, not while it was in my possession, no. He said, Adam did on a phone in his hand, so it was pretty obvious. That's what you observed. He says that's what he observed. Did you see him? He was running around like, waving it at people. He says, what happened after that? Eric says, I really don't know. I went about my business. Now they're bringing up, he says, is there anything else there? No, he says. Now they're bringing up another exhibit. Oh my God. Okay, this is going to be what we saw before. This is them going through the bizarrely constructed quote unquote shoot house at Luther, which is where they kind of made something makeshift with these weird blue tarps. Dr. Crispy says, what on earth would be the point of the alleged kidnap? I know. That's what Brandon said when they arrested him, and he asked what he was being arrested for, and they said something about kidnapping Governor Whitmer, and he's like, for what? Like, what are you going to do with her when you have her? What would be what's the purpose of this? They don't even know. The government has numerous stories for this. They said that they were going to kill her. They said they were going to leave her out in the middle of Lake Michigan and take the engine off the boat to cause her, some hassle or inconvenience her or something. They said that they were going to apparently hog tie her on a table and then all stand around posing like they just did the world's biggest drug bust. That was another stoned idea. It's just nonsense. There's no one knows because there was nothing to begin with. This is just nonsensical, and it is stupid. So here they are. They're showing a clip from, this was already introduced into evidence from Luther, of the makeshift blue tarp stuff that was hung together. And Adam's in there talking. Dan is there. Someone else is standing in there that I can't see good from here. They've gotten undercover, completely blurred out. Look at the stupidity of this, guys. Look at the stupidity of this. The blurring. Oh, let's blur out, one of these undercovers. What is this? UCE mark or red. They literally have this weird blurry line. They blur them out. Like, get out of here. No one cares. Did I hear about Owen Schroyer, journalist for AJ, getting indicted along with everyone else for J6? I did not. I saw something about that they were trying to send Owen Schroyer to prison for, was it like almost a year or something? But I don't know about AJ himself. I haven't heard that. So there, you can't really hear what's being said in this clip. But they're just kind of standing around those tarps, the blue tarps. This is so dumb. There's Ty Garbin, I believe. But that's this big blurry circle. Such clowns. Oh, we must protect his identity. He's still out here doing more hoaxes. I mean, good Lord. This is so dumb. Oh my word. The freaking blurring out. Look at this stupidity. We know he's another Baldy. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this. Look at it. You can tell somebody is a Baldy here, even though they're blurring it. I feel like we got another phenotype. Okay? I'm just saying. Okay, so they're talking about somebody holding. Oh, here comes the FBI over to give instructions. Guys, does this not look like Bigfoot or something? Like, is this a Bigfoot sighting? What is this? Look at this crap. My God, how large is this individual that his blur has to be this big? Very, very strange. Very strange. So he's this undercover agent is directing people he's telling them what to do. Oh, we got 2 undercovers because the other one was blurred as well. Just in this clip alone. And then somebody else was obviously standing there filming it. He said, he's asked, what do you see there? He said, that's people training at the Luther FTX going through the shoot house. And as you saw, the FBI's undercovers are giving people directions. Now he's asked about, what is your impression about that? He says, don't really have too much of an impression. The guys weren't trained that well. So that's just as far as I'll go on that. That was Adam, he said, that was talking for some of that clip. Now, he's asked, were you in any discussions at the FTX about the governor? And he says, no. Have you reviewed any audio and found yourself talking about that in any conversations? He says, outside of the truck, no. The ride on the 29th, no. Bobo, what are you doing? So I guess what they're just going over is that nothing's going on in what we're being shown, what's being presented to us. Now they're finishing up. So that's what he said, Mr. Barnett. So they're almost done. They're bringing up another clip. So this is a clip from the nighttime recon which I believe comes from Brian Higgins' dash cam footage. There's someone talking in the clip, but you can't tell what they're saying or who's talking. So it's just a video that looks, as we saw this before. And that's this video that comes from Higgins' dash cam footage. We've all seen that. It's very dark, very grainy. Can't really see what's going on. But we all know how this nighttime recon came about, and we've gone over the messages of how the FBI planned it. There's just more of the video being played, and you can't really understand what's being said. And then I don't know really why it's being played, though, because it wouldn't have anything to do with Eric. And still the same thing of just a video of just a car going down the road. And so it just provides, like, there's nothing here. There's just the appearance of it that has been fabricated. Okay, so I think this is probably the last thing, the last clip they're going to play. And it's just this car driving down a dark road. Very difficult to see. And that's it. The clip is done. Now he's asked, do you see the governor's cottage in that clip? He says, no, I don't see it. He's asked, do you see her mailbox? He said, I did not see her mailbox. He said, this was Higgins' video. He says, yes. Yeah. And, he says, there's other exhibits here. I'm not going to play them all or show them all at this time. He says, we recognize you are. There's going to be questioning from the state of Michigan at this point. You knew that before testifying. He says, yes, he knows he's going to be cross-examined. So it looks like now we're going to go on a recess. They're going to do a little break. He says, do you feel like you've provided your testimony that you wanted to direct for the jury today and yesterday? He said, we touched on quite a bit, yes. Stop it, Bobo. And so he said, is there anything else you want to talk about before we turn the case over to the prosecution? He says, not that I can think of right now, no. He said, I'm going to move this out and Mr. Ralston can take over. And the judge says, he's asking the other defense lawyers if they have questions. They say no. I don't believe they do. Now, they're going to go on their morning break. The morning break, still on a break. How long does the break last? Oh, I think it's still on break. I think that we are all caught up now. That's what it, oh, no, wait. Yeah, actually, I think so. Okay, so they must be on lunch break right now. So what I will do is take my break right now too. Also, is this live? Well, yes, I am live. Hello. So I guess while they're on break, I'm going to take my break too. I'm going to get something to eat. Can we see the trial? You can over on the only place I know of that is streaming it is Up North Live. They're a bunch of clowns, and so they're not allowing me to share it. So I'm just been narrating it for everybody. Right now, they're going on lunch break, so I'm going to eat my lunch too. And I think that it should be, I believe lunch should be over in 20 minutes. Lunch with Bobo stream. I don't know about that. I just want to say, though, to the trolls and the chat, do you think that what you're doing is not obvious? Like, do you think that people don't see that and understand who's doing it and why? I wonder what goes through the minds of these agents and informants when they do the things that they do. And I would suggest it is sadism. Lunch with Roger Rabbit. I believe that these people are narcissistic and sadistic, and I think that they can't help themselves. But all it does is show how weak they are and how true what I'm saying is if they feel the need to do that. All right, let me grab my lunch. In the meantime, you guys know that usually during the lunch, I like to kind of, what is going through their minds? Oy vey, probably. I don't even know. But yeah, they're like, shut it down, you know? So we're talking about the clowns that keep coming in here trying to Fed post in my live chat and using keywords that they know get flagged by the algorithm. And the mods have been doing a great job. They keep making new accounts, coming in, spamming the same crap. And it's very obvious who's doing it and why. All right, so I'm going to go on my lunch break real quick also. So let me bring up, for lunch, I'm going to bring up a little video I'll play real quick. Now I grab something to eat. Let me see what I have on my channel. There's something I'm sure I've done recently that's interesting that I'll play in the meantime. Let's see. What is a recent video I've done? Oh, that we could play that. Oh, the video about Craig Robertson. That was so sad. Oh, I know what we could play. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's see. Oh, yeah, I did like that one too. We'll play our video on covert narcissism because it goes very well with the behavior of the agents and informants that we see. Let me real quick share the screen. That would be nice. And I'm going to grab my lunch. Let me also bring up the banner to let everyone know. Lunch, actually, I think today is just until 2, so let me change that. Okay, I'll bring that up. Yeah, let me share that video. Y'all can listen to my video on covert narcissism, which is actually, I called it the hidden predator, because these are the people who covert narcissists are different than. You're having your dinner already, Crispy? Oh my gosh. Yeah, you dorks are so obvious it glows. Exactly. The covert narcissist, the hidden predator. These are the opposite of grandiose narcissists. They're vulnerable, covert narcissists that tend to hide behind a false veneer of humility, of meekness. They're often soft-spoken. They try to outwardly present as non-threatening. They try to be the nice guy. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You ever meet somebody that is that tries to appear very, very nice, a nice guy, a nice girl, like Lucy Letby, for example. And I'm going to do, since y'all have voted on that and have voted in favor of a 3-part series on that, the final one being my analysis of her. You'll see that in the analysis of Lucy Letby, somebody who was described as nice Lucy. In fact, when she was suspected of hurting the babies at one point, and the healthcare workers were discussing it, one of the doctors said, "Oh no, it could not Lucy, not nice Lucy. Like it couldn't be her, nice Lucy." Her friends called her the innocent one. This is what I mean by you can tell. Okay, listen to the video on the lunch break. You'll get what I'm talking about. You can, if you don't know, you won't see them coming because they do not outwardly appear grandiose or malignant like some narcissists that are more over the top and very like in your face and very obviously egotistical and arrogant. They're not like that. They pretend to be humble and like you'll see, because in my analysis of her, I'm going to show the only footage that we have from her, the first arrest and then her interrogation. And it's very, very chilling if you know what she is and what she's done. Good Lord. But anyways, in any case, I feel like this is the same pathology that animates a lot of these federal agents that run around pretending they're heroes and that they're saving the bad guys, while in reality, they're just manufacturing things, making it up and framing innocent people and then pretending that they're great and that they should get more money and stuff. I think not. So the image I use, though, that's their mask. That is the mask these people wear. Yeah, so I hope you guys enjoy the video, and I will be back after lunch. It's been a while since I've done a video. We're going to talk about covert narcissism today. This is just a disclaimer. Obviously, I am not a mental health professional. These are just my observations, things I've learned from personal experience and my own research. If you're having serious issues, I encourage you to seek help. Also, if you find the video helpful, please consider liking, sharing the video, or even subscribing. There are some people out there who are very good at concealing their true nature. A profoundly destructive person can hide behind the mask of quote unquote normalcy. These individuals can be hypersensitive. They seem to oscillate internally between feelings of grandiosity and feelings of deep insecurity, inferiority, and inadequacy. These simmering feelings seem to manifest in a far more subtle way, making it hard to pick up on. Eventually, though, you're going to start to notice, or you might, hopefully, start to notice the levels of self referencing. What that means by self referencing is that everything has to be all about them. And the way that they perceive and relate to things is about themselves too. Um, it's their way of viewing things. Everything is self focused for them. So you'll notice when you talk about something with them, they might kind of make it about themselves. That's what we mean by self referencing. This is what makes them painfully sensitive to any type of criticism. They view criticism as a betrayal, quote unquote. You owed them adoration and constant praise. Their black and white thinking causes them to view you as an enemy. You're either for them or against them. The black and white or dichotomous thinking that they go into is when when something happens, they view this as sort of like that they're being attacked, like their identity is being attacked or something. So they view it as an attack, and they do see it as a betrayal. They are super sensitive to insults or feeling as if they've been slighted. They may not acknowledge these feelings to anyone, but they'll bottle them up inside and they'll brood and seethe about it. Somebody did something or said something, and instead of just saying to that person, oh, you did this and I didn't like it or whatever, they're not upfront like that. They just seethe about it inside, and they'll ruminate on it and think about it. The interesting thing about them is their latent rage. There is this perpetual self victimization. Um, if only people appreciated me. If only people gave me the respect I deserve. If only others saw my unique specialness. If only others recognized my greatness. It's sort of like, and I know I've used this word before on other videos on the channel, it's the special boy syndrome. It's sort of like that. The perpetual self victimizing. Their greatest fear often is being exposed because they are so painfully self aware. There are some predatory people or narcissistic people who are not aware of their behaviors, or that they don't have boundaries or filters or whatever. Um, and they're grandiose and they think that they're amazing and wonderful, but not the vulnerable kind. They tend to guilt trip, and they are prone to envy and bitterness. They allow these feelings to fester, turning from envy and bitterness into like rage and contempt. They want to be seen by other people as humble, meek, and they want to come off as like very non threatening. They might be very soft spoken. They might come off as like overly polite. They're very aware of and focused on how other people perceive them. They do take pleasure in the misfortune of others, they delight in it. They don't outwardly express these feelings because they know that it would contradict the veneer of meekness that they have worked so hard to construct. Um, but they do feel it inside because they do see themselves as superior and victimized. They tend to minimize the achievements of others. If you got recognized for like a work project that you put in a lot of time and energy into, they will find a way to like backhandedly compliment you while subtly suggesting that you had it easy this time, or that it wasn't really that hard, but oh, congratulations, I'm happy for you. And you can tell that like you may not be able to like immediately sense that there was something like backhanded to that. It could come off as like, oh yes, they're congratulating me but kind of being silly or whatever. Yeah, but they'll do that over and over again. If something happens to them, like they get passed over for a promotion at work, rather than do like self reflection and think about what they did wrong or how they could improve, they see themselves as victim. And the person who maybe got the promotion instead is to blame for that. And then they will focus their rage, their seething contempt on that person rather than look at themselves and think about, well, what could I do differently, to get the promotion? Or rather than considering maybe this other person, this other coworker, maybe they've been working really hard and maybe they did earn it and deserve it. They don't think that way because, again, everything is about them, and that's their frame of reference. You will notice slowly over time that they're never satisfied or content with things, even if they have a relatively privileged life compared to other people. They don't see it that way. And sometimes, if something good happens, well, it could have been better. If someone does something kind for them, well, maybe they only did that so they could hold it over my head later, or they they suggest that there might be some like hidden ulterior motive. They chronically view themselves as victimized. So even when someone does a kindness for them, they're still being victimized in their mind because again, like they don't trust that that was done just out of the goodness of that person's heart or whatever, that there must be a reason for that, right? That is a not good one. Rather than be upfront or even like getting in your face when they're angry with you, they tend to act out in passive aggressive ways. So while you might tell somebody like, oh, you did this and it upset me and this is why, so like you could talk about it and then resolve it, the covert narcissist would prefer instead to play mind games, to give you the silent treatment, to pick a fight about something else and then find a way to blame you for it, to again kind of punish you. They're so hypersensitive that it isn't just to criticism, they're hypersensitive to any feedback at all. If you try to give them constructive criticism, like in a legitimate effort to help them, they're not going to see it that way. They see this as an attack that they have to like defend themselves from. And the reason for that is because they feel humiliated by any feedback that doesn't validate their worldview. They seem to always be lashing out at the world and how unfair it is to them specifically. This leads them to not really doing anything, but constantly complaining about how uniquely hard things are for them. They have a lot of paranoia because they really do believe that everyone is out to get them. And they usually live their entire lives thinking this, even about friends and family, which is very sad that they feel like they can never um, let down their guard. And it doesn't matter how much you try to show them that you care for them or you want to help them, they will always have these lingering doubts about your intentions. And then they'll look for things to validate their doubts. Um, they might engage in projection, like maybe they assume because they have bad intentions when they do something nice for somebody, that that must mean everybody else does too. um, they exhibit a sullen arrogance and a quiet rage that stems from their deep insecurities, but at the same time they also have inflated and exaggerated feelings of entitlement. This causes them to eventually have problems in their relationships. If you don't do enough for them, then they go right back into self victimization as they begin to diminish, devalue, and dismiss you. If you do something that wounds their fragile ego, you are now just another person who let them down. For people who have a lot of empathy and compassion, that makes you particularly vulnerable, thinking that you can save or fix them. And this can be applied to men or women. I can save her, I can fix him. You feel empathy for their pain on the one hand, and you want to take it away, but you also feel exhausted from the onslaught of their ongoing psychological abuse. In the early stages, when you first meet these kinds of narcissists, they maintain the mask and they turn on the charm. They hide their identity behind a mask of concern for you, but it is phony. It's not real. In time, you will start to see that what they say versus what they do, that like their words and actions are not in alignment. They will say something, and then you look at what they do, and you can see that there is inconsistency there. Um, they have an insane ability to make you feel guilty about something or indebted to them. If they've done something for you, or if they've done something to help you, They make sure you are reminded about how caring and selfless they are and how much they do for you and how nobody else does as much for you as them. But they also want you to feel that perhaps you've been a bit of a burden on them and you're the lucky one to have them in your life. Outwardly, they feign humbleness and down to earth vibes. They can engage in charming banter and make self deprecating jokes that seem to camouflage their secret feelings of superiority and, again, specialness, because they're special. They have a constant need for attention and validation. And this is all long term and pervasive. They are very negative people and they are often disagreeable. Their pain is worse than everyone else's, and they exaggerate it to avoid having to take responsibility or accountability for maybe their life not being the way that they want it to be, or them not achieving the things that they think that they're entitled to, whether that's um, success or money. um, they might try to sabotage the people closest to them out of envy, bitterness, and insecurity. They're controlling but devaluing. They want to be admired and idealized, but they control other people through guilt tripping and shaming. And they feel at the same time superior, but also hopelessly inadequate. So there's this constant, it's like an inversion, it's this bizarre cognitive dissonance of feeling contradictory things. You feel superior, but you feel hopelessly inadequate. If they are confronted with a lie that they've told or any kind of criticism, they jump into blame shifting, projection, and scapegoating. Often that is directed at the person who pointed out the lie or made the criticism. They can tell you in a perfectly calm and measured way how everything is your fault, how they have done everything for you and you have never done anything for them. They can become withdrawn, sulking, and come across as a quote unquote perfectionist. But what that really is just a manifestation of their desire for control. They want to be in control of everything because internally they feel out of control. Um, they don't see you as a complex, real human being. They see you as an artifact or an object or a tool. Because of this, in the beginning, they will idealize you. They'll put you up on a pedestal and they will tell themselves that you could be the answer for their misery, their chronic boredom, their loneliness, etc. You'll never be able to, of course, live up to this idealized version of yourself. And when you don't, they get mad at you. And they really do feel betrayed. They feel like you've lied to them, you tricked them, you know? They hide behind the mask of false humility. They will moralize to others to hide their own flaws. Inside, they are seething with rage, while on the outside, appearing calm and composed. Rather than outright threatening you when mad, oh, because that could be used to make them look bad, they'll often imply a threat in a backhanded way. They do things like punish people who love them by withdrawing and deliberately withholding love and affection. They are petty and vindictive, so they often project these qualities onto other people unfairly. They can become at times hostile, sadistic, and incredibly vile. If they think that they're being attacked by an enemy, they will release their fury, but again, they'll do so in a calculated, controlled way, not in an emotional outburst type of way. They are able to control themselves. They're so much harder to spot and to point out to others because they can feign empathy and compassion so well. They can even feel empathy and compassion, like they do have feelings. Narcissists do have feelings, Um, Regardless of what some people may think, of course they do. They are able to feel these things. It's just in a limited sense, and it is short lived. It is like a shallow, um, it's not deeply felt, but they do have feelings and they do feel it. So they will feel empathy and compassion, but it's usually self-serving, or it's for their own gain and reputation. And this may not even be and they may not even be aware of that. It's like if it's not intentional, perhaps. They may say things like, everyone takes advantage of me, or my problem is I'm just too nice, or things like I'm just so selfless and compassionate. For people who are the closest to them, they have a life of misery, abuse, and neglect because they're constantly going through this turmoil, this instability, and they are constantly having these feelings imposed on them of going through the cycle of devaluation, being discarded, being diminished, and all the other abusive things that really narcissists do. They're highly skilled at pretense and have probably spent their entire lives pretending. They learn to be like an actor. They learn, oh, you know, this is how I should, this is how a sad person should look, and then they kind of like mimic that. It's not to say that like they don't feel sadness, of course they do, but they're good at pretending and acting. They are calculated and cunning and always desire to have the upper hand. They will exploit people to get what they want. They will treat strangers better than loved ones. They're so concerned with their public image because they know they are something else on the inside. There is a lack of sincerity. They self aggrandize, but their ego is incredibly fragile. If you haven't dealt with a covert narcissist, you will not see them coming. By the time you have started to figure out that you've been misled, it will be too late. Every single narcissist is different, and narcissism is a spectrum. It is important for people to understand that everyone has and exhibits some narcissistic traits. When we're talking about calling somebody a narcissist or a covert narcissist, what we mean by that is there is a pervasive pattern of superiority to the extremes that it becomes a problem. And again, pervasive, persistent, long term. Not everybody that does or exhibits some of these qualities is a narcissist. And I think that people are, hearing this stuff. They're becoming educated on this stuff, and they kind of maybe don't understand that like this is something that everybody has. Everybody's narcissistic to a degree, but we're talking about when it is pervasive, long term, and extreme. The covert narcissist will get you to feel sorry for them. They will share sob stories. They'll tell you how bad they've been hurt. They might even present an image of a damaged, broken person that just needs to be loved. Um, they will love bomb you, and you'll become the center of their world. They'll get you addicted to their excessive attention and validation. They'll tell you what you want to hear. They will future fake. They'll make all kinds of false promises. Some that they know they have no intention of following through on, but some they themselves actually believe. And they actually mean it at the time that they're saying it because they have convinced themselves that you are the answer to all of their problems, and they project all of this like idealized stuff onto you before they get to know you, and inevitably you won't live up to it. They'll act humble, trustworthy. They will ask you questions about your past. They'll seem very interested in you. Like it's very flattering. They'll ask things about like, oh, what is your relationship with your your parents like, or your family, or what's your relationship with your dad like, or what is your relationship with your mom like? And then all the while they're asking you these questions, and you think that you're having like a deep conversation with them and you're bonding and connecting. They're like taking notes. You're thinking, oh wow, we have such a wonderful connection, and they're like, oh wow, I just learned all these things that I can then kind of like apply later. And then, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they get bored, and boom, you're devalued, you're discarded. And all of those things that they learned about you, all of these little things that you confided in them, like they have learned already what makes you tick. They know what your fears are and your insecurities and what your weaknesses are. And in a moment when it is convenient for them, they will weaponize these things and kind of go in for the kill. Then they'll play innocent and even childlike to further disarm you, but also to get you to fall in love with the damaged, hurt little person, the hurt little child inside them. But when you understand that this is sort of like, it's not, it's an act in a way. It is very sinister. Although, they are inside like wounded children. That is true, but they'll play it up and they'll exaggerate it, knowing that your instincts to protect, nurture, and empathize are, that's going to get that reaction. Um, they become cold, and then they play mind games. They'll make it clear you no longer hold their interest. They'll start to lavish attention and affection on others in the hopes that you see it. Um, they'll message you, and then as soon as you reply, they'll ignore you again for hours, maybe even sometimes days. They'll compare you to other people, better people. They'll gush about their friends they have that never criticize them or hold them accountable for anything. And you're such a bad friend, you know. If only you could be more like these other friends they have that don't question them, that don't ever try to hold them accountable for something, that never point out when they've told a lie. They will become distant, condescending, and dismissive. They want to tap into your jealousies and insecurities and your desire to quote unquote fix things. They know you'll want to get back in their good graces. They will be hot and cold. They'll send you mixed signals, and then they'll sit back and laugh to themselves at your hurt and confusion. More and more, they might become a quote unquote different person, it seems. But what is actually happening is simply the revealing of their true hidden nature. It is the removal of the mask after they have already slipped in the knife. They will say and feel that you are the one that has been hurting them. You might find yourself apologizing to them after they have done something wrong. That is how good and subtle and long lasting their manipulations and machinations are. Things become more and more one sided, and you'll bend over backward for them, but you'll notice that they are not doing the same for you. They expect and demand total loyalty, but again, it is never returned. They will use things you have confided in them as proof that you're a bad person. Sadly, they can become emotionally as cold as ice and distant and more focused on getting you in line and compliant. If you do complain about this and try to bring up that you're trying to hold them accountable for something, they'll just pick apart everything you say. They'll twist the things you say, and they'll do it on purpose. You'll say one thing that is, you're saying it in good faith, and you're trying to resolve what seems to be some kind of problem, with them, with the two of you, but they won't acknowledge their role in anything. And they'll just try to say, oh, are you saying this? Are you, so what you're really saying is this? And you're like, no, I'm not saying that at all. But this is how they do this. And then they just start using you as like an outlet for their anger and rage. They do sort of like these shock and awe techniques. It's like a dazzling thing, sort of like something a magician does. The shock and awe. So maybe it's an overreaction to something, and they overreact to such a degree that you're ground down into submission because it takes you by surprise. You're confused by the seeming over response. Um, and they're just hypersensitive to any kind of setbacks that happen in their life. Like, they have this feeling of entitlement where they think that they should have things that they didn't earn. And they feel that they're self-victimized. They feel victimized by the world because the world just hasn't recognized yet their greatness. And if only they had more attention, if only they had a bigger platform, if only, this happened, then that they would really succeed, and then they would accomplish these lofty goals they have, and everything would be great. um Yes. So anyways, this is that's pretty much it for now. I'm interested to hear what you guys think about this. I'm sure that everyone has known someone like this at some point in their life, usually a family member or a parent. So I'm interested to hear what you guys think in the comments. Have a good day. Wee. Hello, everyone. Right. All right. Oh my goodness. So, yes, I think that if you listen to that, I think that does describe a lot of the kind of personality deficits of the average federal agent, or even informant. But really, I think that I think it varies between grandiose and then covert, because for a lot of these people, they're, especially law enforcement, yes, they do tend to be more arrogant and grandiose in their presentation of being a narcissist. I think that's just kind of what they're attracted to. And it makes sense that they would be attracted to the types of jobs where they are put in a position of authority and power over others, because they enjoy exercising that power over others. They enjoy feeling superior. So it doesn't make, I mean, it doesn't, it's not hard to see why that might be, why there might be a connection there. Of course, also, if you've read anything about ponerology, you know also that psychopaths, narcissists, sociopaths tend to, what they'll do is, if one of them, they tend to do very well in the corporate world because they do not have the feelings of empathy and compassion that like a normal person would have. So they will do unscrupulous things and ruthless things, and they feel nothing doing that. In fact, they might feel good doing that. Whereas like a normal person might not. They're not held back by that. So they tend to do very well in corporate settings. And then once they get in, also, they're the kind of person who is attracted by the idea of being a politician. And yeah, so they tend to, once they get into, whether it is a position of influence in the corporate world or in the political world, once they're in that position of influence, they tend to surround themselves with similar people. And then it creates a concentration of these individuals in positions of authority and power, including, I would suggest, in the medical field as well. What greater way for a narcissist to play God than to be an ER doctor or something, where you're literally presiding over life and death, and you have the ability to choose who lives and who dies, But anyways, I digress. Let's see what you guys are talking about in chat. I did see this comment from Son of Liberty: charm, silence, rage, the cycle of a narcissist. Yes, they can be very charming. Then there are times where they will they'll give you like the silent treatment, or when they're mad and they're being passive aggressive, they'll um, they'll purposely like ignore you or be dismissive of you. And then their rage, part of that rage, I would say it's shame and rage. So they're charming when they're love bombing. When they're silent, it's only when they're doing the silent treatment to manipulate people into acquiescing and coming back under their control. And the rage is actually shame and rage. They have such self-loathing and self-hatred that experience causes them to feel rage. And then because of the rage that explodes from them, they feel shame again. It's like it is a cycle. Narcissists also love to project to hide their behavior. Absolutely. I think that that's also very telling when we look at people like, Richard Trask, the agent in this case, who hurt his wife. Yeah. So, after attending a swingers party in Kalamazoo. He is the one. Richard Trask was the one that wrote that criminal complaint. He is the one who lied and said that the Dublin meeting is when the plot originated. This is not true at all, contradicted by the evidence, but they maintain a false narrative. And then this guy, meanwhile, in his private life as a sexual pervert, Richard Trask also had his own kind of private company as well. He was doing personal trainer stuff while he was working for the FBI. Very creepy looking. Well, you could see his gym pictures where he's flexing like this, and he's like real. You could tell he's real proud of himself. He thinks real highly of himself, and it's so gross. But yes, they do always project. They will accuse you of doing the things that they are doing. So for narcissists, they tend to have problems with fidelity, and oftentimes they'll accuse their partners of being unfaithful while they're the ones doing that. And they always, that's just what they do. They can't help it. All of their flaws that they see, that they think they have because they have such self-loathing, they project all of that onto everybody else, because then they don't have to think about and confront their own shortcomings, or they don't have to change or anything like that. And they can kind of feel superior to other people. So let's see. Son of Liberty said, my experience with a narcissist ended very badly. Someone in my family married a narcissist. He lost it, and I ended up in a murder trial. Wow. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Daisy Girl says, read the Bible. I remember being in a bathroom with a flashlight, trying with my doggy to be very quiet, reading for 4 hours straight. Wild how the words will fly off the page like they were written for you. I think that's true. That's very true. Have you noticed more men or women being narcissists? That's hard to say. I think that male narcissists tend to be grandiose or malignant for the most part. They tend to be more grandiose and malignant. Female narcissists can be also grandiose, but most of them are more covert. It's subtle. You don't see it, and they hide it very well behind a mask of virtue. This is the SJW, right? They pretend that they care about everybody else and that they're fighting, for people. Meanwhile, and then they claim that they're fighting like hate and bigotry or whatever. And meanwhile, they are all those things. They are hateful. They are bigoted. And all of the things that they think are wrong with the world is all things that they themselves are doing and how they are. And they also enjoy feeling superior to other people and thinking that they have everything figured out. They know what's best. They know what the right thing is. They're on the right side of history. They tell themselves these things that are lies. I would say it's a combination of both. I think that narcissism generally is on the rise. It has increased with technology and things like social media, which has given narcissists the ability to get fuel very easily. And for a lot of narcissists, like, fuel is fuel, whether that's negative or positive attention, it doesn't matter. What matters is that they're getting the attention and the reaction, the emotional response that they want. And that makes them, that fuels them. Daisy Girl says, I would say women. Athanasius says, me too, seems to be more prevalent. Lil Lomaine says, always projecting. Yes, exactly. Swirly says, all females are narcissists. I wouldn't say that's true. I don't think I'm a narcissist. But, and I know lots of women who aren't, but I would say that what I think that you're referring to, Swirly, is, I believe, a false perception. So I want to talk about this. I don't know if I should make this a video at some point or whatever, because it actually may be, my thoughts on it may be enough to actually sustain at least a short video on it. But I think that because your perception of society is limited to what you're seeing, right? What you see on social media, what you're seeing on these shows, what you see on these sort of man on the street interviews with these, quote, modern women and things like this. And I think that the people that go on to these platforms are, especially the younger ones, yes, like, they've been very propagandized, but also you have to understand too that these girls are groomed from the time that they're kids. They're programmed with narcissism, you know, with the Disney princess stuff and all these narcissistic fairy tales. So I think that you can't just blame them for their behavior. Although at a certain point, once you're an adult, you're responsible for how you behave and how you act. And if you have experienced trauma or grooming or whatever, you need to address that and fix that yourself. But I do feel like a lot of them are primed to be that way. And look at how they're treated by society. So society tells these women that the only value they have is their physical appearance. And then it is treated as a currency, right? They get rewarded for bad behavior. And that is the actual issue, is not so much that these modern women are inherently narcissistic. It's that those qualities and behaviors are currently in our society rewarded. And I think that for women tend to be more malleable than men. They're more flexible. They're more agreeable. They are more cooperative. They're designed to be that way because they're nurturers, they're caregivers, they take care of children. So God made women that way. And I think that if society changed and what was rewarded changed, right, you would see women adopting that and moving into that. And I think actually we have seen that with a lot of the TradCon LARPers, right, where women are starting to see that they can get that attention that they would get from doing like an OnlyFans thing. They can get that same kind of attention by making videos in the manosphere and pretending to care about men and male problems, and pretending to be more traditional or whatever. You know what I mean, where they think that, oh yeah, that's going to be, Danielle's got the word, conserva thoughts. Yes. You could look at like a Tommy Lauren, I guess, for that as an example, although that's probably not a very good example. Son of Liberty says, agreeable. You haven't dated many women. Oh, could you tell? That's so funny. Well, I think that is true in a sense, right? I believe that they tend to be more agreeable. It just depends. Yeah, that is actually a good example. You guys have seen my videos on Tommy Lauren, right? Oh my gosh, that one video she made with the men are trash video, that was awful. I critiqued that, but I also critique the people who elevate her anyways, you know, and fuel her behavior. Danielle says men will and do simp for them, though. They fall for the LARP hard. That is true. Especially, there is a crap. There's this one girl. She's like I don't remember her name. She's a YouTuber though, and she's very like girly or whatever. And all of their talk about like, oh, modern women and and how they always constantly rag on the men they call simps and cucks. It's like, you guys are doing the same thing, you know, here, take my money. Danielle says TradCon men are really bad about simping. It's so sad. And Simdoll says the simpocalypse is real. I think that is true. Also, I want to say hello to Winter Soldier over in the Rumble chat. I see Jacob over there. Jacob, you always go back and forth. That's so funny. I always see you across the platforms. So that's a good thing. Yeah, it just is, you know, it is very real. It's a very real phenomenon. I don't know why we're still on the lunch break, but we are. I thought at this point, I mean, what is that? Another 2-hour lunch? This is supposed to be, from what I understand, the final day here. So why are we taking 2-hour lunches? That's ridiculous. I presume that if we wrap up today by the end of the day, so I don't know how they're going to even have Chambers in, because wasn't Chambers supposed to be sequestered during the testimony of CHS Dan and UCE Red? They had some, I remember there was some early morning hearing about that. They said that Chambers was, I think he was subpoenaed by the defense, Jason Chambers, to talk about, I would hope, his private intelligence and cybersecurity company, Exa Intel, that he was running and trying to profit from while he was doing this TEI investigation. And he himself talked about wanting to have a big case, right, that could help him transition into the private sector and kind of launch his business, his company. And he was hoping, I think, to get some bonuses from that as well. Sons of Liberty says, we want to find the one. Sometimes I think cognitive dissonance kicks in and a man will refuse to see the flaws in the idol he has made his, quote, goddess. Okay, yes, I have criticized, who was it? Oh, here's an example. How many of you guys saw my video on the U.S. Army PsyOps girl? Do y'all know who that is? If you know who I'm talking about, the Army PsyOps girl, put a 1 in the chat. I want to see how many of y'all even know what I'm talking about. But you should see some of the simp comments in there of, oh, you're just jealous. Like, it's so bizarre. So, okay, how many of you guys have seen my video on it? Let me see if I can find it. It's like, I have such a large catalog of videos, you know what I mean? Here we go. Yes. Okay. Why is... I have to bring it up this way. There we go. I found it. I have found it. This is, how many of y'all have seen this? I know some of you guys know or are aware of this. Okay, let me bring this up for those of you who haven't. If you don't know who I'm talking about, maybe you will when you see her. You'll go, oh, I've seen that girl before. This is I call her Army PsyOps girl. Her name on TikTok is I think it's like lunch bag Lujan or something. Anyways, this girl is quite obviously, I mean, obviously, like even in one of her videos, she has on the patch that is from, yeah, it's this one. It is the PsyOps patch in the video. And I've had people that you should see some of the comments from her simps just defending her endlessly. Oh, that's not true. She just happens to be a girl that's in the military and you're just jealous. You know, it's like they come up with these strange rationalizations for telling themselves that this is not what it is, which is you're getting played, you're getting tricked, she's laughing at you. This is, you know, recruitment is so bad. And it's like, well, maybe recruitment for the military is bad because no one likes their behavior. And so rather than changing that, they do stuff like this. And it is so obvious, but I encourage people to, I'll put the link out in the chat for folks who haven't seen this video. It has 22,000 views on it. Actually, this one, I don't know why, for whatever reason. I mean, I don't know, because like for me, I just do stuff that I'm interested in. I'm not like, I don't make videos because I think they're going to go viral or something. Like, I'm not the kind of person that like jumps on whatever the current thing is that people are talking about to rush to get like my take on it out there. I really don't have a lot to say about a lot of things unless I feel I'm knowledgeable to speak on it. I kind of try to stay in my own lane. Josh, I know they're back, but I'm on a tangent here and we'll get to that. And besides, since I'm narrating it anyways, I like to have it on a bit of a delay because they take these breaks and waste everyone's time. They're going to have 3 sidebars, so we'll get caught up again. But yeah, the coping in the comments. In fact, I could probably find one right now and read it for you that would make you laugh. So the comment I pinned on there was the simp to service pipeline, and I think that's legit. Let me see. So you'll see the simps though. They're here. They're in here. I don't think she was a psyop for men to enlist. I think it's targeted at women. This was actually a pretty insightful comment. Women will see how popular she is and how much attention she's getting online from men and will want the same. She makes the military seem docile and goofy with travel perks and tons of time to make TikToks on her phone daily. That was a good point. Some of these comments, though, are great. They're fantastic, but some of them were absurd and ridiculous. So this gentleman says, I was in the Marine Corps. Most enlisted females are pretty nasty. However, there are some attractive ones. Let's see. Well, they're here. I mean, there's so many comments on here. You'd have to scroll through to read them, but I do remember responding to one of these people that was like, they wrote like a 3-paragraph essay on how I'm just mad and coping or something. And it's like, what? It's just goofy. And it's, I just wanted to show people, like, if you listen to the video, I'm not commenting. Like, I don't care if these girls want to do these TikToks, whatever. What I am upset about is some of us, like myself, have had family members who went and joined the military under false pretenses and died, came home in a body bag, you know, at 30 years old, never got to have kids, and they're just gone and they're for nothing. So it upsets me when someone like this is trying to trick young men into doing the same thing, going and signing up, joining the Marine Corps, and then dying in some other country. It's just ridiculous. And that was that's why I made the video, and that's what I was mad about. But some of the comments are that I'm supposedly I'm jealous of her appearance or something, and it's dismissive of what I'm actually saying in the video, which is something I think insightful. and worth talking about.
Guys, welcome back to the
So,
talking about
this lady.
psyops from the U.S. military, from the Army, the e-girl psyop.
The e-girl.
It's funny to me
The e-girl
because it's
psyop.
like she reminds me of like Belle Delphine. So I just kind of think this is like the Belle Delphine of the military. They're like, hey, how do we get people to like want to join our group here? You know, oh, I have an idea. The young men really seem to like this Belle Delphine character, so let's create our own version of it. We need our own e-girl, right? I mean, it's just kind of funny to me how obvious this is. For people who aren't aware, this is a TikToker. She's U.S. Army psyops, quite obviously. She has a TikTok. Her TikTok account is, I think, called Lunchbag Lugin. I will include links to everything in the video descriptions.
I have the links in there for people, but what I want to show people is the IDF girls first, because this was not like they're taking this from the IDF. Like the IDF has been doing this stuff for a while, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I don't know what you would call this. If you call it, was it thirst posting or something? But this is the kind of thing that they do. They have girls that look like this that make these TikToks and stuff like that. And yeah, so I was just saying that, you know, look at what it's. I proudly served as a military police officer for 3 years in IDF. Now tell me, do I look like I could harm innocent civilians? Like, please, ma'am, what you're doing is holding water for something grotesque. So I was going over this thread of how, yes, this is the IDF thing all over again. And this gentleman did a thread saying the US PSYOP is much more sophisticated. The IDF one is just phallic desert eagles and war crime denial twerking. The other is postmodern, acknowledging the PSYOP and seducing you into wanting it. That's actually an interesting point, because she said, what if it was the best glow job you've ever had in your life? Because the comment here was feds glow. And she's like acknowledging that she's a fed, but she's just saying, yeah, so, you know, it's strange. And I went through some of the videos that she does and the propaganda in them, the dancing, goofy stuff. You know, all of it is bizarre and weird. And clearly propaganda. And then I went through this article here talking about this stuff. So anyways, I just thought it was interesting, but I really encourage people to read the comments there if you want to see some unhinged, delusional simping. Thirst trapping. Yep, that's what it's called. AP says, the only woman I would ever give my life in defense for is my mother, since I no longer have a significant other. Gotta love medical issues. My boxer as well, but she passed last year. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'd like to see some TikTok video of her earning that airborne patch. Color me skeptical. That's actually a good point. Yeah. Well, go watch some of her TikToks. I actually put a link into her TikToks so people can go watch them, you know, and I think that they should, because you can learn a lot from the propaganda. All right, so let's go back to this now. I think we got enough of a delay to where maybe something of substance is happening. It won't be incredibly boring. So the judge is talking. He's asking the prosecutor anything before we bring the jury back in. Prosecutor says no, they're going to bring the jury in. And he's making, I guess he's putting something on a CD. I don't know what that's about, but he is. Wait, what? Did he just say something about someone being in contact with Dan? I don't know what this means. I don't know what that was referring to. Now they're bringing in the jury. Let's see. Come on, come on. Oh boy. This is why I like to wait a little bit and have this delay. Son of Liberty says, pass. I've never been on TikTok and I ain't going to start for her. Good. I have TikTok and I've used it, but very limited. I don't post often. And the only time I have done that is basically when I'm trying to just educate people about something like that. I think, oh, because I know a lot of young people use it. And if I want to talk about like this case or another important case, sometimes I make short videos that I can upload there. But that's just because it's a different audience. There's a lot more younger people that like the Zoomers are over there, and someone needs to help them, or they're all going to end up with 17 different mental illnesses and blue hair. So, you know, sometimes you just got to go in there, right? And try. All right. So the jury's coming back in now, and we have the prosecutor here, Mr. Ralston, and he's going to be cross-examining Mr. Molitor. The jury. Oh, he said there was some the judge just said there was some unexpected legal issues. Huh. That just happened. I wonder what that's about. He said something about someone being in contact with Dan. I want to know. So Son of Liberty says, tell me about it. My son is a Zoomer. See, I'm trying. Someone's gotta. Someone has to reach the Zoomers on the TikTok and tell them, look what they're doing. They're faking kidnapping plots and then just throwing people in Supermax prison. This is unacceptable. He got a note from one of them. They're asking questions, and the judge is letting the jurors know that this isn't the time where we answer questions. And you know what, Son of Liberty, that's exactly what I was thinking. The first thing that came to my mind when I heard somebody talking about someone being in contact with Big Dan, I'm wondering if they're, I don't know what that's referring to. Are they going to say someone's trying to threaten him or something? Well, if that's the case, why didn't y'all put him then actually in witness protection or whatever? Why'd y'all put his name out there? You all chose to do that. So it just is like, what? It doesn't even make sense. Did you give a PSA about if the 4 or 5 people in your militia meeting are FBI agents? You shouldn't show up to the meetings anymore. Yes, that's a good point. But again, the thing is that it's easy to say that looking back in now, right? Like in hindsight. But if you really dive into this, most of the stuff that was happening, it wasn't anything questionable and it wasn't anything illegal. Like the trainings, this stuff like that, there was nothing actually wrong with that. What they did was they orchestrated the appearance of something, but they built that over months, and it's not something that you may not know right away. And Dan was described as the person that basically he would be the person that would come if you needed a ride. He'd come pick you up, take you to get your car fixed, or he'd come over and help you fix your car. If you needed a ride somewhere, he would do it. And the reason for that is because he's basically working on call for the FBI. But to these people, like to someone like Adam Fox, Dan is like he was like your best friend, right? So you may overlook certain red flags because there are other qualities about the person that you really like. So try to think about it like that. The feds can destroy your life under false pretense, and that's okay. But don't you dare write a letter, exactly, or post a meme or whatever. Some of the nonsense we were seeing. So he says, in terms of the check that you will get. Wait, I think they're asking about how they're getting compensated for their time. Or is this really happening? Yeah. I think that's what he's saying. What? Okay, this is bizarre. I think these people are just like, okay, are we getting paid to be here? I don't know. He says, if I recall, he said he said something about Mr. Ralston. He's going to be using a TV screen. So he's telling the jury we're going to get into the cross-examination of Mr. Malter by Mr. Ralston. He's starting out already with an aggressive tone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Molitor. Let's start off with Adam Fox.
Is Adam Fox a terrorist in your mind? He asks. No, he says. Why not? He asks. Eric says he didn't do anything. Ralston says, okay. He says, do you think he had a terrorist inclinations? Or do you think he wanted to commit an attack? Eric says, as far as what he wanted, I don't know. I would say his ideology maybe was along those lines. He says, how about Barry Croft? Was he a T? Eric says, I don't know Barry that well. He says, okay. Ralston says, you said something yesterday. You said that you were talking about the show of force at the protest. He says, yes. He says, and you talked about V perceived is V achieved. He says, correct. He says, do you remember that? He says, what does that mean? Tell us about that. Eric says, so if somebody thinks that you're going to be a hard target, they're not going to go, they might not go after you. So if they see you standing there and they perceive that if they go after you, they might be met with equal force, it might be a deterrent. They're a lot less likely to attack you. He says, Ralston says, okay, but when you show up at a public rally, public protest, and you're all kitted up, you got your long gun slung and your secondary sidearm on your hip. He says, yes, you got a lot of magazines, flex cuffs, things like that. He says, I mean, you're not in your home waiting to be attacked. I mean, you're going out there and displaying a show of force. And he says, not necessarily. So hang on, let me go back and see what he just said. Let's see. Sorry. So he said, you're talking about show of force, protest. So he's asking him that question. I had to go back and rewind us to hear what he's saying clearly. If someone thinks you're going to be a hard target, they're not going to go after you. If you're sitting there holding a gun and they perceive that and come up to you, if they think they're going to receive violent action in return, that can be a deterrent. They are a lot less likely to attack you. If you show up at a public rally kitted up, there's nothing illegal about that, though. They're allowed to do that. They're allowed to carry that. It doesn't mean that just because they show up and they're carrying these things or wearing them, that doesn't mean that they're doing that to intimidate other people. They may be doing that for their own protection, so they feel safe. He says, you're not in your home. You're going out there. He said, I never wore that. He said, sir, I never wear that sitting in my home waiting to be attacked. Like, nobody's sitting in their home in a full kit. Like, what are you talking about? He said, that's the reason you go out, is to have a show of force. No, what about going out to exercise your rights? Are we not allowed to do that, sir? Is Mr. Ralston suggesting that if I go to a protest and I carry my legally owned firearm, that I'm somehow trying to do a show of force to intimidate people? What is he talking about? Is anybody that carries a firearm in a public place trying to do a show of force to intimidate? This is nonsensical. It is stupid. But this is where he's going. Now he says, at any point in your life, has any law enforcement agency, officer, trooper, federal agent ever call and say, we need your help here? He said, no, sir. He says, okay, this is all on your own volition. He says, yes, correct. He says, and when you went out in public like that, I mean, who was the show of force? Who were you trying to intimidate? Listen to that leading question. How ridiculous, as if anyone's trying to intimidate anybody. How about any would-be attacker, dummy? It's a form of intimidation, wouldn't you agree? Eric says, yes. The judge is asking something now. He's asked another question. Oh my God. Oh, who is it for? Who is it directed to? So, who is it directed to when you these rallies at the circle there? We saw the picture there. Tell us about that. He says, so during this times, this is when BLM and Antifa protesters became rioters. Some of them were going around destroying cities and property. So it was a show of force for them. He says, okay, you ever go to rallies at the Capitol like that? He says, I have. Ralston says, okay, were you trying to, I mean, the Capitol, obviously, a sacred place. You would agree. Oh, a sacred place. No, it's not a temple, sir. This is not a church. It is not sacred. You are not a priest class. You're politicians. You are supposed to represent regular people. You are not above them. It's not sacred. We don't worship the government, sir. Hello. Don't agree to that. It's the seat of our government. Please. He agrees that it's the seat of the government. He says that's where lawmakers are, correct? He says yes. They're protected by the state troopers that are there, right? He says a whole bunch of people. Yes, sir. He says, okay, and were you trying to intimidate the lawmakers? And Eric says, no. He says, you ever use the word tyrants? He says, yes. He says, tell us how. Okay, so now we're going to get into this game. Have you ever said this word? Well, what did you mean by that? Well, in what context? I've called my mother a tyrant. Does that mean I'm going to kidnap her? No. God help anyone that does. They will very quickly realize and correct that glaring mistake. My God, she would talk their ear off. They would end up dumping her on the side of the road. He says, I don't understand the question. How else would you use it? I don't. What do you mean? Tell us how you've used it. Who is a tyrant? He says, a tyrant would be government officials that overreach. what they're allowed to do.
Okay. Okay.
Let's talk a little bit about basics. On August 29th, you drove to Elk Rapids with Adam Fox and Dan, right? He says on August 29th of 2020, you drove to Elk Rapids with Adam Fox, correct? He says, no, sir. I was duped into a truck. I did not drive. Dan drove. You were in a vehicle with them. Yes. And you were tricked. He says, yes, sir. Okay. And while you were there, in the back of that truck, what kind of gun did you have? He says, I had a Glock 23. He said, but he had changed the barrel. So it was chambering a 40 instead of a 9. I don't know what this means. He says, okay. How many rounds were in it? He said, the magazines I was using, I believe, had 17 and had one in the chamber. He says, okay, and Mr. Fox didn't have a gun, right? He said, come to find out, he did not. He said, you knew that at lunchtime, right? Eric said he claimed he did not have a gun. Whether he actually had one or not, I did not know, but he said he did not have one. Ralston said, did you ever see him with one? He says, no. He said, Dan had a gun, right? And he says, yes, sir. He says, you're in the back seat, right? He says, yes, I am. Now, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I mean, who's got the advantage here in an environment where you're in the back seat, 4 in the mag, 1 in the chamber? I mean, who's got the advantage? Well, there's 2 of them and 1 of him. He said 16 in the magazine, sir. He said, I understand what you're getting at, but I love that he corrected him on his dumb stupidity, you know? He said, I would have the tactical advantage because I'm in the back, so they would not be able to see what I was doing. I could get the drop on them, but just because you have a gun, just because I had a gun, doesn't mean I would just shoot my weapon. So just because I have a tactical advantage doesn't mean that my first thought is that I have to shoot them to get away. Ralston says, what I'm trying to figure out is why were you so scared? And he pretends like he wasn't, like as if this is a lie. He said, you told us how yesterday you got real emotional when you were talking about it. You know, he said, yes, you remember that? He says, yes. You just wanted to get back to your children. He says, before you left the house, you said you smoked some weed, right? Drank some moonshine. He said, had a little bit. Had your gun. He goes, grabbed your gun. He says, my pistol? No, it was already on me. And he says, then went out on the open road, right? Stoned and drunk. And he said, not drunk. And he said, is that what happened? He said, you got in the truck. He said that you heard Adam talking about his T plot. I mean, that's not what it is. That's not what he was saying. That's just your characterization of it. That's not what it is. And again, you're omitting, sir, that the FBI created this plot. It wasn't Adam's. It was given to him and promoted to him. And we come to find out he was trying to get out of it and apologizing to Dan in September, the end of September, after Dan took him on these ride-alongs. Even Adam didn't like it and feel comfortable with it, even though in his mind, he thinks this is all make-believe, that they're just, LARPing, which he himself said at several points that we're just LARPing. So he said in the moment, that's what I believed. Attacking the governor. He said, yeah. He said, you would agree that's a T plot, right? He says, yes, sir. He says, I think you told us At that point in time, I think your words were, you barely knew Adam, right? He says, can we backtrack? Because you asked me a question about my fear level at that point. Is that something we can cover, or are you not for that? So he said, I think you said you barely knew Adam. He says, correct. He says, and so you had a lot of fear. He says, oh, yes. He says, this T plot, I think you also told us at a different point in your testimony, you thought he was joking. He said, yes, sir, I know what you're talking about. He says, am I correct that you said both things, sir? He said, I did say both things. Yes, sir. He says, it seems like if you think someone's joking, I'm wondering how you got all this fear that you told the jury about yesterday. He says, okay, so the joke that I'm talking about, when I first got into Dan's truck outside my house, he made a comment about going to scope out the Tyrant B's house and maybe blow up her boat. She gets another one, blow up that one. She gets another one, blow up that one. And then he said, when Adam was talking about that, she gets another one, get that, so on and so forth, he continued to laugh. So like a joke. So he said it wasn't a discussion. It wasn't a conversation. It was a joke. So I did not have any fear at that joke. Ralston says, okay, but you said you were filled with fear. And all you wanted to do was get back to your kids. I'm wondering, like, when did it move from one to the other? How did it move? It seems like those are kind of incongruent. He says, that's a very fair question. So he said, when it changed from not being afraid to being afraid, he actually gotten all the way up here near Bel Air. That's when he actually started mentioning her name, Whitmer's name. Up until that point, I had no idea that we were going up to her cottage. They didn't say anything about her. He said that's when it all got dropped in my lap, that's when instantly he felt fear right there. He says, was that before lunch? He says, that was before lunch. He says, okay. So you came up here on August 29 with Adam Fox and Dan. He says, yes, sir. Armed. He says, correct. You drove by the cabin how many times? He says, I believe the first time we went by twice before we went to the bar. He says, after the bar, how many times? One more time. 3 times total. So north 3 times, south 3 times. So 6 times total. So they drive by 6 times total. He says, yes. And when you did that, you were armed, right? He says, I was. He says, while you did that on one of those passes, southbound trip, you did a slow motion video of the governor's home. He said, yes, I did. Ralston says, okay. And let's talk about September 12th for a bit. He says, okay. You went to Luther. He says, yes. He says, this is after you had this very scary experience on August 29th, right, with Adam Fox. He says, the beginning of the ride was terrifying. Yes. He says, okay, and so you went to Luther on the 12th, right? He says, yes. Trained with firearms there. Is that correct? He says, yes. You gave Adam your RF detector. He says, I did. He says, let's talk a little bit about the equipment you had. So this is all stupid, and it has nothing to do with any kind of plot or providing personnel for anything, because there wasn't an actual T plot. There wasn't an actual group. These FTXs that he's talking about, Luther, whatever, All of them are being put on by the FBI while the FBI is monitoring everything and has numerous agents there. So stop grandstanding, sir. Stop acting like this was scary or dangerous or even illegal. None of the gear he had was illegal. So it's not really relevant, is it? But this is what, and Jeremy said it here in chat earlier. He said, this is going to be you in the future. This is going to be all of you in the future. If you want to, have rights, this is what's going to happen. Leo says, I've said it before, but if these guys really were planning to kidnap someone, why didn't the FBI try and talk them out of it at any point? If I were a juror, I would be very suspicious of that fact. What are they doing driving them around and getting them stoned and all this other stuff? It's absurd. So he says, okay. He says, we talked about restraints. Flex cuffs, handcuffs. He said, I think you had some leg irons too, right? He said, yes, I did. Phil says, did you ever, in the history of your life, ever use any of that? Or he says, no. He said, if you were like at Rosa Parks Circle and you thought somebody needed to be restrained, what were you going to do? He said, if I thought someone needed to be restrained, it's not a thought. They either need to or don't. If they're risking somebody else's life or property, then they need to be restrained. It's not hard. Okay, so what would you have done? I would have restrained them. He says, tell the jury, you got your flex cuffs out? Would you wrestle the guy to the ground? Like, he's trying to get him to say, like, sir, are you suggesting that if somebody is threatening to harm someone else, no one around is allowed to intervene and help that person? Is that what Mr. Ralston is suggesting? Because I think everybody should be scared and terrified of that prospect. You're in a crowd, you're at a rally, or you're at it doesn't even have to be a rally. You could be at the mall with your kids around a group of people. If somebody comes up and tries to hurt you, wouldn't you want somebody that's maybe bigger than you, like a man that's a bystander, to come and save you or help restrain that man? Yes, citizens' arrests are legal, 100%. People are allowed to stop someone from hurting somebody else. Like, he's literally suggesting that somehow is not a legitimate thing. He said, he said, I can't just come up with a hypothetical. It's not a cookie cutter situation. Ralston says, you don't really know, do you? And he says, let's talk about how well you knew Adam Fox. Can you look at Exhibit 6 there, please? And so they're bringing up this. They're going to do this all over again. And you can tell, by the way, by this guy's clown voice, the condescending, the tone is dripping with condescension and arrogance, smugness, pride, hubris. I'm sure the jury sees that. It does not play well. I'm going to make the same statement I said when I was listening to Dan Harris get attacked by Jonathan Roth at the federal trial. I said this is either going to go one of two ways. Either the jury is easily swayed by somebody that they think is an authority figure, or they're going to think this guy's being a prick. He's got an attitude. He's not letting the person answer the question. I think that I would suggest nobody likes a smug, arrogant, condescending, what. People just don't like that. It's annoying to listen to. If I don't want to sit in the room listening to somebody just, when you said this, what you're actually saying is this, right? Like, everyone can see that for what that is. And I really think that he should reconsider that. I don't know what training he's had. He's the lawyer. He's the assistant attorney general for the state of Michigan, not me. But he doesn't come across to me as a very likable guy. Mr. Barnett, soft-spoken as he is, comes off as far more likable. I'll just say that. So they're bringing up an exhibit. He says these are contacts we've shown between you and Mr. Fox. He says, do you have any dispute with any of those? He's got to look at them and decide. Let's see. Here, we'll pause it so everyone can see what's being discussed, because it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And like I said, you could put up contacts that you've had with somebody. Like, these are all just different messages sent back and forth, or someone posts on a Facebook page or likes a post or whatever. That's what this is. It's trying to make it look like they're having all of this contact, but this is over a period of a couple months. It's actually not a lot of contact. That's maybe what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 29 instances of contact. Does that mean if you've talked to someone 29 times, you've had interactions with them online over a period of several months? You think you know that person very well? I think not. That's stupid, and I don't believe anybody would make that assertion. But I could go on to Instagram, or I could go on to Twitter, and I could literally draw up a chart of every time Dana Nassel has had contact with some Antifa person, and I could claim that they're now linked. They know each other. I know, for example, she follows a page called Extreme Michigan on Twitter that appears to be a left-wing Antifa group that doxes people and is literally self-proclaiming that they're going after certain people for certain things. I could suggest that she's connected to these extremists. They literally call themselves Extreme Michigan, and they are, according to them, doing extreme things and vigilante activity. I can make the connection. I could go through and look at how many times she's liked a post. I could go and find individual members and see if she follows them online, and I could look at every interaction there, and I could put up a little chart. Does that mean it's real? Not really. It's not a real representation of what is going on. It just is designed to look that way. Leo says it speaks volumes that the key informant is a convicted pedo and that the prosecution's lead witness has perjured himself. How do you top that? I'm not going to read that last part, but that was very funny. Yeah, I just don't know what goes through the minds of these people sometimes, It's ridiculous. So, anyways. The things I put myself through, and tomorrow is my birthday, guys. I'm going to be 35. I cannot believe it. I'm so old. According to my sister, middle-aged. All right, so he's looking at the chart here now, and I think he's looking at what it is, because looking at it, can't really see it well. He says, do you have any dispute with those? He says, so far, no. He says, take your time. And he's looking at it, the chart, and the judge said something about, he's got to make sure, because he's the prosecutor, so take your time and look at it. He says, declaration of war, 8/31/2020. I'm confused on that one. He said 8/31/2020. I'm confused on that. It says, all right, the judge is telling him how to answer. My goodness. Okay, so no, sir, I just counted it and it was 23, not 30. My goodness, Bill, get it together. No, there's not. There's 23. I just counted them all with everybody here. But let's misrepresent that by what? Almost 10? he said he's talking about he has a problem with this one date and why it's called declaration of war. He's like, what does this mean? And he said that's what we knew about. He said you probably had more contact with Mr. Fox than what we were able to find, right? He says no. He said you didn't have any other phone calls, meetings, conversations. He says there was some phone calls, yeah. He says, okay. So my point is you actually had more contact with Mr. Fox than what's on Exhibit 6. He said, sure, yeah. He says, okay, so how is it that you say you barely knew him on August 29th? He says, so from April to June, July to October is how many months? That's not a lot of time to get to know somebody. So I barely know this guy. He's in Grand Rapids. I live in Cadillac. We don't hang out. He's never been to my house before except on the 29th when he came to pick me up. I've never been to his house or the Vac Shack. He said, we don't have any mutual friends. So yeah, I barely knew him. Bill says, okay, so this guy you barely knew, you get in a car, drive an hour and a half north, and do surveillance with. He says, yes. And he says, is that a common thing in your life? You go out and did surveillance for people? He says, no. I think you told us yesterday your contact with Mr. Fox went back to March of 2020. Is that correct? I don't remember him saying that. He says, no. He said, I don't remember what month. He said, I just threw out March. He said, I think you told us you taught him some online medical skills. Is that correct? He says, yes. He was like a pupil of yours. You're teaching him. He said, no, that's not correct. He said he was an attendee on a video at a conference. He said, so you were a teacher. He said, I taught a class. He said, you were conveying information to whoever showed up. He said, how many times did that happen? He said, that was the one and only time. He said, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, like, were you teaching them how to care for burns? Like something that might happen in the kitchen, or if a child fell off a bike and hit their arm, what kind of things are you teaching? No, he knows that that's not true because he knows that this class is being taught by being put on by a prepping group, and that it is a IVAC class, as he explained yesterday. He said IVAC again. It's for anything that's inside of you want to keep it in. So your blood, you want to keep that in. Anything on the outside, you want to keep out. Especially, he said, you would teach people how to pack pulling, for example, with combat gauze to stop bleeding, how to properly dress that, to keep anything else out from it, stab wounds, something lethal thorax, which is a chest condition, which is what the needle would be for decompression, how to use an MPA, which is a nasal something airway to keep the airway open so someone can maintain breathing. This is like basic stuff. That's what I was teaching. He said that's all combat care. Wouldn't you agree? He says it's applicable to a bunch of stuff. It can be in that context, yes. He says those are battle wounds, right? No, sir. It could be self-defense. It's not like if someone comes out and mugs me and stabs me, I'm not in a combat. You idiot. I mean, what is he? Is he hearing himself? Are you stupid, sir? Apparently. He says, what else could it be if it's not for battle wounds, bullet wounds, stab wounds, stab wounds? So penetration wounds of any kind. You could trip and fall and land on a stick. You know, you could still use the same techniques to keep your blood in as you would from a stab. So, like, he says if Mr. Fox was camping and he fell on a stick, he could care for himself. He says, yes. He goes, he says, your original communications with him, you remember different exhibits we went through, messages on Facebook Messenger. You remember that. He said, you were 110. Why don't you bring up the exhibit, Bill? Like, stop. What he's trying to do is confuse him by jumping from one thing to the next and trying to get him to agree with his, faulty premises. This, again, is basic stuff that prosecutors are taught to do. It's very annoying. And they'll also try to cut you off in your answer so that you can't give a more detailed, thorough explanation. And then they'll jump to something else. And it's trying to keep you from focusing. And they try to rush you and talk super fast. This is why I would recommend to anybody in that situation, slow yourself down. Obviously, you're going to be feeling nervous already. You're going to have an elevated heart rate. You're sitting there. Everyone's looking at you. You're in a courtroom. There is a judge. There is security in there. There's, officers in the court. There's the jury. These people are going to make basically a life or death decision about you as a person. So you're already going to be nervous. You're going to have a heightened heartbeat and a heightened fear response if you're not a sociopath that doesn't feel those things. But a normal person, you're already going to be agitated in a sense. Okay. So there'd be, I think, a feeling of wanting to respond right away to questions. I would not do that. If somebody's trying to rush me along rapid fire questions, I would purposefully stop, think about it, maybe even ask the question back and say, you're asking this, formulate a response, and calmly respond slowly. There's no rush. You don't have to talk as fast as the person asking you questions. If they're shooting questions at you like this and going, and then what did you do here? And then let's go back in time there. You don't have to do that in your response. You don't have to be as animated as them. You could just be very calm and just, very slowly re-ask the question. Make sure that you're understanding the question and that you're getting it right before you answer it, because this is the games that they play, and it's obnoxious. And I don't think that the jury likes this either. So he said, when this text message happened and you said you were 110% in, and he talked about his Second Continental Army. This, again, is the FBI's Second Continental Army, but I guess we'll just leave that out. He said, you were 110% in. Do you remember that? He said, yes, I remember that. He said, that was between you and Adam on your personal Facebook page, right? He said, I don't remember. He said, I know we said that back and forth, sir. And Bill said, I mean, you didn't join the Michigan Patriot 3%er Facebook page June 23rd. That's on the comms chart, Exhibit 6, if you want to look at it. June 23rd. So he's asking if he joined the Facebook page that the FBI set up. He says, so you were communicating with him as far back as May on your personal Facebook pages. Would you agree or disagree? He says, I would agree. I wouldn't agree. No, I would say if you are referring to something specific, like a specific communication, can you provide it to me so I can see it? What communication are you talking about? What are we talking about in May? No, I don't remember, sir. This was 3 years ago. If you're asking me something specific, not a vague, oh, in May you talked, present something that I can look at, sir. Do you have evidence that you could show me to, refresh my recollection? I would be saying stuff like this because I don't think they should be allowed to get away with this shit. Give specifics or don't ask the question. He says, you've offered to the jury, I think, that the reason you didn't know what Adam Fox is all about is because you didn't read the messages that were coming to you. Is that correct? He said, I did not read everything that came in. That is correct. Now he's bringing up another exhibit. Can we approach Judge? Oh, just take a look at that. You read it for yourself. Let me know when you're done. It is so condescending. Like, I cannot stand you. Oh my goodness. Now he's moving for admission of something else. So he's showing him something. Why is he moving for admission something now if we haven't seen it? Shouldn't the government arrested their case? I thought they already introduced all of their evidence. Are they just adding more now at the last minute? So I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it. So here we go. That's permissible under 6132. Also 801B2. Yeah, okay, clown. Talk about your little statutes. Is there anyone more annoying than a freaking lawyer or prosecutor? Oh, this is admissible under 692 and 671 statute. The definition of a secret king special boy. No one cares about your little statutes, but who else but a freak? It gets excited about that. Quote, I didn't know what Adam Fox was all about because your agents had him stoned out of his mind constantly. Exactly. All right, so we're introducing something into evidence here. 267. Okay, sir, let's move it along. Can we do a zoom on this? All right, let's do a zoom for everybody so we may all see it. Let's see this taken out of context nonsense. So we're just going to keep going, huh? We're going to go, is Bill saying what Steve said when he talked about he didn't care if he had to induce people to commit crimes, that he was 100% on board till the wheels come off? Is that Ralston? Is he also 100% on board until the effing wheels come off? Yeah, I bet. Oh, yeah. So, wow. I don't know where I have that one saved, but it's in here. I remember circling it because I'm like, what the hell? He's literally talking about, and we read this days ago, so I'll look for it later. But here we have, this at least is not a Word document reconstruction, which, they've already done. And it says, text message. This is, why does it say start time 8/23/2020 and then last activity 9/13/2020? How does that make sense? Timestamp 8/23/2020 10:46:08 a.m. That's UTC time. I don't know what that means. Source app native messages. So it's a message supposedly from, wait, now this is a new message from Eric. This timestamp is 8/23/2020. What in the fuck? At 12:20:33 p.m. What the hell are we looking at then? So it says good SHIT. Thank you. So it looks like I will have a lot of free time for a while. No work in my near future. Also, I've been keeping tabs on everything I read. I just don't say much. I don't know why that's put in a black box. I am sorry you are going through the SHIT you're going through, man. SHIT is never easy. You seem to be keeping it together fairly well, though. Proud of you for that. I know what it's like, and it ain't always easy. I saw your picture of leg press machine with over 1,000 on it. Effing impressive. With this time off, I plan on working on myself and getting healthier, working like didn't give me SHIT for time, bro. Okay. That's what are we looking at? Greenwich Mean Time. So I have no idea what this is. It doesn't, there's nothing about that sounds nefarious, though. It's just normal. So he said you would agree with me. The date of this is August 23 of 2020. Is that correct? He says, yes. He says, you're reaching out to Mr. Fox. He says, yes, sir. He says, why don't you read the first 3 sentences? No, how about we read the full thing in context, sir? So we just read it. We just read it. So he says, the first 3 sentences? No, why don't you read the whole thing? It's not long. We just read the whole thing. This is ridiculous. So we just read what we read. I've been keeping tabs on everything I read. I just don't say much. And so he says, are you talking about through text message there? And he says, yes. And then he says, let's talk a little bit about, you did an interview with Mr. Van Dusen, who's in the courtroom this afternoon, correct? Yeah, Mr. Von Dusen. Who is he working for? Why has his videos been admitted as evidence for the government not once but twice? He had a video that he claimed he just happened to be archiving from Phil Robinson's Facebook page, the guy from the Michigan Liberty Militia that one of the Null brothers was streaming from the day that the FBI let everyone into the Capitol at Lansing. And he just happened to archive it and publish it, then send it to lawmakers to warn them about threats. And then he does this interview with Eric in January of this year. Of course, he's allowed in the courtroom. He's been given access. I know he's been in contact with, the FBI. I don't know in what capacity. Presumably it's for journalistic work, but it's very strange to me that this guy is being used so much, this so-called independent videographer and filmmaker, journalist, whatever, down there that no one's ever heard of, from Traverse City. He does work that gets put into the Record Eagle. But who is this guy? Who is he? Why is he being given access? And there's something very autistic about this individual, because he sends me things like online, but he'll never have a conversation with me. Like, I've tried to engage with him and talk to him. Like, why are you sending me messages and sending me your tweets? And then I try to talk to you and you don't respond. Like, stop sending me shit then. Okay. I'm a nice, normal person. I've been willing to talk to anybody about this case. I will talk to people on the left about it. I will talk to people on the right about it. I don't care. I'll talk to anyone about it. But this guy is very strange. And there's something very weird about his behavior. And I think that for me, the way that I look at things, I'm suspicious of authority. And I've read too much about how the FBI works and how they utilize confidential human sources. I think that, gee, someone's a videographer, they're running around filming people. Yeah, law enforcement loves that. They love to run that footage through facial recognition software. I'm sure it's great for them to identify people in these crowds, right? So I just have a lot of questions about this guy, why he repeatedly is being brought up, why he's been given access, and what his role in this is. I also want to know why he released that interview that he did with Eric prior to this trial, 1 week, in fact, before this trial. I would ask if he did that to influence this proceeding, because clips of that were actually presented as evidence in this case. A case from things that happened in 2020, an interview from 2023. You can't convince me he didn't do that with a purpose. He knew what he was doing, and I think he was doing it to influence the proceeding. And now he's sitting in that room. He's being allowed to sit in there to film for his little documentary. So I'm interested in this, and I'm wondering who was running around filming these guys at the FTXs. I'm wondering who's running around filming them at these rallies, right? What is this? What is your role really? And it's just very strange to me that they accuse that journalist of working closely with the defense. But it seems to me he's working real closely with the Michigan Attorney General's office. He also follows this group called Extreme Michigan on Twitter. Not that following somebody means that you're affiliated with them or associated with them in any way, but they are seemingly an Antifa-style group that are, engaged in doxing activity. So my question to him is, when he's running around filming people and pulling and archiving these videos, is he doing so for them, for that group? Is there a connection there? I don't know. I'd like him to tell us, though. Anyone can ask me questions about my work. I have no problem answering that. Anyways, I'm sorry, but I'm just not, I am very annoyed by this, and I'm going to talk about it. And Mr. Von Dusen, if you're listening, like sometimes I know you're want to do, why don't you send me an email, and why don't you explain yourself a little bit? I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. I've always been willing to talk to you. I'm a very nice and understanding person, and I try not to jump to conclusions, but I'd like to know what's going on with this. And what is your role in this? Because I think it's strange. Oh, here's another one. Another good example is that BG on the scene YouTube streamer always seems to be there for major events, never shows his face. Yeah, right, exactly. That's what there's something very weird about the whole thing. And I don't know this guy's story. I want to know why, though. It seems to me like he was trying to influence this proceeding. I want to know if he has a stake in it. I want to know if he has some kind of personal conflict of interest. I want to know if he had any contact with these people prior to this investigation. I want to know if he was aware of the investigation while he was archiving random people's Facebook pages. And I want to know why that was. I'm sorry, but I don't spend my time archiving the Facebook feeds of people that I presumably am not affiliated with. I don't spend my time looking at the Facebook pages of leftists and the stuff that they're live streaming so I can archive it. I know people who do that, though. And typically, in my personal experience, the kinds of people that are running around archiving social media pages are people that are doing so because they're getting paid to do it, or they have a very strong ideological reason for pursuing this seemingly bizarre line of behavior. I, though, am a normal person, and I have a family. I've got children, so I don't have time to sit there spending my days archiving random people online. But I think that it's very cop-like behavior, right? It's weird. And unless someone could show me like a reason why they would be doing that like makes sense, I don't know. It's suspicious to me. Now, I'm not saying that means this guy is a cop or something, or is doing something weird or wrong in any way. He could be just, this is something that interests him, and he's got a legitimate interest in it and was doing it for a legitimate purpose. But I know how I've been treated by the state and the media, and it is not how this guy has been treated. It's just like the undercover videographers inside the Capitol that never been charged for being in the crowd. That's a very good point. Yeah, it is true too that that's the kind of behavior associated with opposition research. Yes, the Steele dossier, things like that. It's just weird to me that, I don't know, that video was brought in as evidence and played. The video that came from Phil Robinson's Facebook page from April of 2020, and that he just happened to archive it right before it got taken down. Like, and then he just, I don't know. There's something very strange to me about that. And I would like an answer, you know, and I'm asking questions. I'm not making assumptions. I'm not jumping to conclusions. But what I do is I have something called common sense, right? And I have something called discernment. And, you know, women have intuition. In a way, you can kind of get a read on people. My interactions with him, he's always struck me as very strange, very bizarre. I don't even know what type of personality this individual has because it's not readily apparent from their writing style. Seems to be somebody that is incredibly autistic, and it is possible that this is just an autist, you know, somebody that's kind of goofy and just likes to do this stuff. I don't know. But to me, there's too many things that I would say circumstantial evidence that points to you're up to no good, and I'd like to know more about it. I don't like how you talk. I don't like how you act. You know, I don't like that no one knows who you are. There's really nothing out there about you except stuff that comes from publications that you are connected to, you know. So of course you're presented in a specific way in that regard. But when you even look at his social media footprint, he doesn't talk about anything. He doesn't say anything, doesn't express any opinions, beliefs, ideas of his own. He literally just tweets out articles that he writes or like little things. There's nothing really saying anything about who this person is as an individual. And that's what's strange about it. It's almost as if they don't exist as a person, you know, in any real way. And I find that strange. You know, could just be a very private person. There are people that are like that. But to me, the only people who have zero social media footprint like that are cops, the people who are working, and there's a reason they don't have a footprint, or that the only footprint they have is strictly professional. You know, it's a little strange. All right, let's move on. But I did an interview with him this afternoon. Mr. Van Dusen, who's in the courtroom. He said, yes, I do. You did an interview with him on the 8th of January this year. Is that right? He says, yes, it is. And he says, the interview you did with that, I'm going to show you an exhibit. So he's doing this shit once again. This is what he did last time. And this is when I first had questions about Von Dusen. And I think this may have prompted him to reach out to me, was because I said, when this first was introduced, why in the hell are they introducing clips of his interview for a documentary? I believe that this was supposed to be for. Why is this being introduced as evidence? And I got very angry about it. And I think he wanted me to know that he you know, is not supposedly working with the FBI, because I think I might have suggested that he was, because they said that the government got the video from him. And I'm like, why is he giving them video? And then he told me that he had posted that video publicly 3 years ago, and that he didn't, you know, he sent it out to multiple people and it had been publicly posted. So, I think he wanted that clarified, but it's like, why don't you just clarify it yourself? Why don't you just say something? Why don't you actually like talk like a normal human being? You can do that, sir. You could just tell us, like, without being weird, what you're up to and what you're doing. and what your role in all of this is, because anyone could find out like why I'm doing my documentary and how I started doing it. You've all been with me on this journey for years. I have been reporting for years on things. When I first started covering the case and was publishing articles about it, they go back to 2020. You can read all that stuff. It's all out there. My work on the case is all publicly available. My commentary about it is how I've gotten involved in doing the documentary. I've talked about that. Everybody knows. So it's just very strange to me when we don't get this from people, especially people who are supposed to be independent journalists, or whatever, filmmakers, or I don't know. I just think it's strange that this is being used in court. That to me is disgusting. And I would also say that he had a duty not to put that out there, journalistic duty not to influence these proceedings. You had to have known, sir, and I don't know how old you are, but judging by the picture on your Twitter page, you have to be like my age, like somebody in their 30s. So you had to have known as a 30-year-old man that putting out that interview 1 week prior to this would have been prejudicial, right? Or could negatively affect or impact this. You had to have known that, but you did it anyway. And I want to know why. Why was it that had to go out a week before the trial? Did you think that you were going to help, or did you think that maybe you were going to cause harm? Because maybe he did think that this will benefit him because I'll just put out this interview and let him tell his story in his own words. He may have thought that. If that's true, he can tell us that. But what about this other stuff? Why? And the fact that he's been allowed in there, and we all know the kind of crap I've been dealing with trying to cover this, but it is what it is. They're going to bring up these clips. And remember, we already went through these clips and his lawyer had to play them in full context. So he's going to do it again. They're supposed to be bringing up the clip, I guess. But it looks like whoever's operating the little thing there, Agent Harris, get it together. Agent Harris is the one operating the television and the laptop to bring up the exhibits. So get it together, Harris. He looks goofy too. We've seen him. You look like a goofball, like you all do. Respectfully, though, sir, you do look a little less goofy than your cohorts. Oompa Loompa, Trask, Chambers, and so on. So he's been asked about Dan. He called him a cocksucker. He said, I think he's a piece of shit. And it just cut it off like that. He says, hey, Mr. Molitor, Dan served in the army. Oh, I didn't realize that someone that served in the army wasn't capable of being a POS. So all those people over there, all of the soldiers who, killed civilians and things like that, you can't call them a bad name. Really? Just because you're a veteran, and this is no disrespect to the veterans out there, you guys. No, I don't have disrespect for them, but I do have disrespect for this pretension that the left does when half the time they're going to pretend that you can't question and we must kiss the feet of every single figure of authority. They don't care about people that have served our country. They're fighting their wars, so what? They can make more money? And then we're supposed to act like these guys are fucking heroes or something? No, he's not a hero. I don't care that he served our country. He came back and betrayed it. He betrayed the people he was supposed to protect and defend. So I have no respect for this individual. I don't care if you've served. I've known other people that have served. It's not particularly special to me. Do you have anything else that you're offering besides that? Because we've talked about what's going on at what was Fort Bragg, the murders, the CP cases, the child RAPE that is happening at these bases, the random person that was decapitated, the strange deaths, what's going on in Fort Bragg? Why are these special forces guys running drugs? Why are they doing cocaine and meth? Why are they trafficking narcotics for money? What's going on here? No, we are allowed to question people who have served. We're allowed to question people who were special forces. We're allowed to question these individuals because, as I said, there tends to be a correlation of psychopathy involved with people who go out and pursue a job where, I don't know, you're legally allowed to kill people. Maybe, just maybe, psychopaths are drawn to the service. So just because you served does not automatically make you a hero, deserving of lots of respect. Some of you join so you can get a reason to enact your psychopathic murder fantasies, so you can legally kill and get away with it. Some of them joined for that. Some of them also beat their wives. Some of them kill civilians. Some of them have had sexual relations with children over there. And that's why they're over there. Because it's a more primitive country. They can get away with it. Just like these philanthropists in Haiti. Just like they're not all heroes because they're philanthropists, because they're donating to charity. A lot of times predators do that to mask their predation. And they're the monsters that they are. They try to outwardly appear as something different. It does not make you a hero. Yes, you serve the country. That's nice. Very good. I'm sure Dan did it so he could pay for college and all this other crap. He doesn't seem motivated by any kind of sense of actual patriotism to our country. He's actually framing the grandchildren of veterans. Eric had family that was military. So you think it's cool to frame them? How about Dan Harris? Daniel Harris was a Marine, 24-year-old Marine, served this country, comes back and gets framed by this country as a DT, spends 18 months in prison and is then acquitted. That's how they treat our veterans. They do not care. They send them over to the meat grinder to die. And it means nothing to them. So I don't want to hear Bill grandstanding about Big Dan's service. What kind of person is Big Dan? What does he have in his basement? Or did he have, because he moved? What did he have in his basement? He's not a hero. Oh, he served honorably. Please go jerk him off. No one cares. You served honorably. You came home and decided to run counterinsurgency on American citizens for the government, and you're lying about it. That's what he's doing. This is COIN, counterinsurgency, and they're running it against American citizens. It's domestic psyops. That's what he's doing. He's not a hero. He is a clown. He's a freak. He put off getting surgery for a herniated disc so he could play up the victim to Adam and complain about how the VA was depriving him of the surgery he needed. Adam is sitting here crying about how Dan's guts are spilling out and we need to get him medical attention as Dan is sitting there framing him for a DT. And we're going to sit here and pretend he's a hero. We're going to grandstand about him. I don't think so. I think not. And, we're not Special Agent Doompa Loompa. We do let the facts get in the way of a good story. We're not going to let Dan tell his fake story. Yeah, here's Adam. September 21st, 2020. Bro, you need that SHIT operated on. It's bad. Okay, but you are not a little bitch and your guts are in fact falling out of your abdominal wall. Look, man, I'm worried about you. Not a hero. He is a freak. He is a clown. what kind of sick person, sadistic, psychopathic, maintains an injury so they can pretend to be a victim to get sympathy from someone that they know they're trying to frame. You're not anything special. I have zero respect for you and your service. He says, you knew Dan called the police. I mean, you heard his testimony just an hour after he saw what was going on. No, Dan lied, and we know you guys lied. The pretext for opening this investigation just didn't get documented. Son of Liberty says back to narcissism and manipulation, self-centered. Yes, absolutely. And again, nobody is going to play their games. They tried to pretend that he sustained injuries in combat. He did not get combat injuries. He injured himself in an ATV accident. They tried to misrepresent him as a combat hero, as someone that took injuries in combat. He did not. He had a traumatic brain injury, and he injured himself in an ATV accident. And I think that a lot of these people, like Dan, they go overseas, they're trained in counterinsurgency. They're trained to see, and this is the weird thing about, we've talked about in the global war on terror in the Middle East, you have different rebel insurgent groups because it's a different country and it doesn't really have a functioning government. It's not comparable to here, but and it is, there are what you could call, it's more guerrilla warfare, right? And it's the kind of thing that you saw in Vietnam, but also in the early founding history of America, where, you know, you had like these insurgent groups mixed in with the native population, and they're difficult to tell apart. Like in Vietnam, they would have little girls come out with like Coke, like cans of Coke to pass out to the soldiers, that they had crushed up glass and put little glass particles into the drinks so that they would drink it and it would rip apart their intestines. And they would send a little child out to do that. Or they would send a little kid and, you know, with an explosive in a little basket or something, and send this little kid out walking over and then, you know, blow them up. So I guess that they were trained to see things like that, right? And then they come back home and they're being trained again that, oh, these patriots or whatever are insurgents, and they're training them to run counterinsurgency operations against them. That's what's happening. And this is a very good point from Simdal. When you are a hammer, everything looks like a nail. This is how we get deploying to the store, tactical helmets, combat gauze, or whatever this nonsense talk is of seeing everything as in militaristic terms. But I honestly think Mr. Ralston's embarrassing himself here at this point. He said he did the right thing, didn't he? He said, when I first heard about everything, yes, I think he did the right thing. I don't think that now. He said, why do you think he's a cocksucker? And he says, well, because he had helped set people up. That's my man. Yes, Eric. Yes. I will. That was amazing. Just like Daniel Harris at the federal trial calling Dan Chappell a bitch. He said, You mean to tell me you went and served, you saw combat in Iraq, you come home and you're scared of some memes? You're a bitch. And Jonathan Roth was like, what did you call him? He served, you know, he served. So he's scared of memes. He saw a meme and it made him feel unsafe. No, that's not even the right story. That isn't what happened. He didn't see a meme. He didn't go online looking to maintain his perishable tactical skills. Sir, you'd been out of the military for 10 years at that point, correct? Yes. You were a firearms instructor, correct? Yes. What are you doing joining a small private Facebook page of a bunch of guys out in the middle of nowhere in Munich, in Jackson County, that are in their backyard, crawling around on the ground, getting drunk and shooting their guns, just hanging out. And then you try to turn that into a tactical military training group. No, you are disgusting. You're despicable. You're a liar. That is not how you joined the group. The Facebook algorithm didn't recommend it to you, sir. You were working with the FBI. You've been given access to the same database of targets that Steve Robeson was given access to. And then you came up with a false story. And that you just so happened to not document any of this stuff. As we played in the clip earlier, we showed everybody. I mean, I'll play it again. I will bring it up because people need to hear it. This was Special Agent Oompa Loompa talking about it, but, still.
And tagging, collecting evidence, right, is an important part of this.
This is, again, how Dan supposedly within an hour contacted law enforcement and we just didn't document it,
I mean, it can be important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you think collecting evidence is important, right? That can be important. You're an 8-year veteran of the FBI. Didn't think to document anything? Wow.
Now, I'm curious. I saw memes. I'm wondering where the evidence is of these numerous threats to law enforcement.
Yeah, that's what Big Dan told us about. That's what we heard about. Where are they? Where are these so-called threats
that you saw?
That you saw.
Do we have those?
There's a lot of evidence of the QRFs.
Do we have those? And Oompa Loompa says there's a lot of evidence of the QRFs. Sir, is that the question that you were asked? No. So answer the question. Be truthful. It isn't difficult. I want to go to a different one because, frankly, just as bad. Let's see. I think it's this one. I'm not sure because I actually have a lot of these.
Got
and I wasn't sure which one is the next clip, if this is the right one.
some search filters, so I think you can filter via area. But generally speaking, I think it would provide
Special Agent Oompa Loompa.
It would provide the John Smiths who own parcels.
He's asking about, okay, so I believe at this point they're talking about that Onyx hunting map that, again, no one even downloaded. No one had it on their phones. No one downloaded it. So this is just another thing that they made up.
In that area. I didn't pay for the extra services. And I think it's one of those things where it gives you the better.
He doesn't really know how the app works because he didn't pay for the extra services. Well, I'm glad the FBI is very thorough.
App if you pay.
Okay. So it's doing nothing, correct me if I'm wrong, but scanning the publicly available records for information.
Yes, that's right. I mean, my Lord have mercy. This is ridiculous. Imagine, though, that you're in this position one day. It is obvious to all and sundry that being truthful is something that comes extremely hard for these guys. Exactly. It's tough.
Correct.
So if I wanted to find out where law enforcement officer John Smith owned.
So this is when they were lying about the story about the reverse red flags. And again, you will see how the story constantly is shifting and changing and evolving. And we will, of course, compare Oompa Loompa's testimony here with his testimony last week. They're not the same. It blows my mind that this is real life. But this is real. This happened.
Property and was that motivated to do so, I could contact the Jackson County Register Clerk of Court and the Wayne.
He's saying, really, what you're talking about then is stuff that anyone could go find, publicly available information if they wanted to find it. I mean, for example, we brought up yesterday, we showed everyone Big Dan because he has out there information in the public domain that can be found by anybody in less than 5 minutes. So, you know, it is what it is. There's nothing illegal about that.
Wayne County Clerk of Court, and right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
by downloading this
So-
app,
By downloading this app,
if in fact it was downloaded and used,
and it wasn't, we know that actually none of them had it on their phones. None of them. As jaded as I am, it is still disturbing to watch law enforcement officers perjure themselves like this. That's why we need to have an oversight. There needs to be an agency not connected to the Department of Justice that is overseeing the FBI, and really they need to modernize. This is worse than law enforcement, and I'll tell you why. I've actually watched many I obviously enjoy true crime and stuff like this. I have watched many videos of interrogations with police. I have looked at a lot of how they have to build their case and how they have to show probable cause to obtain warrants and how they have to wear body cam footage. It's very different for police, actually, than it is for the FBI. They don't have to wear body cam when they come to interrogate you. They don't have to have probable cause to get a warrant. They can receive a, quote, anonymous tip that they then claim they have to investigate. And then they'll open what's called an intelligence assessment, an assessment on you. This will be come from a local field office. We'll open an assessment, and then after a certain amount of time, they will turn it into a full-fledged investigation. This is what they did to Barry Croft. Barry had been, they had an intelligence assessment made about him in April of 2019. And then the tip came in from the Dallas field office in April of 2019. By May, I believe 2019 is when they opened their assessment. The Baltimore field office, Special Agent Christopher Long, who used to be, by the way, Special Forces himself. Again, what have we talked about at the Special Forces guys out of Fort Bragg? It is all pervert stuff, drug stuff, zero accountability for these folks. Someone should be overseeing them. And I think that the FBI in this day and age, number one, needs to have body cam. They need to be wearing body cams. No more of these Form 302s. And I believe that they need to actually have probable cause to open investigations. They are a domestic intelligence agency, not a law enforcement agency. That is not me saying that. That is actually, according to FBI whistleblower Steve Friend, who was an FBI agent, member of the SWAT team, actually participated in one of the raids connected to this Whitmer case. That's part of the reason he left the FBI. He isn't with them anymore. He said that the FBI is not a law enforcement anymore. They are actually a domestic intelligence agency, and that is absolutely correct. And this is a secret police. It's the KGB. It's a Stasi, and it is terrifying. And everybody should be disturbed by this. Christina says, preach it. Not every veteran is a hero. Some are an actual threat to others. He is a disgrace to our country. Yes, yes, he's not a hero. An oversight committee would be a great idea. Not only just an oversight committee, but the committee has to actually be empowered to have oversight on these officers. Who brings in and who interrogates an FBI agent who's in charge of child crimes that is a pedo? Because that happened in Louisiana not that long ago. There was a guy, a federal agent, he was an FBI agent who was on the sex crimes or crimes against children. He was literally leading that division in his area. This was, I think, Louisville, Kentucky. So he was in charge of like the child sex crimes thing, and he was a pedo. And that was not an accident. He did not get put in that position accidentally. He was put there because for a reason. You don't have a pedo in charge of a child sex crimes division on accident. Come on, guys. They just didn't think he was going to get caught. But that's what they do. That's the kind of people they are.
Is it illegal? Okay. So now we've covered that we've got a meme with some tombstones on it.
With some
and a reference to a perfectly legal application on a phone.
Yeah, that nobody had on their phones.
What else drew your attention to open or to spark your interest in Mr. Morrison and the Wolverine Watch?
Well, the references to shooting law enforcement.
What references to? Where is that, sir? He was asked repeatedly. Do you have any evidence of this? Oh, no, we just didn't document it. Oh, so we're going to have to take your word for it. No more taking your word for it. There needs to be an oversight agency that is empowered and has the ability to interrogate FBI agents. Why did they don't get qualified immunity? Take that away from them. Take it away from the prosecutors. Why do they have immunity? For what? No. And I will tell you, there was a story I was watching last night. I watch a lot of like true crime stuff. So I'm on this true crime channel. I should put the link out for everybody. You guys need to see it. I've never heard the story reported anywhere else. Didn't see it in the news. Didn't hear about it. Certainly not national news, which it should have been. There was a gentleman who was a U.S. Marshal who literally tried to have his ex-wife sent to prison on false charges. She was facing life in prison. He'd impersonated her, and he was using a VPN to send threatening emails to his own new wife, and then trying to frame his ex-wife as being the person that was behind it. But the emails were like her name, like M. Hadley or whatever, like her first name and her first initial last name, like 78 or something. Oh, but the IP address is using a VPN, but they're not trying to mask their identity. They're putting their name in the email address. It was obviously like this guy was trying to frame his ex-wife. And the way that it went down was such a cover-up. This marshal had these Anaheim police officers totally working with him to try to send this woman to jail for the rest of her life. And I think it was only by chance that 2.5 months later, she got released from prison. And then the other wife got arrested, and they referred to the marshal, who's, by the way, his name is Ian Diaz. I'm not going to call him John Doe. They did a press conference where they covered up his role in this. They charged his wife for it. And then they called him and referred to him as John Doe. No, his name was Ian Diaz. And he was a U.S. Marshal. He was a real freak, too. He drugged his first wife, drugged her, and then put an ad on Craigslist to have someone come and cuck him so he could film it. And he did film it. He filmed her assault. He did that to her. And this freak also was one of the grown, and no offense to anybody out here who likes Disney, but this was a grown-up who had an obsession with Disney. This U.S. Marshal, his first wife The first date he took her on, he took her to Disney. And then he got them like these seasonal passes. They got a condo next to Disney so they could be close to Disney. If you are grown-ups and you are obsessed with Disney to this degree, there is something deeply wrong with you, deeply and profoundly wrong with you. I mean, that to me was just the weirdest aspect of the whole thing. I mean, all of it was weird, but the Disney part really got to me. And I just didn't like that. Like, grown-ups going on a date at Disneyland. Like, he was infantilizing these women and being very weird. Anyways, this is just more corrupt cops, though. And you see how they get protected and how they work together. You know, I don't trust them. And yes, there should be oversight of them.
To explosives and machine guns.
And the machine gun, correct me if I'm wrong, that reference you said was a schematic. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any photographs?
Ty Garbin took a screenshot of a quote-unquote schematic from a publicly available website and posted it in the chat. Oh, now you're a DT. Really? This is what he's saying. This is what this agent is saying.
Of machine guns?
Mr. Ty Garbin had uploaded a number of schematics, and I don't know if they actually had photographs of pieces and components, or if they were just the diagrams. So,
sir, it was from a website that is publicly available. What are you talking about?
So I can't recall, but they were.
Oh, he couldn't recall.
They were all,
of course,
basically how to.
How to?
That's that type of thing.
Where were these schematics? Were these hand drawn? Like Ty Garbin drew these up on a piece of paper and said,
"Oh no, this is where we find out it came from a website."
Here, let me slap this on here.
Ridiculous and stupid.
Well,
or was it something copyrighted and available to the world?
They appeared to be hand drawn and customized, but I don't know if Ty Garbin did it. These are exhibits that we entered.
Right, but you've testified about these exhibits, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
He goes, "These are all exhibits we've entered." What are you? That's not what the question, sir. What are you doing?
So on this exhibit, which is a schematic.
Wait, you mean I actually have to like explain this stuff? What? So this exhibit, which is a schematic, that they use
19.
these dorky words. Although, and I'll tell you this, he did not. This is why I want people to look at Oompa Loompa from the first state case and then look at it this way. You will not hear him at this first state trial saying tactical this, deployed that. This was the new stuff that they came up with. Like, we gotta really sell this, you know. Oh, I know. Let's just say like tactical, and we'll say deployed and combat this and Kevlar that. And like, that'll sound really good. You know, like he didn't do that at the first one, not to that extent.
Appears to be a screen capture from a website of a hand-drawn auto.
It appears to be a screen capture from a website. So it's just out there on the web, and there's actually nothing wrong with that. Perfectly legally posted, right?
Your construction.
Okay. So what website? Do you know?
I don't know.
Oh, how convenient.
Oh, can't tell in the bottom corner where that's
don't know. Can't tell.
From this page or not.
That page.
So again, just so I'm clear, these schematics in and of themselves are not illegal, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. So again, what was your pretext for opening the investigation, sir?
By possessing them, and let's put it out there, right? There are some things that mere possession, even without intent, is unlawful, correct?
That's correct.
You would say child pornography. There's no reason, there's nothing lawful about that, correct?
There's no reason why your agents should have that on their devices, right? There's no reason that the FBI should actually be operating a CP website. Is there? Oh, except that's right. They did. Yes, they actually ran and operated a CP website to do a sting operation. Sure.
Correct.
It's not protected, correct? But these are captured from some website, to your understanding?
Yes, I think that's fair.
So
And
what?
would it be fair to say that if I had this in my possession and you came to my house, it's lawful for me to have that schematic, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
Okay. So, like, I want everyone to understand what he's saying, and what is happening.
Does the schematic say to anybody, take your, what kind of firearm is that for? First off, let me ask you that.
Do you
It's
know?
for an
sir?
SKS rifle.
An SKS rifle.
Okay.
And what does that fire, if you know?
Does he know?
Well, SKS is Russian made, so I'd assume like a AK-47 style.
So John Smith in the
He didn't know that. Oh my god, what a dork! And like, just listen to him. I'm surprised he didn't call it a tactical schematic or something. All right, let's go back to this trial. I was just so happy that he called him, admitted that he framed people. He did. Ralston says, how did he set him up? He says, well, he drove people, he paid for stuff, he did trainings. If it wasn't for him actually bringing people together and setting stuff up, these people wouldn't have gotten together to do stuff or talk about stuff. He says, so you think it was Dan that drove this whole thing, not Adam Fox. It was Dan working with a conjunction of 11 other informants and 2 undercover agents, sir. He says, no. He said, I believe that Dan glued it all together. He said, there's a lot of elements out there. Then he just became the magnet to draw it all in. That's how I feel. He says, okay, hey, can you play Exhibit 261, please? He says, so this is this weirdo Von Dusen asking a question, and when you listen to his voice, he has a very almost feminine sounding voice that, again, to me it strikes me as, and I could be wrong, this is no disrespect to Mr. Von Dusen, who I would just like to clarify some things for me. His voice reminds me of the very soft-spoken, as we played the video earlier, of covert narcissism, of somebody who is predatory, actually, but tries to come off as non-threatening to disarm people. Think about it. I don't know. There's something weird to me. It's just me. He said, I watched a video presentation of Governor Whitmer's conference, victim impact statement, which was a 3-minute statement. And he said, and she explained how the situation affected her life and her family. Do you think she has some legitimate concerns? So that's ridiculous. Von Dusen should know that this was all coordinated with her security detail and her team and the FBI. At no point was she ever in any danger. What does she feel scared about? I don't believe it at all. I don't believe her when she said it. I think that entire statement was self-serving. She has private security. She has, an entire security detail paid for by the taxpayers as well. Come on. He said, if anyone has had violence plotted against them, of course that's scary. Are you kidding me? He said, so he said, when you put yourself in an effing spotlight, there are certain things that come with that. One of them, and I'm not saying it's right, but He said, people have a right to talk. I don't have to agree with it. People have a right to talk, so what? I don't give a F. He said, oh, she's scared. It didn't stop her, though. She went right up there afterwards. Came out. If she's so afraid of someone jumping out and getting her, she has no problem going out and doing these public events and talking. And she even had, we've played, it's on the trailer. The trailer starts with her narcissistic press conference where she gleefully says, earlier today, agents with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Department of Justice arrested and charged 13 men who were planning to kidnap and possibly kill me. Like, she says it with this gleeful, psychopathic. You've seen it. You've seen the trailer. You know what I'm talking about. She is damn near giddy about this. She is excited and jazzed up that she's going to get this attention. Look at me. I get to play the victim. Everyone's been calling me a tyrant and said I've been killing their grandmas in the nursing homes. Well, I'll show you. I'm going to be the victim. I'm going to get everyone's sympathy. Everybody is going to look at me and say, oh my gosh, that poor woman, those extremists that Trump sicked on her because he tweeted out, liberate Michigan. Oh, that was the narrative. She loved it. Yeah, total narcissist. You can tell. I mean, let's just bring it up. Because it's so stupid that anyone is going to pretend that this was her being scared and not literally gleeful. Let me share the screen. Earlier today, officials with the Department of Justice.
Earlier today, Attorney General Dana Nessel was.
Oh, look at it. She is smirking. Look at how gleeful she is.
Earlier today, Attorney.
Look, she is smirking right before that.
General Dana Nessel was.
She's smiling.
Joined by officials from the Department of Justice and the FBI.
Look at these clowns taking their masks off.
To announce state and federal charges against 13 members of 2 militia groups who are preparing to kidnap and possibly kill me.
Guys, come on. Let's make it full screen just so everyone can see that gleeful smirk. Duper's delight.
Earlier today, Attorney General Dana Nessel was joined by officials from the Department of Justice and the FBI to announce state and federal charges against 13 members of 2 militia groups who are preparing to kidnap and possibly kill me.
We're grateful to the FBI and law enforcement who discovered these domestic terrorists and stopped them. It's the sort of behavior you might expect from ISIS.
You might see a number that high in a sprawling narcotics conspiracy that stretches from coast to coast and beyond. That's a pretty high number in a case like this. It really reflects, I think, how deeply the government has been diving into this investigation to try to make these cases.
It was just literally a bunch of working class guys who on the weekend got together and, exercised their rights and trained with firearms. So the FBI says, hey, we'll just pay for everything.
Who arranged the meeting? The FBI's paid provocateur. Robeson was getting paid to set this stuff up.
So they make the route, they set the locations, they make the plan, they do everything. And Adam's literally just sitting in the basement of vacuum repair shops smoking blunts all day.
You're going to hear that my client was the leader of this group. But I think you're also going to hear that there was an election held to identify the leader, and it was Dan.
How can I frame this social situation to make this naive person appear to be a dangerous, violent terrorist? The whole goal was for the FBI to spend millions of dollars to create militia groups, record them saying offensive stuff, and then frame them in a fake conspiracy.
Damn right. All right, guys. Anyways, I know y'all can't wait for that to come out. I can't wait for it to come out. Just wait. Just you wait. None of the people in nursing homes that her mandates killed got to do a victim impact statement. That's a very good point. That is absolutely true. And to even ask that question, I think was a bit goofy on Von Deusen's part. But maybe he had a reason for that. Yeah, it's true. All right, so getting back to this, they're still playing that clip. He said, "Stop lying. It's okay to show vulnerability." Maybe people might appreciate that. She didn't do that in that video. She didn't seem like a concerned mom. She was giddy. She derived sadistic pleasure from that. She was so happy to get up there and grandstand. My goodness, she does not show vulnerability at all. So he said, stop acting. He said it's okay to show vulnerability instead of acting like a bitch. So he's going to be asked about that. He said, "You didn't like Governor Whitmer, did you?" He literally said earlier yesterday he voted for her at first. He doesn't like her now, and that interview is from this year. And this is why I question Eric Von Deusen and what he's doing, putting that out 1 week before this trial. He said at that point, no. He said, "What about today?" He said, "I'm very indifferent. That's the least of my problems at this point." He said, "You kind of go from one position to another in that video, don't you?" He says, "I don't understand." He says, "You start off saying in the front end, I can see where Governor Whitmer would be terrified by what happened." He says, "Yes, sir. She doesn't know what corner she's going to walk around. Someone might come out and pop her." He says, then you talk about at the end, you shift to another mode where you're talking about, hey, she brought this thing on herself. And he said, I think you used the word genuine. He said, I'm trying to think of the word be a person. He said, be vulnerable is what he said, sir. Try being accurate. So he's explaining this. He said, that's a lot. Can I break it down? He says, sure. He says, the first part was, yes. The question was, would anybody be afraid? Yes, anyone would be afraid if you thought somebody was planning to come after you. That's logical. I would be afraid of that. He said the second part. He says, you talk about her being disingenuous. Oh, you're not allowed to call Gretchen disingenuous. I mean, this is absurd. And it's so prejudicial. Think about it like this. She, right now, Gretchen Whitmer, is that judge's boss. Judge Hamlin basically works for her. So does this prosecutor. He works for her. She's the governor of their state. So they can't they can't call her a B word. And then the jury also is like thinking, this is a woman that's very powerful. She's the governor. Oh, you can't call her a bad name, or apparently that makes you a dangerous individual. I don't think so. I'll call her what she is, a clown. She is a clown. She is also, in my opinion, a grandiose narcissist, not a covert one. It's very apparent that she's grandiose. So he said, disingenuous. What I mean by that is when you come out and you say one thing and then you come right back out and say the exact opposite, how can both be true? How can both be true at the same time? obviously one of these things cannot be true. So that's what I mean by disingenuous. Also, she was very aware of this from the get-go. They coordinated with her during this. There was no point in time when she was in any real danger. She did not have to be afraid. She was taken care of the whole time. And then the prosecutor says, okay, all right. Play 262, please. Then I'll have a question for you. So now Von Deusen's asking about the Boogaloo Boys, and it strikes me that every question he's asking appears designed to elicit something that the government could use to build a false narrative about things like the Boogaloo or whatever that doesn't exist except outside of the fabrication of the creation of the feds, and then a couple people that got duped into joining that or thinking that was a funny meme or something. You know, I've seen the igloo memes, the Hawaiian flag nonsense. I right away thought it was cringe, and I thought it glowed like the sun. It glowed like the sun, but you know, there were some people who thought that this type of collapse was imminent. Not that they wanted to bring it about, but that they thought it was going to be something that occurred. But it was always apparent to me that even the name Boogaloo, and then they were calling themselves Boog Boys and Mujahideen. Like the Mujahideen was created by the CIA, all right, when they were training and funding the Afghans in the 1980s to fight the Soviets, and it morphed into Al Qaeda from there. But they were armed and trained by the CIA. So what this tells me is that, oh, yes, this Boogaloo thing is once again a domestic gladio operation. You know, it is very apparent that they're telling you what they're doing, too, in a very cheeky way with these memes of linking it back to the Mujahideen and, you know, the global war on terror. They're telling you, yeah, we created this group, morphed into Al Qaeda. You know, we armed and trained and funded them in the 1980s to fight the Russians during the Cold War. And then now, magically, 20 years later, we have the global war on terror. And these are the new boogeymen. And, you know, Osama bin Laden's hiding out in the cave and CNN can find him and they can interview him in the cave. But then we're told that, you know, no one can find him. Right. They're just telling you what they're doing. They're like, oh, this is our new war on terror. And you guys are going to be the new Al Qaeda. And we're going to call you, as Joe Biden said in the trailer, it was the sort of behavior you might expect from ISIS, another Western intelligence creation and fabrication. So it's very funny to me that they're telling you what they're doing as they're doing it in a very, you know, cheeky way. So I immediately thought that was nonsense. And for Von Deusen to even entertain the idea that this is real outside of the fabrication of the intelligence community is striking to me. And the fact that he asks these questions about it, it sounds like something a prosecutor might ask. It sounds like something a cop might ask or an interrogator. Why are you asking stupid questions that you should? He knows that this is designed to just be used to portray him as a bad person. That's just my opinion. He's being asked about this. And so he says in this clip, what is the version of Boogaloo? First of all, because it's not what the government says it is. He said it's not what? He says, my understanding of it, and this is my personal opinion, I guess. What I've heard about it is the Boogaloo would be a fight against our government. It would be like a civil war, I guess. But then they cut off what he was explaining at the end there. He says, so the prosecutor says, do you still agree with your explanation of what the Boogaloo is? He said, I don't know what you mean by agree with it. That is one interpretation of it. He said, what else? He said, what's your version of it? Eric says, I don't have a version of it. He said, the main understanding that I have is that it's a civil war against the government. So not just the government, but any dissenting faction, I guess. It would be this group and that group against each other. He says, does Adam Fox believe in the Boogaloo? And again, people just think this is something that is going to happen. It doesn't mean you want to make it happen, but they keep saying that's what it means. He said, I can't testify to what he has and hasn't said. He says, okay, you don't think that Adam Fox wanted to overthrow our state government? What does that even mean? Adam lives in the basement of the vac shack, sir. What did you think was going to happen while he's surrounded by agents? We're gonna be told that he was going to what? Overthrow the state government. And by the way, it's not illegal to want to do that. I could say I want to do it. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it. I might have the desire to see that happen. That doesn't mean I'm going to go out and try to make it happen. I think lots of people are dissatisfied with our governments and would like to see something happen like that. Doesn't mean they're going to go out and do it. I also think it's a mistake for this prosecutor here to kind of go with the line of questioning that, to present as if questioning a governor or government is somehow should be illegal. I don't think that will play well. He said, I don't think he really wanted to. No. He said, okay, you thought he was playing around? He says, sitting here today, yes. After all the papers I've seen, after all of the stacks of evidence in my eyes, yes. He says, okay, so he thought he was surveilling the governor's residence on multiple occasions. No, on 2 times when you duped people into going, and Adam didn't think that this was serious and was just trying to appease his friend Dan. He said, you think he was doing that because he thought it was something fun to do? And Eric says, I think he was doing that because he thought he was looking up to Dan and he was trying to impress Dan. And Bill says, we saw a lot of transcripts and recordings. Do you remember those? He's during the course of this trial. He says, would you agree with me when you the transcripts? Here's Dan. A lot of times it's like, right, yeah, okay. It's pretty limited. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you guys didn't put in there, right? Is that everything? Is that the totality? No, it's not. He said, if you want to consider that, then he talked a lot more than he just said, yeah, or uh-huh. He said, that's very limited. He said, so part of your Dan made it all happen theory. And he goes, oh, okay, sure. He says, am I correct in that? Am I understanding your answer? No, you're mischaracterizing it, but okay. He said, you're calling it my theory. He said, that's what you're offering, right? He said, that's what I've seen. He said, okay, so it was all Dan's fault. He said, that's not what I'm saying. I'd say, no, sir. You used a network of 12 informants and 2 undercover agents to bring together a group of people that never would have met each other otherwise and to jack them up. We've read Steve Robeson's statements. I don't even need to get into it. Now we're going to play this again, playing another clip. Then he's going to ask a question. So now Von Deusen's asking,
Do you think there's a difference between violent rhetoric or just someone talking and blowing off steam?
and yes, that's exactly how his voice sounds. I'm not even listen to it.
How do you know whether or not someone's serious?
He says, I'm very black and white. There is no crime until something happens. And I'm sorry, something has to happen. Somebody has to be hurt or someone has to happen. If nothing has happened, there is no victim. Once there is a victim, then the individual who did that crime should be dealt with. And then it literally cuts him off. You can tell he's in the middle of like explaining something and they just cut it off. And remember, they did that to try to change the context of everything. He says, okay, so in your mind, someone needs to get hurt before they're a victim of terror. He said there has to be an actual victim for there to be a victim. He says, yes, something has to happen for someone to be a victim. And he says, back in Exhibit 261, you said I could see how Governor Whitmer could be terrorized. He'll be afraid of something without being a victim of it. Okay, all right. He said, I'm afraid of bears. I'm not a victim of bears. Okay. I think you told us yesterday one of the first areas of inquiry Mr. Barnett asked was that you don't really believe in our system, do you? He said, the majority of it, yes, I do. He says, okay, can I have Exhibit 81, please? This is just bullshit, so I'm going to move forward to wherever we are right now. Let's see. So they're coming back from afternoon break. Oh, Ralston stepped on something. Jesus, he unplugged something. He unplugged a laptop. Someone get him a walker, or I don't know what he needs. Let's see. He says there was a explosive device set off. Is that correct? He says you heard it. Yes. Let's talk about Luther, I bet. What do you know about it? He said, I don't know anything except what's in the reports about it. He said, I heard it was a firework that had some tape wrapped around it. He said, did you see that? He said, I saw a can, like a little can, before it blew up, obviously. He says, yes, sir. Okay, and did you see the silhouettes placed around it to see what the shrapnel would do? He says, no. And by the way, those happen to be hanging in the tree from earlier that day. It's not like they put them up there to see what would happen. That's ridiculous. He says, did anybody that weekend, have you heard it called fireworks, right? By Mr. Barnett. And so it's like, that's what it is though, guys. Like, your agents testified to that at the federal trial. Maybe Mr. Ralston needs to refresh his memory and go read the federal transcripts. You had an FBI agent literally on the stand talking about how it rained down sparkles on everybody. And it literally was what did they call it? The presidential or something firework. Barry did these fireworks every single year, every 4th of July. This is the kind of thing that he did. There was nothing ridiculous or criminal about it. So, anyways, let's see. I think we are pretty much caught up to. So he's being asked about, now his lawyer is back on redirect, asking him about that interview. He said, you're asked on tape about how I don't know what he's asking about. Okay, let's see. He said, I really looked up to this fella. I wanted to be in a group with him. He's asked, was it your intention? What was your... Okay. I think this is pretty much... We're in recess again, or actually... Nope, we are... I don't know what's going on now. So it looks like everybody's just kind of walking around. I have no idea what's going on. Eric is still sitting up there, but people are just walking. And I was assuming this was going to wrap up today. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to run until Monday. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap up myself here for today because I need to maybe make arrangements if I'm going to go travel for the verdict. I'd like to do that if I could. So I got to make some arrangements and stuff. I got to wrap it up here, but you guys can go tune in over on, I would not give them clicks, but that's just me. You can go tune in and watch the rest of that. But I think they're going to be wrapping up here too in about 5 minutes. And this is probably going to pick up on Monday. And that'll probably be the last day of trial. And then it'll probably go to the jury Tuesday for deliberations. I can't be sure though yet, but as soon as I hear, I'm going to be figuring out what's going on. I will make everybody aware of what the schedule is going to be, and I'll keep everybody posted. So thank you guys for being here with me. We went for 7.5 hours today. That's crazy. You guys are awesome. Everybody have a good day, and I'll see you all later. Bye.